your total focus. And when you look back 10 years from now, 30 years from now, it may not seem easy right now, but hopefully you're able to say, that was fun. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
We have another speaker.
Yes. I don't know if you guys want to make a comment afterwards. All right, go ahead.
This is Chase Untermeyer. Chase was with my father on day one when my dad became county judge back in the 70s. And when I say I don't know what my dad was doing day to day, well, Chase is the one who does know what he was doing every day because he made it happen. And when I say my father hired smart people, Chase is a prime example because Chase Untermeyer, I don't know his full resume, but he went on to be a state representative in the legislature. He worked in the White House under George H.W. Bush, in charge of hiring, I think. He was the Undersecretary of the Navy. He was the head of Voice of America, and he became the ambassador to Qatar. So my dad thought the world of Chase. He thought he was an amazing guy. We're so honored that he's here to say a few words.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you, Larry, for that nostalgic memory of your wonderful father. It was my historic pleasure and honor to be his assistant from day one until I ran for the legislature. And that experience convinced me how an essentially good man with the benefit of civil engineering background can do in local government. John Lindsay brought that practicality and that goodness to the job for all those years he served. And no better example could be the building in which we're in. At the time he became judge, this building was just a proposal. And to build it, it required the tearing down of one of the few remaining 19th century buildings in Houston, the P-Lot building. But that was where the architects wanted the garage entrance to be. And it was a fight between those people who supported—
Go ahead, Ambassador.
Thank you. Supported the idea of this building as an architectural monument and those who wanted historic preservation. Judge Lindsay brought the practicality of a civil engineer to this very knotty problem. And he said, let's just rotate the building 90 degrees and save the P-Lot building. And that's why this building is situated where it is and why to enter it in the parking garage, you enter it off of Fannin instead of Congress Avenue. A simple thing, but that was his approach to government, and he carried it on so brilliantly for 30 years. For me, he was an example of just how a good man can have an effect on government in a positive way. And I encourage the court to pass the resolution in doing honor to him as he well deserves.
Thank you, Ambassador. And my colleagues would all like to comment. Commissioner Garcia, Briones, then Ramsey, and then Ellis.
Good deal. Larry, Ambassador, both good to see you. I had the pleasure of breaking bread on several occasions with your pop when he was up involved with the North Houston Association and as a senator. And then I actually crossed paths with him when I was still a young cop and working on a few things. And every time, whether he greeted me as a young cop, whether he greeted me most recently as the commissioner or as a sheriff, an incredible, gracious individual, always respectful, always with a kind word, always with a word of inspiration. And so I just want to say to you, he made an impact, and it's one that's obviously very lasting, and we're looking forward to preserving that legacy and that memory of him. So thank you for sharing them with us, and thank you for sharing your jams as well. Ambassador, good to see you. Thank you for being here, and I couldn't think of anybody more appropriate to be saying some words on behalf of the judge than yourself. Good to see you.
Commissioner Briones.
Ambassador, Larry, Lindsay family, thank you. I wanted to echo Commissioner Garcia's words. Thank you for sharing your father, your brother, your friend with Harris County. Harris County wouldn't be the Harris County it is without Judge Lindsey. And so we're honored to honor him today, and we will continue striving to honor his legacy as we go forward. So thinking of him every time, our father of the toll road, and in this building, every time I go in the garage, it's truly a lasting impact. Ben Taub, LBJ, everything Judge Hidalgo stated. But thank you for sharing him, because I know it's a family affair, and thank you, Larry, for sharing those family memories. We appreciate you, and Ambassador, both you and Judge Lindsey are inspirations. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Ambassador, Larry, Steve, thank y'all for coming down. I so enjoyed the memorial service for your dad. Y'all told some stories he probably didn't want you to tell, but that was great. No greater testament to a man than to have his children stand up and speak. That's a big deal. To allow us to walk around in your life like you have, to be so open with it, that's pretty holy ground right there, and we appreciate it. But being a civil engineer as well from A&M, different A&M, New Mexico, Texas, you know, that's. But John Lindsey to the engineering community has been, there's George Washington, who we claim is an engineer, and then there's John Lindsey. First job I worked on when I moved to Houston in the early 80s was the Hardy Toll Road. And everybody from Austin to those crazy people in Dallas saying, that's not toll viable, you can't do that. Well, you don't tell County Judge Lindsey, Senator Lindsey, you don't tell him what he can't do. And he navigated that. He was probably the best I've ever seen. I've only worked for 20 counties and 50 cities. He was the best I've ever seen at getting 3 votes. You know, it's a testament. So you've got to have that skill, that ability to work with people, that imagination, that creativity, and then you got to be right. And he was right so much of the time. So thank you again for what he has meant and will continue to mean to us going forward.
Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Larry and Steve and Lil John. Obviously, I knew your parents very well, both judges, might I add. Ambassador, Commissioner Lee took me in to visit with Judge Lindsey in about 86 or 87. Jody Giles and Richard Ramirez and I had set up an investment banking firm. We were answering the phones, but we didn't have any business. And everybody would give us a chicken and egg deal. Come back and talk to us in Dallas or wherever once you get your first financing. So Franco had the bright idea we ought to go just ask Judge Lindsey. He'd be the second vote. If we could get in on a financing to just watch. Didn't have to make a dime, but we needed our name on the official statement. And your dad was kind enough to do that. He reminded me of that a couple of times when he got to the Senate, and I wanted to vote against a bill or two of his. And he would remind me what he did. But my most memorable time with your dad was bike riding. You know, he was a veteran of that MS-150 ride. But it was really the last time when I thought he needed to get an upgrade on a bicycle. I did. And he was well ahead of me, maybe about 5 miles ahead of me. You might remember this. He got cramps, so he was stuck on the bike. So they had to pull him off of it. And he did his stretching. They gave him a massage. He got back on the bike and made it to Austin. And might I add, while I was sitting at a barbecue place, getting rested up, he made it there. But just such great memories with your dad. And I didn't get to serve with him here, but in the Senate, it was really a delight. And it would make an odd combination when the two of us would team up on issues and would help us both pass legislation. Commissioner Ramsey, you and I chatted briefly, and I think it'll be at some point fitting. I know you're going to come up with some idea that maybe honor your dad forever, and maybe it'll be around one of those toll roads, since he is the father of those toll roads in our county. But thank you for sharing him, and to the entire family, and little John, if he's listening in particular. Thank you.
Thank you all again, the whole family. I love the story about him finding the job fun. It took me a few years to figure that out.
See how it could not be at times.
Right. But I've definitely gotten there, and I may not be able to wear colorful shorts, but I am wearing.
Challenge to all of you to
Yeah.
find a way to take your pants off.
I know, right? When we take a picture, you can check out my eyelashes. So I'm wearing purple eyelashes today. So that's as far as I take it. But I very much appreciate it, and he told me that too. He said, "Have fun," and I was like, "Okay." So, but I figured it out. So anyway, thank you guys. And so why don't we take a quick picture, and then we will go ahead and continue with the speakers. And welcome to all the family. Thank you again for sharing your father with us. Thank you. Okay, so we'll take the rest of the speakers. We did notice that our port commissioner, Wendy Montoya Clunan, is here, I believe.
No, she's on the phone.
She's on the phone. Okay, is on the phone. So is she available, Tiffany?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Good.
Good
Commissioner. Clune?
morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you all for allowing me to say a few words. First and foremost, Commissioner Garcia, thank you for nominating me for another term and for your constant support of not only my work at the port, but you have been a champion at the port alongside the commission for years. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for the consideration of my reappointment to serve a fourth term at the port. It is an honor and a privilege. I know that, you all mentioned it, I don't have to be there. I don't have to call in, but it is truly an honor and a privilege. And this is the least that I can do. I think we all know the Port of Houston is an envy of many given its scale and impact. It's a pillar of the continued vitality of our region. We all agree it's an asset that requires stewardship, dedication. I'm truly grateful to continue working to strengthen the economic opportunity, long-term growth for our community. My commitment to you has always been to give my best to this endeavor, to serve with integrity, to be open and accessible in an effort to bring to bear the most viable solutions for our collective best interests. Thank you all for your support of the port's work, and I would be honored to have you all approve my reappointment for another term.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia, Ellis, and Briones.
Thank you, Commissioner Clunan. Thank you so much for your work and your leadership. Your impact at the port is absolutely recognized. Your colleagues around the commission speak to your leadership, speak to the voice of vision and reason that you bring to the discussions over there. So I just can't thank you enough for the work that you're doing. And I'm honored and proud to submit your name for reappointment. And I can't wait to submit it for appointment as chair. So that's something that I am absolutely hoping to see in the foreseeable future. But thank you for your work, and I'm so honored to move this item as presented.
Commissioner Ellis.
Commissioner, just proud of your work and known you for a long time. You've done a great job. I appreciate the issues that you have led on, so thank you.
Commissioner Briones, and then Ramsey.
Commissioner Montoya Clunan, I echo my colleagues' sentiments. Thank you for your service and leadership. Thank you for the excellence with which you bring to service as Commissioner of the Port. So we've known each other for many decades, and it is an honor to serve this county alongside you, and I will proudly support this reappointment. And like Commissioner Garcia, I look forward to the day you are our chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Mr. Clunan, thank you for calling in. Thank you for what you're doing on the port. Y'all are doing a great job out there. Your leadership in making things happen, y'all's ability to get things done effectively and some days quietly does not go unnoticed. So thank you for what you're going to do, and look forward to the days ahead. Thank you.
Commissioner, perhaps we move this item so she knows the
Yeah, I move on the item as presented.
Second.
motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Commissioner.
Congratulations,
Thank you for
Commissioner.
calling in. Okay, we'll now take the rest of the speakers. Go ahead, Tiffany.
Jennifer Hernandez, speaking on item 86 of Precinct 1. Nathan Kelly on items 106 and 108 of Precinct 3. Valentine Nwanko on item 176 of Precinct 1. You each have 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. This updated tax abatement policy is really about accountability. If the county is going to offer a tax break, it should only go to employers who respect workers and follow the law. This policy makes sure workers are covered with livable wages, have access to quality apprenticeship programs, receive proper safety training, and are protected from retaliation if they speak up. That means one job should be enough to live on. Workers should be able to go home safely at the end of the day, and no one should be afraid to report a problem on the job. These protections matter. Too many families in our communities are struggling. Wage theft is on the rise, and Texas continues to lead the nation in construction fatalities. Workers often witness unsafe conditions but remain silent out of fear of retaliation. Harris County has shown leadership by setting higher standards for its own projects. This policy builds on that leadership and makes sure public support goes to responsible employers. It's a smart step forward.
Thank you. Your time is
for
up.
Harris County. Thank you.
Did you mention your name at the beginning?
I did not. Thank you. Jennifer Hernandez with the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades.
Judge.
Thank you.
For labor.
Nice to see you.
Judge, I just
Yes,
want to thank you
Commissioner
for your work on the policy. I know it's been a long time, and just thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, Nathan Kelly with Blazer Building, speaking on behalf of items 106 and 108, both resolutions of support requests for 2 housing tax credit finance developments, one in Precinct 3, one in Precinct 4. A quick thank you to Director Costas and her team for helping to shepherd this process each and every year. Always appreciative of their support and for their continued partnership with the affordable housing community. Special thank you to Commissioner Brianos, Commissioner Ramsey for your team's efforts in helping to further close the gap on housing affordability in each of your precincts and on these 2 projects specifically. Here to answer any questions that may have been posed by either of your teams. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Val Wankwa. I'm part of the Texas Africa Chamber of Commerce. I stand here advocating for access to fair access to opportunity. When MWBEs succeed, neighborhoods thrive, local wealth grows, tax dollars circulate back into our economy. This is why a disparity study matters. It provides honest data, which allows Harris County to make smart decisions, not based on assumptions, but evidence-based policymaking. Equity in contracting is not about lowering standards. It's about removing unnecessary barriers so excellence can compete at a high level. When small businesses grow, families gain stability, neighborhoods become safer, healthier, and more resilient. And when that happens, Harris County as a whole becomes more competitive and more prosperous. I'm grateful for the leadership shown in commissioning this study. I encourage the continued action rooted in data, transparency, and accountability. Our chamber stands ready to partner with the county on this important matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Natalie Wood speaking virtually on item 221. You have 1 minute. Go ahead, please.
Did you say Natalie? Is the speaker here?
She's speaking virtually, Judge.
All
but
right, go ahead.
I think she may be having some audio issues. We'll move to the next speaker.
Okay, and then we'll come back to this speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Jacob Clementage, speaking on items 216 and 221. Carrie McCracken, speaking on item 221. And Amanda Jones, speaking on item 221. You each have 1 minute.
Commissioner Tom Ramsey is doing a fine job because resolution number 216, he supports the Harris County Department of Education Case for Kids County Connections, and that is good. Now, for 221, in the mapping project by U of H and Wolf-Yall of Harris County to map for mental health issues is good also. Now, I was also going to speak on Commissioner Brianna's 222 about the Autism Awareness Festival. That's nice also. And also about 226, which deals with the Toro Stadium on using her precinct charter buses and dealing with Healing Through Art and Soccer initiative. That is good because there's soon going to be
Thank you. Your
new
time is
FIFA.
up.
Thank
There's
you.
going to be FIFA, and also one last question. It's rodeo time. It's soon going to be rodeo time, and it's going to be at NRG Park.
Your time is up.
All right, thank you, Jacob. But I know we let folks go a little longer, so I'm gonna have to do that for the rest of today. Thank you.
Okay. Well, y'all be my Valentines.
Think about it. We'll think about it. All right, thanks.
Good morning, Commissioners and County Judge. Commissioner Briones, I'm here to support item 221 in my capacity as the Executive Director of the Children's Assessment Center. I'm proud to say that we provided almost 13,000 mental health services to children and families last year at the CAC. But I'm also here as a board on the board of MBHP, which is a network of behavioral health professionals, which unites executive leaders from 48 mental health and substance abuse organizations here in Harris County to break down the silos and drive system-based solutions that strengthen access to mental health care, particularly for those that can't access us, the underprivileged, the underserved populations. As we know, Texas is 49th out of 50 in providing access to mental health care, which is unfortunate, but you look at problems and you consider them opportunities. So I applaud you. I hope we can do
Thank
this
you. Your
throughout
time
the
is up.
county.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Amanda Jones. I'm Director of Government and Public Affairs for the Harris Center for Mental Health and IDD. I'm a constituent of Precinct 4, and I'm also a member of the Precinct 4 Advisory Committee on Justice and Safety. And I'd like to speak today a little bit about the work of that committee. The purpose was to translate community voices into policy decisions. And one of the consistent recommendations of that committee was to expand mental health services, and in the context to reflect the rich diversity of our community. We've had great success in mapping and sequential intercept development in the past. For example, the intercept map of the criminal justice system led to the mental health diversion program. And this work is truly translate community input into data-driven solutions, and it can be transformative.
Thank you. How much money do you think it'll cost to bridge that gap? I know something like 40% of zip codes don't have mental health providers.
I would have to get back to you on that, and I think that the results of the map will help inform that information.
I think that's really important to put a number on it before we spend all the money on other things. We might have done that already, so the sooner you guys can put a number on it before budget season. I have to think it's tens, if not over $100 million, but I'm curious to see what you find.
We have done some mapping several years ago, and the new mapping will give us an update and see where things have changed and where the focus needs to be.
Yeah. Do you think you'll be able to have a number soon enough to where we can have this discussion as part of the budget season?
We would strive to do that.
Okay. When would be a good time to have that by, Director?
Budget submissions will be in May, so having it by May would be helpful.
By May, and really a specific number, because sometimes folks will say, well, this is what we think people will support. But I think that's sort of doing the politics for us. But as the experts, ideally what it is, look, if we want there to be at least one counselor in every school, and if we want there to be proper mental health services, this is how much money we would need. We spent $100 million on pay raises for law enforcement, didn't go to the community to ask for it. So my position is, let's spend at least $100 million on other things and not ask about it, because there are other things that are also necessary.
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you for doing this work. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Jones.
Thank you.
Natalie Wood, speaking virtually on item 221. You have 1 minute.
Good morning. Can you hear me? I'm Natalie Wood,
ma'am.
the Senior Vice President of Programs with Catholic Charities. We stand in support of item number 221 in the University of Houston Precinct 4 Mental Health Mapping Initiative. In my position, I have seen firsthand the deep need for multilingual, community-based mental health services, as mental health needs are profoundly shaped by culture, language, and lived experience. When programs are designed with communities rather than imposed on them, they reflect real priorities, reduce mistrust, and promote equity. The starting point in all planning must be to map current resources and assess gaps through data. The public data-driven dashboard and interactive GIS map will provide neighborhood-level reports on barriers to care and strength-based solutions. Neighborhood collaboration ensures a more culturally grounded, responsive, and sustainable project. This is what an equitable, data-driven, community-informed policy looks like. I appreciate the court's support of this important effort.
Thank you, Ms. Wood.
Thank you.
Next is Dr. Ray Field, speaking on item 225 of Precinct 4. Sonia Pang on item 228 of Precinct 1. Oh, I'm sorry. We're not going to do the public hearings yet. Just Dr. Rayfield for now, and Robert Grobe on item 235, and Peter Eccles on item 235.
Thank
You each
you.
have 1 minute.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Ray Field, retired Admiral. I had a recent visit to a county facility where I was threatened with forced removal, treatment hostility, and denied fair access. I was spoken to in a way demeaning, intimidating, and be clear that the race was a factor in how I was treated. I was not given the same respect, patience, benefits of the doubt of the others. I was not only misunderstanding, it was discrimination. No resident has to follow the rules and serve this community for more than 2 decades, like I have, especially our community facility meant to serve everyone. I'm asking the court to take in an investigation of what happened at this facility. This facility, which is this atrocity took place, is Bayland Community Center, Commissioner Briones, Precinct 4. My organization, Southwest CERT, and I have served this community 17 years without issue. You did not just respect but your actions weakened the community. I attended Texas A&M Fire Academy in 2010 with OEM coordinator Mark Sloan. I have the same credentials he does and more.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I need 5 seconds. I was harangued
Go ahead,
by
sir.
2
Go ahead.
staff
Go
at
ahead.
the
We're
door.
letting.
Garcia, will you give me 5 seconds?
Go ahead, sir.
I was sitting here, now I'm deaf, okay, and I read lips. I had 2 staffs. I had some gentleman works for her. He didn't give me a business card. I said, who are you? And he says, this is why we do things. This is how we're going to get this done. This is how we do it. And I looked at him and I said, you said you're a chief operating officer for Precinct 4? Is this a private corporation? I thought this was a county facility. And then the next lady came up. She sat right over there. She handed me a card and she said, listen to me when I say this, please. She said, here's a QR code. You can download it and live stream it. Just turn your volume down.
Yeah, I hear you, sir. So can you clarify? I was listening, but I didn't quite catch it. So the issue is?
The issue is, I've been serving this community at the Bayland Community Center since 2010, having my Homeland Security means CERT, emergency response.
The CERT, okay.
Okay. Since Briones has took over the place, Commissioner Briones has took over the place, I've been harangued by her staff, always trying to put hoops in front of us.
Yeah.
We don't get paid, we're volunteers.
Yeah, it's great work.
This time in January, okay, I showed up for a meeting, and she said, and I don't know what the person showed up for the meeting, asked me to leave the field. She said, we don't have any room. Well, if you check the numbers for attendance, the building was empty.
Right.
And she couldn't even find the little library for me to use. So
Yeah.
instead, I took the people outside her front door of her building and did the CPR training on the back tailgate of my truck.
You and me both, sir, being harassed by that precinct. So, and of course, sir, is important to emergencies. I'll have my staff visit with you.
I'm not holding Commissioner Briones personally responsible, but what I see is the lack of qualified training and not handle it. especially today. I've asked many times, how come these boards don't have ADA at the bottom of it when I go right outside that door?
Yeah.
It's transcribed. And I'm going, come on, really?
No, I get it. We'll visit on that. We'll visit on that. And I,
Get a card. I'd like
yeah,
a card
well,
from all of you. I
my
don't have
staff
anybody's
is going to come up to you directly and talk to you about it.
Would you like a
and
copy of this?
they'll grab that and run it by me. And thank you for the work you do in CERT. And look, I'll share with you, working on tearing down one of my walls of my office without my permission. So that's what that staff does. Thank you.
I've been doing this 54 years, man, March 13th, and I think I'm going to finally retire from both of it. We're not federally funded.
Yeah.
It comes out of our funds. And last year, we spent $1.2 million, but during 2015, 16, and 17, I spent $9.5 million out of our pocket. We have the largest boat rescue crew in the country.
Yeah.
We travel all over the United States. I'm right here in my home city and my hometown, and I'm getting treated like this.
And I know, just for folks' information, what CERT is a community response team, and they train citizens to help support during emergencies.
Free training.
And it's one of the key. Particularly strong programs we have at our Office of Emergency Management, and I'm very proud of it. I'm sorry you were treated that way. As I said, even the county judge gets treated that way. I'll visit with you. Sir, we need to talk to the next person, but thank you.
5 seconds. I was invited by Harris County in 2010 to go with Mark Sloan to Texas A&M. The only two people in Harris County in 2010. I'm the only master trainer that does not work full time for any government agency. Thank you.
Thank you. And just real quick, and there is an item on here. I have a map of my office, but I don't understand what wall they want to tear down. Can somebody figure this out for me? Because it didn't go to Space Planning Committee. I'm leaving in 7 months. I don't need my walls torn down. I'll have them pass this. I don't understand. All right. Thank you.
Can I leave a copy
My
of this for
staff
permanent
is
record?
about to go find you.
Thank you. I'll be right outside the door.
All right. Next speaker.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Robert Groby. I'm on staff at Bike Houston. A lot of people think of us as the bike people, but I like to think of us as the people. Everybody that came here today matters to Bike Houston, whether you rode your bike, drove, took public transit, and it matters to us that you can get home safely. When we celebrate the new Sharp Sound Trail or the soon-to-be open Pinckney Trail, we're not celebrating the pouring of concrete, but the fact that people have a new safe way to get around. When we protest against the loss of Austin Street bike lane, we're not protesting against the loss of paint and protective barriers, but protesting against the impact that it has on people's ability to safely get where they're going. Today, the county will hear about an update to the Vision Zero plan. Bike Houston fully endorses the investment that the county is making in a safe transportation network. We encourage y'all to consider hiring a Vision Zero coordinator that will make sure this investment is handled comprehensively and in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Peter Eccles, and I'm here representing Link Houston. Link Houston advocates for a robust and equitable transportation network so all people in our region can reach opportunity safely and with dignity. As you'll discuss later this afternoon with item 235, traffic crashes continue to be a leading cause of death and serious injury in Harris County. This body first took this crisis seriously in 2022 when you all first committed to a goal of 0 fatalities and serious injuries by 2030. And nearly 4 years later, this plan is ripe for an update. Because while there are individual projects that I don't have time to name all individually that have been implemented in all of your jurisdictions that are making a difference, traffic safety is an endemic countywide issue that must be addressed in a systemic way. Recommitting to Vision Zero in 2026 provides this court with an opportunity to do so. This year, Harris County will also update its transportation master plan and its geometric design guidelines, 2 crucial documents that serve as a kind of firmware for the
Go ahead,
infrastructure
sir,
that Harris County
so you can wrap up.
By orienting these plans and policies around traffic safety, you all can assure that Vision Zero is addressed with the urgency that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sonia Peng, and I'm here on behalf of Connect USA LLC. Our company is an electric vehicle die casting auto part foundry company, and we are committed to building a long-term manufacturing operation in Harris County. We are hiring local residents, training workers, and contributing to the revitalization of a manufacturing sector. We believe this project will bring meaningful economic growth to the community. Chapter 321, tax abatement is a critical factor in determining our ability to move forward with the county's support. We are confident that can continue investing, expanding, and creating more opportunity for Harris County. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. My name is James Pang from same company, Connect Company. I just want to say that by passing this tax abatement today, it'll help us tremendously because will become an example, and the word's gonna get around that it's gonna give incentive for other Korean companies to come here as well. Right now, a lot of Korean companies are moving to USA because like the food companies, even cosmetic companies, and our margin is not as big as big companies like a Hyundai or Samsung. And by giving us this incentive, it'll help us a lot. And in Korea, there's no such thing as property tax. It was a very surprise to our company. It's an extra cost. So we'll educate other companies that we know, and by giving us this incentive, it'll help us more companies to move to Harris County. Thank you.
Thank you. Were you done, sir, with your remarks, or is there anything to add?
No.
All right. Thank you. I'm glad that this tax abatement system is working. Thank you.
Next is John Nix on item 235, Brian Dotson on item 235, Elaine Morales on item 243, Catherine Byers on item 243. You each have 1 minute.
Howdy, the awesome Judge Hidalgo, and fellow commissioners. My name is John Nix, and I'm calling in support of the 235. We need more and more vision, zero efforts. One pedestrian death, one person on a bicycle dying is one way too many in the county. We need to do more and more to protect people like me. If you're even doubted just for a second, just think of a picture of someone like me as a poster child. I've seen it way too many times where I've almost gotten hit with our awful sidewalks that we have here in Houston, and how awful our bus system is, how often even like Spring Branch and so forth. It's just, it needs a lot of improvements, I would have to say, on that stuff. And I'm about to run out of time, so I encourage you to keep it going, and about out of time.
Go ahead,
Thanks.
sir, if you want to wrap up.
Sure. I'll also real quick support more and more road diets and traffic calmings, more bike paths for that, and go back to increasing the 1 minute. Maybe be like the city and have all the speakers on one day, and then the rest of the meeting on the second day, like the city of Houston does.
Thank you. We
Thanks
have
so much.
considered that. And I'll share, I was in a wheelchair for about a month in the last year. I hurt my ankle, and then I didn't listen to the doctor. And I finally really understood what it's like for folks in a wheelchair. So I understand you more than ever.
Multiple times. Can share my stories, how awful it is, how I have to cross multiple streets just to get to the bus stop that's like this narrow.
I don't know if you heard my exchange earlier with the mental health advocates. I would say the same thing. We're going to receive an update. But as you know, an update means nothing without money. And so
Right.
you guys are well organized. I would encourage you to identify how much money we need. And you can sit with the county engineer and ask him for numbers and have that ready for the budget season. And I'll have my team visit with you as well.
Okay, I know one idea is to work with Pernapolis, these people with big pockets, and maybe like how when you go out in the country, you see these signs that says, these the road is like cleaned up by such and such company. Have our sidewalks done.
There you go. And I would
Oh,
say,
it's something like that to where our corporate donors can, come in and do these to fix these sidewalks,
Right.
to fix these areas, because it's awful. I'm still going with Metro. Metro's excuse to move the one stop by where I live is to move it even further away from where I have to go.
yeah.
I mean, I'm
yeah.
on Metro Lift, but I have to, even if I have to take fixed route.
Yeah, and I
From
will
where I
tell
live.
you though, so the early childhood education program was killed for 40,000 kids. Then they said,
Right.
we're going to pay for this with philanthropy. It's yet to happen. So I would say, I think Commissioner Briones, you have experience with the philanthropic sector. Often she talks about it. So check with her. If there's not philanthropic support by the time budget season comes up, let
Right.
us know how much it costs, because that's when we don't have that community attention, that's when we kill the programs for children, and that's when we don't fund mental health, and that's when we cut other programs.
Right.
So just, I'll circle back so we can have a number.
Right, and it hurts a lot of people even when there's certain bus routes that even run an hour, like to Commissioner Ramsey's Training Mental Health for voting. That bus route runs, 72 runs every hour, for
Right.
example.
Right, and that may be a separate issue.
Right, I know.
But
It's
we'll-
issues I've had with Metro. I
Right.
support more of a microtransit in
Yeah,
Spring
we're
Branch.
gonna. I mean, I get it. So we're just gonna have to pick one. Whatever
I know, there's
we
a lot
have
of
the
things I
most.
could go on.
Whatever the county has the most impact on.
Right.
And my point is, before we give $100 million away, which is going to turn into $400 million every year, we ought to consider this kind of a thing.
Right.
And that was not done during the past budget season. So let's do it this budget season, because the 100 is going to turn into more. Eventually, it's 400 every year. So let me. We'll follow up with you and whatever support we can provide in landing on a number. And I would encourage you to visit with the resident expert in philanthropy to
Sure.
figure out the philanthropy is
Right,
going to help.
definitely ought to. I know, like Dodge efforts is like will hurt people like me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
desperately. Like Medicaid's broken in Texas.
yeah.
And public transit, there's a lot of stuff that I have to deal with.
Right.
But definitely for Vision Zero, we need to make it stronger. We need stronger road diets
Right.
for help, get people like me around.
Yeah. Well, and we need money. So thank you for
Right.
advocating. All right. Thank
No
you.
problem. Thanks so much, and have a great day. And go team, whatever team you're rooting for.
All right. Thank you. I know, right?
Oh.
Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, I'm Brian Dotson. I'm a resident in Precinct 3. I work in Precinct 4. I emailed specific comments to the judge's office and to Precinct 3. The economic cost of crashes in Harris County is $6 to $7 billion every year. $6 to $7 billion every year. I support efforts to save the residents money and save lives. However, I would encourage you to think outside the engineering box on this issue. In 2022, the Vision Zero was rolled out with great fanfare, and then it's been crickets ever since. Frankly, it would be better to not do it than to do it with half measures, as has been done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, if you said to think outside the engineering box, did you have something in mind specifically? It's okay if you
I
did
emailed you
not.
specific recommendations.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Elaine Morales. I'm the local executive director at Connective Houston, the backbone nonprofit organization behind Unlock My Benefits Texas. Unlock My Benefits Texas is a tech-enabled, community-based one-stop shop for screening, applying for, and keeping benefits on your own via phone or in person. And Harris County Public Health connectors are a key part of that network. In the first year together, we unlocked $10 million in annualized benefits, or $4,300 monthly for families. I want to thank Harris County Public Health and Executive Director Leah Barton for bringing forward this county-wide strategy to address food insecurity in item 243. Too many families are making impossible trade-offs between groceries, rent, medication, and transportation. Programs like SNAP and WIC are among our strongest tools to reduce food insecurity. But tens of thousands of eligible residents are either not enrolled or at risk of losing these benefits because the systems are too complex and rules keep changing. We are committed to breaking these barriers to get food on the table, dollars freed up for other expenses, and better health outcomes driven by stable nutrition.
Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead and finish up.
We are proud to be an implementation partner in this county approach. We know collective action to reach residents with dignity is necessary. And yeah, go to unlockmybenefitstexas.org to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Appreciate your remarks.
Good
Go
morning.
ahead. Welcome.
Catherine Byers, Government Relations Officer at the Houston Food Bank. I'm here today to highlight two priorities from the countywide strategy to address food insecurity. The first is nutrition education, and the second is SNAP enrollment. The real key to successful nutrition education is a holistic approach bringing nutritious food, access to health care, and then information on how to cook nutritious food on a very low-income budget with the food you have available. We have these elements woven together through our food prescription program as well as our nutrition education team. The second priority is SNAP enrollment. It is more than ever important for neighbors, particularly veterans and individuals 55 to 64, to understand the work requirements that now apply to them. We've been doing a lot of work with the business community as well as neighbors to make sure they understand what's going to be necessary for people to access these work requirements and to be able to successfully stay on SNAP for more than 3 months every 3 years. Thank you for your investment so far, and we look forward to working with you moving forward.
Did you have anything else to add?
No, ma'am, that was it.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Sharon Zachary on item 243. Kathleen Moore on item 243. Sarah Riemann on items 285 and 286. And Sarah Knight on items 285 and 286. You each have 1 minute.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Zachary. I'm CEO of the Alliance of Community Assistance Ministries, or ACAM. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share the success of the Harris County Helping Hands Benefits Assistance Program. Currently, we're coordinating 10 community nonprofit partners serving every precinct in Harris County. With your support, we have submitted 9,444 applications for health and health-related benefits for 6,976 people, with over 2,500 of these applications for SNAP. This significantly reduces food insecurity for many of our families. ACAM advocates for collaboration to create community-wide solutions for thriving nonprofits, neighborhoods, and families. Helping Hands has benefited a lot of people, but there's a lot more to do. There are over 500,000 Harris County residents eligible but not enrolled. I look forward to meeting with each of you to discuss how to ensure, thank you, our families in Harris County all have a path to stability, health, and wealth. Thank you.
Thank you. Look forward to visiting with you. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Moore, and I'm here in support of item 243 and the county's investment in addressing food insecurity. ECHOS is proud to be one of the 10 organizations that are part of the Helping Hands program, and it works. We have enrolled more than 2,300 Harris County residents in the benefits that they are qualified for. 56% of those we have enrolled are children under the age of 18. And the majority of are families of color disproportionately impacted by food insecurity. We have facilitated 680 SNAP enrollments, giving hundreds of households reliable access to nutritious food. For the families we serve, SNAP reduces the pressure
Go ahead, ma'am.
of choosing between groceries and other basic needs. Helping Hands goes beyond sharing information or just checking for eligibility. It walks families through the process of application assistance, helping them fill out their application. That is real impact. We are grateful for the county's leadership to strengthen Harris County families, and I thank you for hearing us out today.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My son's death in custody, along with so many others, is a direct result of this court's willful negligence to apply data-driven solutions. How many more feasibility studies does this county need to waste money on before actually applying the expert advice given to us? Had the $3 million spent on Justice Management Institute's recommendations been implemented back in 2020, we would not be having this conversation about overcrowding and outsourcing, and my sons would never have died in LaSalle Corrections. Now, it feels like you are adding salt to the wound by hiring the same CGL company that has a long reputation of bribery, discriminatory, and unsafe practices at their facilities. And if that wasn't enough,
ahead, ma'am.
Here in Texas, CGL's parent company was subjecting hundreds of military families to hazardous conditions like dangerous mold, lead-based paint, and rodent and insect infestation in their substandard housing. Is this who you want to trust with the lives of our children? Thank you.
Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Sarah Knight.
Ma'am, thank you for sharing your experience again. I know it must be painful. This is the first time I've heard you speak about the CGL issue. Would you mind just expanding on that a little bit?
Sure. Let me get my notes. So the definition of the feasibility study, it's a critical pre-project assessment designed to determine if proposed venture is technically, economically, or operationally viable. It defines potential risk, cost, and benefits to inform decision-making, aiming to ensure resources, efficiencies, and success before major investments are made. A feasibility study only works if you are willing to engage with your reality. Expanding a jail that has not met its state minimum standards will not help the conditions of those that are incarcerated, but instead force more people to suffer.
Thank you. So I know we're going to talk about this more later, but just I know the speaker's probably going to have to leave. So does this have to do with having
I
a
tried to
new?
wait for a while, but once you guys had to take lunch, I had to go eat myself.
I understand. Just is this Director Mills, or I don't know who the right person is, to do with the new jail facility? They say yes. So I've said this before, but I really want to mark my words on this. I probably won't be here for that. If we have a second facility and we don't close the first one, we're going to fill them both. And so I know the advocates know that. And my request, and I'll make it here again, is as the proposal comes to build a new facility, in theory, is more humane, there should also be a proposal at the same time on how what we're going to do with the first one and the JPC and the women's jail, because they call it the women's center, but it's a women's jail, and the joint processing center, but it's got jail cells. So don't forget about the names. It's a little bit Orwellian. What are we going to do so we're not just incarcerating more people. It's like the freeways, you widen the freeways, you still have traffic, you just get more traffic. You increase the jail, you're gonna put more people in it. I'm not just saying it, it's the academic papers say this.
Absolutely.
So anyway, my official request is that those two things come at the same time, and I've made that request before over the years and we've voted on it.
Yeah, we understand, Judge. I mean, I think the JGAC is taking all those requests seriously. I don't think we're doing anything today that's contrary to what you're talking about. So I don't think we have as staff any issue with that request.
No, I don't think it's contrary, but the items that come on this, there is never a mention of how are we going to not keep the other facility open. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
So even though we've talked about it, there's no indication that that's actually going to happen. And if it doesn't come at the same time, we're going to vote to approve this and we're going to keep them both.
I think at this point, we are looking to take a data-driven approach. I think the thing that's special about the way we're going about this project is that we're looking at community solutions also that offset the necessary footprint in the jail. And these contracts will be getting us off the ground.
Yeah, like I said, I don't have a problem with this.
I understand that we don't know enough yet to know what we're going to need, if we're going to need a new facility, if it's going to need to be a smaller facility, if it needs to be a specialized facility. These are things why we have these consultants coming in. And I think the way that we're going about this, again, looking at things that we could do in the community that would offset the need, will help guide us in that. But yes, the contract would include if it is a total replacement facility, what we should do with the old. That would include.
No, I hear you, and you're very good at your job, and I agree with everything you guys are saying. To be clear, my point is we do not need more jail cells than we already have. That's my point.
Correct.
And that because what that'll do is we're just going to fill that. And we're working on reducing the jail population, so we know that can go down. And so that's the motion I made a while ago. And I like the data-driven, but remember that early childhood education was data-driven, and it was evaluated. It was completely ignored. So you guys are going to have to mobilize because data-driven doesn't mean anything to some of us here. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Tiffany, would you call the next speaker?
Hey, Commissioners Court. My name is Sarah. I live in Precinct 4. I'm an artist. I'm a teacher. Hi, Commissioner Briones. So you are considering this non-carceral study and a jail feasibility study. These are revealing a contradiction that the county really needs to face because, you're saying, why do these studies, first of all, need $1 million each? Why do you need $1 million to do a study? That $2 million could have gone to the cuts in public health. It could have gone to maternal health. It could have gone to early childhood reach. I mean, why don't you just put that money there? Because the jail is falling apart, as Judge Hidalgo said, and we already know that it's the problem. We already know it's overcrowded because it's not because the sheriff does not have enough cages, but it's because you are criminalizing poverty and mental illness in Harris County. And studying how to modernize or expand carceral infrastructure, you are expanding that risk. It's in your hands, all of you, like all of you right here. And a jail feasibility study, jails functions as a tool of social control. A jail feasibility study, no matter how well-intentioned, first of all, you should have done your research on bribes or things like this before you agreed to give them $1 million each. And it centers cages as the solution to the crisis, no matter what, having a study. I don't know how many more studies you need to do to prove this. And non-carceral solutions isn't just an appendix or a little check mark to a jail. It's supposed to replace it. We're supposed to abolish jails and replace it with non-carceral solutions. Invest in communities, not cages. You don't need a $2 million study to tell you that. Why do they get $1 million each, non-carceral and the jail feasibility study? Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know if, when we get to this item, I do have to ask, just because we take these accusations seriously, whether it's the purchasing director or the auditor, I'm guessing purchasing, these allegations about bribes and whatnot, I'm assuming you guys have run that down, but anyway. I just got to check. And the speaker mentioned the 2020 study. I think Commissioner Ellis, when we walked out of George Floyd's funeral, maybe that's where that came from, or right before, that said, how are we going to improve our justice system? Anyway, I'm going to look back into it with my team so we can bring it back, because we did spend money on this study, so we knew the solutions back then. I'm glad y'all brought it up. All right, next speaker.
Next is non-agenda speaker Reverend Jacelette Griffin and non-agenda speaker Alexei Swirsky. You each have 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Reverend Jacelette Griffin. I'm the mother of Evan Griffin Lee, who was murdered in Harris County Jail 2022, March. I'm facing 4 years, no closure, no answers, no accountability. But I'm here as I've started to make contact with many families who have experienced the same atrocity as myself and my family. And to just to hear the plow. And just last week at the Texas Jail Commission meeting, Judge, I invite you personally, if you can in your term, to listen to some of the remedial problems at the Harris County Jail and the funds that are allocated and asked for. I feel that the mental illness that is at stake, my son was too, and not administered any medications during his stay there. However, the mental health problems that we have in our jails, Harris County Jail with 75% is my understanding and the literature I've read, that would practically close the jail down if we did detour all those that's there. The empty buildings that we have here, I had a conversation last week with the previous commissioner, Commissioner Brandon Woods, on how these buildings that are not used, instead of using millions of dollars to build something new, what about what we have? I don't know if the buildings will be state property or not, but I think it'd be a great idea if we could use buildings as a jail for those that's mentally challenged, because these are patients that needs help.
Yeah, they don't need jail.
They don't need to be jailed. They don't need to be detained. They need help. And that will reduce the homeless population as well. And just as this atrocity has caused my family to be crime victims, and because they're in custody, there's no assistance for us. So I've gone from a working class citizen at the age of 15 to now no job, and using all my little retirement fees I had is all gone now. And today, facing an eviction, this has just rolled back as a domino effect on these custody deaths, and also the jail detainees and the defendants that are there. The resources here, the state of Texas is huge enough. We should have more resources for families, those that are detained, their families. They reach out to people like myself because they don't know. And that's why we try and have events to know your rights. And these type of things, I feel, Judge, they're very small to me because I'm not in your seats up there, either of you. But it's very simple to see that you have sick people that's you allowable for. And they're losing their lives because they're vulnerable to those that's in there. And those that's in there come to me as well. Yeah, that person, white feeties all over the wall, and the officers there, they don't do anything about it. That caused a problem with them, So at least they should be someplace different. I feel like in a different building. Also, the staff should be a different staff. Our law enforcement, we trust them. They're sworn in. But I think a facility like that, again, the conversation last week in in Austin, if we have staff members that are trained staff members, not law enforcement people, no offense to any law enforcers, but
when you have patients, you should have those that are medically trained to take care of them.
Yeah.
And it's my understanding that they have medications that you can render to these patients, and it could send them 6 months to a year to be stable.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'm so sorry for your loss. And I know you mentioned feces on the wall. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes. That type of behavior is coming from those that are not medicated and they're mentally challenged, Judge.
Yeah, I mean, look,
And, they're in the officers, they let them do that. They be in their waste, from liquid to all of it, and nothing be done about it. And that causes a problem right in that immediate cell.
right. And I'm not going to generalize, but I have heard from officers as well to say we expect too much of them. It's like you're not trained to be a mental health professional. That's not fair. And so if you've been arrested, well, you have to be in a secure facility. That's just the way the law works. But that doesn't mean that you don't receive care or that you're expected to receive care from folks whose expertise is different. There's somebody who came earlier and was speaking about mapping mental health needs. And we're talking about we need to figure out how much it's going to cost, not just map it. That's what happened with Vision Zero. We talk about it. We haven't done anything about it. We're still the county with the most deaths per capita of anywhere in the country, per capita, not just absolute numbers. So maybe I'll ask my staff to just connect you two because you have enough to do. Maybe they can help. But I think if there's going to be a proposal of how much money we need for mental health, and it's going to come before May 5th so we can consider it with the budget, well, it should look at things holistically. How are we going to keep people from going to jail? How are we going to address the people that are in the jail, recognizing they've been arrested, they need to be in a secure facility, and then once they leave, it's the same cycle, right? They're homeless, and then they're arrested for something to do with mental health, and then it starts over again. So I think it's great that we're really having this conversation, and I think these massive investments that happened last year without prior planning or study or anything like that opened the door for us to say, okay, if you're going to do that, then we're going to do that too. And let's see them vote against that. So you have my word on helping y'all work on that. You mentioned the Texas Jail Commission meeting.
Yes, Judge. I would love, if any way possible, if you could just before this year is out, or watch the tapes, just to hear some of the stories of the families, and also all the remedials that is happening with your jail. As a judge, I just would like to see and to hear, what your insights on.
Yeah,
on some
and
of
just to
those.
say again, so I'll probably watch the tape just because I'm not the favorite person over in Austin, but I just have to say, and I feel I have to say this always, is the sheriff is not to blame for this, in my perspective. He's taking the people that are arrested and sent to him. He's doing the best he can with the resources he can, with the facilities he has, and with the number of officers he has. And so I don't think there's any one part of the system to blame, but one part that we can all blame is the lack of investment. And so that is what I'm advocating for, is dollars, not just talking, not just saying I'm so sorry.
Okay, I want to thank each of you just for listening and also acknowledging the problem is there. God bless you.
Thank you.
I will.
Comments.
I will send you
We're
those
going to email
comments.
you some public comments
Some
from
public comments.
the Texas Commissioner on Jail Standards is the name.
All right.
It's a quarterly meeting that we go to.
Okay, thank you.
Again, thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Swirsky.
Alexi Swirsky. In Texas, the County Commissioners Court has a mandatory duty under Local Government Code, Chapter 351, to pay millions of dollars for studies at the county jail. Is that what is required, or is it In the Texas, the Commissioners Court has the mandatory duty under Local Government Code, Chapter 351, to provide, establish, and maintain a suitable county jail, safe and suitable county jail. Certainly paying over $1 million for another study of the Harris County Jail more than meets the first requirement, but in fact, the second statement is really what Texas requires. While the Harris County Jail failed state inspections for years, record numbers of inmates die in the jail, and prison personnel are assaulted, the priority of this Commissioners Court is to pay for more studies, not to provide a safe and suitable county jail. Spending millions of dollars on more studies is just an excuse for not doing what is really needed to improve the Harris County Jail. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Just want to make sure those were all your remarks since we've allowed folks to go over time.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the speakers, Judge.
Okay, and that includes non-agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I believe, let me find myself in here. We're going to go to public hearings. So next we will address item 228 separately before the discussion list. This item requires a public hearing. And so let me read the script here. I now open the public hearing to consider approval of the readoption and updating of the guidelines and criteria for granting tax abatement in a reinvestment zone created in Harris County to be effective February 12, 2026 to February 11th, 2028. Is there anyone here to speak for or against this item? No speakers?
Judge, the two speakers, Sonia Peng and James Peng, they spoke already.
It's okay that they did, Niharika. Okay. So any discussion, colleagues? All right, I now close this public hearing. Is there a motion on this item? Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, that's it for the public hearings, correct? All right, so next let's move to the consent agenda. Here are some tweaks. Okay, so item 80, Crown Castle Fiber, Hectra has requested no action. 85, no action on the broad legislative item. 86, never mind. 126, the county courts request no action. 127, flood control district requests no action.
Judge, is it just for line 4, correct?
For row 4, correct. Row 4, thank you. Item 141 on page 18, CJO requests no action, this Homeland Security grant. Item 210, there's a correction, replace the number $32,435,000 with $2,430,358. 241, it's a universal services item, no action is requested. 250, Taylor Gully, correct, add, quote, and Woodridge Stormwater Detention Basin, end quote, and, quote, CDBG MIT/GLO, end quote, after Taylor Gully. $288, Gardner, purchasing request no action. 294.
I still want to talk about that item.
Okay.
Action, but I still want to talk about it.
Okay, so we will still discuss 288. Okay. And then, we'll put that back on the discussion list. 294, we're going to replace, quote, and the Commissioner of Precinct 1, unquote, with, quote, and Commissioners of Precinct 1 and Precinct 3, unquote. 297, we're going to replace, quote, for approval of a resolution, and quote, with, quote, and the Commissioner of Precinct 3 for approval of a joint resolution, unquote. Am I missing anything? Okay, so now let's go to the discussion items. Executive session items 259, I know we need to discuss. 260, we have voted on already, so I'm going to just take that off the discussion list. 261, colleagues, Precinct 4, African American Cultural Heritage. Okay, 262. Okay. 263, I do believe we need to discuss, is that right? On the county administrator? You don't need to? Okay. Okay, so we don't need to discuss it. Great, and then 264, Sports Authority. Do we need to discuss that one? I'm hearing no. 265. Let's go back. Okay, and 265 will remain on the economic development. Here are other items. Yes.
Is there going to be an action on item 263? It's a discussion and possible for that item under executive session.
Yes. So thank you. So it'll just be in the discussion list, but it won't be an executive session.
Thank you.
Thanks for catching that. Okay, so then we're looking at item 3, flagged by Precinct 4, language access. Yes. Item 4, Precinct 3, rules of procedure.
Yes.
Item 5, OCA. So Precinct 3 has requested that we take items 5, 285, and 286 together as they all relate to the jail. Item 6, Commissioner Garcia, retainage and payment policy. Item 62, Commissioner Garcia requests that we take it alongside 257 as they're both related to infrastructure improvements. 75, map next. Okay, I know we need to take that out of order. 88, precincts 3 and 4, taking that with 288 as they both related to ERP. Item 99, Commissioner Garcia. 105, Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes.
108, Commissioner Ramsey, tax credit program. 122, Commissioner Garcia, leadership development. 126 was no action by the courts. 127, Commissioner Ramsey, do you still need to discuss that one with row 4 taken out? Okay. 176, 3 and 4, disparity study. 221, Commissioner Briones, interlocal agreement. 235, 1 and 4 on Vision Zero. I know we want to discuss that. Transmittals, 242, 311. 243, Precinct 4, food and security. 257 with 62. 263, we're going to discuss it in public. 267, the pay equity project. 268, $10,000 incentive, Precinct 3. I'll leave it for discussion. 277, EPA.
Yes.
Okay. 282, Mental Health Policy Institute, Commissioner Ramsey. 285, we're taking with 5 and 286 on the jail. 286, see above. 288, Commissioner Ramsey wants to discuss on Gardner, even though it's been pulled for no action.
Wait, Judge?
Could we add 293?
Yes, and I gotta also go through the resolutions, Commissioner, if you don't mind. Okay, hang on, 290.
Judge?
Yeah.
On 264, that requires a name and a motion, so it should be on the discussion. It's a Sports Authority item.
Okay, just a sec. So 293, Commissioner Ramsey wants to discuss it. So I'm going to put that one on the discussion agenda. That's 293. Okay. And then Jay is saying on the Sports Authority is, what item is it again?
264, Judge.
Okay, 264.
And Judge, I think 265 needs to be on the executive session list. It was.
Okay, so.
is.
It is?
Okay, I
Okay.
just want to make sure.
Okay, so
Sorry.
264 is going to be an open court.
Correct.
264. All right. Any other changes? I'll read it again, but I just want to make sure. I know we had decided to take some out of order here, but I think we're fine. Okay, so then as far as the items that were not added to the discussion list but need a direct motion, item 1 on PCNs, item approved as presented, as an OCA item. Item 2, OCA on meetings calendar for 2026, approved as presented. 266, outstanding balance of accounts receivable, item approved as presented. 293 we have on the discussion list. Okay, and, okay, do we need to move on any of the resolutions? They're all out of order. 291?
Just move all of them.
Just move all of them? Okay, so that's, so we'll just, can I just put them in consent? Does that?
Is there going to be any speakers?
Do we have any
Judge, on them?
speakers on the resolutions? If we
Is
have
there a
speakers, we have
speaker
to-
on Black History, are the speakers on Black History Month?
Are there any speakers? I just know we're going to lose a quorum at 5, so I'm just trying to.
Yeah, does, Tiffany, would you know?
The only speaker that's checked in is Deborah Blacklock Sloan. She's the only resolution speaker that's checked in so far.
If she's here, would she like to speak? I saw her earlier.
Ms.
Whenever she comes back. maybe-
Blacklock Sloan.
So-
Okay.
So I pass all of them other than that one. And when she comes back, maybe we'll let her speak.
All right, so Commissioner Ramsey, we don't think there's a speaker on the maintenance program?
No.
And then this is, my resolution was 294 that you all kindly allowed on Judge Lindsay. 297, do we have speaker on that one? The spay and neuter? I'm going to just leave it here just in case. 299, Commissioner Garcia? Okay. 300, Commissioner Garcia. Mr. Carlos Lopez? 301, Commissioner Ramsey, National Future Farmers of America Week.
That can just be consent.
Okay, and then Precinct 4, the National Panhellenic Council.
Yes, there will be speakers later this afternoon for
Okay,
302.
so let me read all the discussion items. So we have executive session item 259 and item 265. The regular agenda items 3, 4.
Is
Yes.
264 in executive session?
Oh, no, I'm going to just make a
No,
motion.
I think, did you guys say we just need a motion?
Yes, just a motion with the
Because
name.
we need a name.
John Fonbaum.
Okay, so the name is John Fonbon. Can you just put it in there and then we'll vote with the consent? Yes.
Sure, yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. If you can make a motion to appoint Jonathan Fonbon as for that position.
Garcia seconded. So
Okay,
yeah.
motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so 259, 265, items 3, 4, 5, 6, 62, 75, 88, 99, 105, 108, 122, 127, 176, 221, 235, 242, 243, 257, 263, 267, 268, 277, 282, 285, 286, 288, 291, 293, 297, 299, 300, and 302. Colleagues, did I miss anything? Okay, so the motion that Commissioner Garcia made is a motion for all the items 1 through 302, with the exception of items already voted on and the discussion items just listed. Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Judge,
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Mike, because there are some people in the audience, I'd like to take up item 263.
Okay, so let's take up item 263. And that item would be the
County Administrator.
county administrator position.
Judge, I
Yes.
move to appoint Erica Lee Carter to the role of County Administrator, Harris County Flood Plan Manager, and County Budget Officer, effective, what date would you all like?
Second.
Effective next
What
week?
date
I
should I
don't know
put in?
when. March 9th. Okay.
March 9th, 2026, to direct the Office of County Administration, OCA, Human Resources, and Talent, HRT, and all other county departments to complete all necessary steps to finalize the hiring of the appointed county administrator.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Judge, and if
Yay. Congratulations. Yeah.
Judge, if I might, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the fine job that he has done on an
Can we
interim
clap for Jesse too? It's been a lot. Yeah.
And I guess we'll let her speak, because that's okay. It pleases
Yes.
the court.
So we made the motion in a second. Did we move it already? Yes, unanimously.
And it's for item 263.
Yeah, 263. Would you like to add a few words? Just one word. No, I know that's not what you meant. I'm trying to be funny. All right.
We'll extend your time.
Yeah, administrator. Go ahead.
Thank you. I am Erica Lee Carter, and I would like to thank Judge Hidalgo, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Ramsey, and Commissioner Briones for this incredible public service honor and opportunity. As your next Harris County Administrator, I know that I must maintain your trust, confidence, and respect to execute the vision and directives of the Harris County Commissioners Court. It is my commitment to work each day to make progress towards your 2050 vision that ensures the county is safe and fair, thriving, resilient, connected, healthy, and secure. It has been amazing to watch the transformation of this county with your great leadership, and I've seen your commitment to strengthening infrastructure, core services, and engaging residents in every corner of this county. And I will never forget who you serve and why we must work relentlessly to succeed. I truly am a daughter, sister, and mother of this county. I was born and raised in Harris County Precinct 1. I attended schools in Harris County Precinct 4.
Go ahead.
My first job as a first grade teacher was in Harris County Precinct 2 at Lantrip. And I have so many dear lifelong friends in your beautiful Harris County Precinct 3. Harris County is my home and heart, and it is with my heart that I joyfully accept this role of county administrator. I look forward to elevating governance, collaboration, and communication across Harris County departments. I would like to thank my father, who is here, Dr. Elwin Lee, and my late mother, the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee, for all of the values they instilled and the perseverance they demonstrate daily. I can only hope I do a portion of what they accomplished in their careers in this role. To my husband, Roy, and children Ellison and Roy III, thank you for keeping me grounded and while allowing me to fly. And to my many supporters, Commissioner Ellis colleagues and friends, I would not be here without your encouragement. It's my commitment to not let you down. I end with my mother's words. She often said, there are no big I's or little U's. There's just we as we work to make Harris County as one for our residents. Let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Lee Carter. And Mr. Dickerman is an interim administrator, so I think we can have you both. But Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner Briones.
Judge, I just wanted to say that obviously the role of county administrator is one that has been new here in Harris County, and each of your predecessors added their own twist and their imprint on the office. We made a number of historic firsts by first having one, and Dave Berry did a good job when he was here. And then we made another historic first with Deanna Ramirez. Just in many ways, on the interim basis, we made a number of historic firsts with you. And I just must say, a point of personal privilege with this being Black History Month, this is a historic first. Thank you.
Commissioner Briones, Garcia, and then Ramsey.
County Administrator, congratulations and thank you for continuously stepping up and serving our county and our country. Dr. Lee, thank you for sharing your late wife and your daughter to make our county a better place. As well as you, Mr. Carter. I know it's a family affair, but I know your mom is smiling down from heaven with great pride and great love, and your twins, I'm sure, will always look at you the way you looked at your mom. And so we're so excited to elevate Harris County to the next level under your vision and leadership and partnership. And so thank you so very much. And to our interim, Jesse Dickerman, you have just been amazing. And I pray we have you with the county for many more years because you're an invaluable team player and have just continued to advance the ball. So thank you for your service. And again, County Administrator Jackson Lee Carter, thank you so very much.
Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Ramsey.
Erica, congratulations, and thank you for putting your name out there. I think sometimes the halls of Congress are kinder than the halls of Harris County. And so, and as I mentioned, the vision I had for the administrator was always, I thought it would be an instrument of facilitation, just helping to move the business along. But as I mentioned to you, all too often there's been this concern of slowdown. And my constituents can't wait. They need things yesterday, if not yesteryear. And so I always have an impatience for getting things done. And so I look forward to working with you to find those efficiencies. There's a lot of fat in this government. I look forward to chopping those with you, finding them, chopping them up, and returning those as investments back to the community. So, but congratulations just the same. And Dr. Lee, I just want to thank you for preparing this young lady. Of course, I've got $20 in my pocket if there's any baby Erica stories you'd like to share. I guess there are. But listen, God bless you, the family, and absolutely your mama would be very proud. And, we just think about her. I was speaking to someone yesterday. With all that's going on in this country, your mom's voice is very, very noticeably absent. And so again, thank you for your willingness to serve, and looking forward to working with you.
Commissioner Ramsey. Oh, yes.
Look forward to what you're going to do. It's impressive what you have done, but I'm looking forward to what you are going to do. I know that we've been through many different efforts with the county administrator. I've not clearly been kind of an outspoken critic of the position in general, but I wanted to make this unanimous for a very specific reason. I think it's important that people understand Harris County. Nobody understands Harris County more than you do. And when you understand Harris County and you understand how we got where we are, both in years past, but in recent months as well, I really am looking forward to the leadership you can provide, knowing what our issues are, and really focusing on that. So look forward to working with you and what's going to happen in Harris County.
Judge?
Yes, Administrator, just wanted to congratulate you, and I echo Commissioner Ramsey's words about your experience. I'm thrilled by this appointment, have a lot of positivity around it, and on the county administrator position, because I know some folks have questions about it. The way I understand it, sort of to explain to the public, is when you have a large corporation, there's a board of directors and there's a CEO, and you can't have the board of directors direct various departments within the corporation. Same thing with Harris County. We had a board of directors and we had 20-something departments. And so that meant that each of us was contacting each different department with a different strategy and priority. It was a mess. And so I'm proud of the county administrator position. I think that everyone in the role has done well. It's a hard job, but you know Harris County and you know how tough it is. And thank you, Administrator Dickerman. I think all of us, and I saw Director Mills really expressing her gratitude. We're all very grateful for you stepping up to this tough job and doing such great work with it. So again, congratulations. I'm so excited, and March can't come soon enough.
Thank you to all. Thank
I also want to acknowledge Dr. Lee. I hadn't seen you over there. I'm so sorry. See, the glasses don't match with the purple. And and so anyway, I know everybody in your family has achieved great things, and this is yet another achievement for the family. It's wonderful to see you here. Commissioner Ellis?
Judge, just
Yes.
briefly, I wanted to recognize the hard work of our human resources team.
That's right.
And they did a good job. And all our staff members and to the other people who applied. It was a very strong short list of people who made it. And, I guess it's appropriate now we could reach out to them as well. But I enjoyed visiting with all of them. And you mentioned Elwin Lee, who's been a dear friend for a very long time. And I want to recognize him as well. He's accustomed to dealing with strong women, his daughter as well as one he's married to. And Mr. Carter, welcome to the club. But you've been a very supportive spouse, and I want to thank you. All right.
Commissioner Ramsey, did you have something to add? Okay, so I think this merits a picture, so let's do that briefly, and then we'll come back to the agenda.
Or Judge, I don't mind if we just knock out the consent agenda if you want to.
but we need to.
Judge, can we try some of the regular agenda?
Sure.
If I have a couple of us gonna leave.
Okay, yeah,
as long as we
sure.
Get back on that.
Sure.
Commissioner Garcia, what time do you, I know you have an engagement.
I'll be leaving like in a few minutes.
So can we please need, yes, please.
Okay.
Commissioner, should we, oh, sorry.
Okay, is that okay, Commissioner Ellis? Okay, so it's 11:20, and we're going to executive session on, I believe, two items, 259 and 265. And frankly, if we're allowed, I'd like to discuss 259 out here because I don't want my wall torn down.
Judge, you can have a conversation about that out here.
Here?
Yes, you can if you like.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't need my office wall torn down by the office that continues to bully me. Yeah, go for it. No, go for it.
Let's go to executive session, like we said.
She did. Yeah. So are we going on both items after all to the back? for
No,
executive
just on 265.
session? Just on 265?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. Okay, so we're back from executive session, and there's a motion on item 265.
Judge, if you can see the.
Oh, oops. It's 11:39 a.m., and we're back from executive session. I know one of my colleagues has a motion. Yes.
Yes. We have some comments to make, but we know one of our colleagues needs to leave. So I'd like to read the motion so there can be a vote, and then we can make comments, please. So the motion on item 265 is a motion to direct the Office of County Administration to execute the non-binding Economic Development MOU and to continue negotiations and bring back a definitive agreement based on the framework established in the MOU. Such agreement should prioritize providing access to good-paying jobs for Harris County residents and delivering county services directly to residents in the rapidly developing Northwest Harris County region.
Judge.
Yes, sorry, I spilled my coffee. Okay, so Commissioner Briones, Ramsey, Ellis, and Garcia. Do you guys, normally we discuss after we have a motion a second? Is that okay?
So I have a little discussion.
All right, so let's open it for discussion. We have a motion by Commissioner Briones and a second by Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, I first would like to share some exciting updates. Today is a great day to live in Harris County, and today is a great day to be a Houston Texans fan. This public-private partnership that we are discussing through this MOU will be game-changing insofar as we are keeping our Texans here at home. Their future practice facility and headquarters will be in Northwest Harris County. We know that over the next 25 years, Harris County is projected to grow by 40%, but this particular region in Northwest Harris County is expected to see a 300% increase. So this public-private partnership, more details to come, is a partnership between Harris County, between the Houston Texans, and Howard Hughes, which is the developer for Bridgeland. And Commissioner Ramsey and I have been working on this for months with these partners as well as with our ISDs, Cypher ISD and Waller ISD. So we're thrilled that this will create good-paying jobs. There will be a prioritization for local jobs. This specifically, 60,000 jobs will be created in the next decade and 17,000 jobs specifically to this Toro district. This district will catalyze $34 billion in economic development over the next 30 years. And the county will be getting land thanks to this partnership. So we have a county services hub in the heart of one of the fastest growing areas in the country. A services hub meets a community center where we have county resources there to serve this fast growing area. There will be internships, apprenticeship goal in terms of labor hours. All the public funding will be tied to a TERS. All of the public funding will be in accordance with our county policies. All of the county funding will have the worker wage requirements, safety requirements, and beyond. There will be more parks as a result of this deal, trails, safety undercrossings, key infrastructure, roads that will be built to really facilitate. But at the end of the day, this creates jobs. It keeps our beloved Houston Texans here in Harris County. So this is one of those win-win-wins, and I'm just really energized and grateful to be a part of this exciting opportunity. And again, really thankful to my key partner, Commissioner Ramsey. This is right on the P4, P3. And again, thank you to the Houston Texans and Howard Hughes. And I want to give a special thank you to both of our P3 and P4 teams, in particular, Aaron Mintzberg-Spiegel, Mireya Ayala, and Dr. Ray Guerra, for their tireless efforts, even including taking their families to Bridgeland over the weekends with their kids so we can be scoping out. So I just appreciate the heart, hustle, and higher standards and to make Harris County an even better place. So with that, I am so thrilled to make the motion.
Commissioner Ramsey.
It is a big day. I hate to start off by simply referencing, I'm really tired of going to Dallas-Fort Worth for major events. And when we started these discussions many, many months ago, we weren't going to do something routine. We weren't going to do something average. I use the word bodacious. I think what is being planned is pretty bodacious. I want to thank Precinct 4 Their staff, they were great to work with. Eric Heppen with my staff was the lead in making this happen. When you're the third largest county in America, and when you look at our love of sports, really our leadership in sports, then we ought to set a standard, and this is about setting that standard. Today's approval of the MOU between the county and Howard Hughes and the Texans, I think, shows a powerful commitment of the county to make this a great destination place for a lot of the folks in the region and, yes, the state. I want to thank also the McNair family, the Howard Hughes Corporation. Many of you don't know them that well. There's a little development they did in the Houston area called the Woodlands. That's but one example of what they've done nationwide. So they have stepped up with a sense of understanding, a sense of knowledge in terms of what we could be doing. So as an engineer, I'm excited about infrastructure. And when you have a plan, guess what gets taken care of in an orderly, programmed, defined manner, and that's infrastructure. People in this area contact my office almost daily on getting certain things done. This is going to accelerate all those things that we need, mobility-wise and otherwise, in that part of the county. So I'm looking forward to the jobs it's going to bring to Harris County, to the program development. It's not going to be happen chance. It's going to be done with a great sense of direction and a plan. So looking forward to the coming days as we move forward with, I think, one of the great developments to ever hit Harris County.
Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner Garcia.
Judge, thank you. A couple of questions and then some comments. First, illegal, it is my understanding that this memorandum of understanding is simply a template. It is not binding. This is more of an aspirational document. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did the work on it. You just told us that. Thank you. I want to commend my two colleagues for the great work you've done. I want to make a couple of suggestions. I was told that this would just be TERS money. And as one who has done a bit of work on TERS, I think the first one we rejoined was one in Commissioner Garcia's precinct. It was a city TERS. And then we've done two in my precinct that are both all unincorporated. And I didn't get the information. My staff didn't get it until the agreement until Monday night, which I know we don't have to vote on, but it does make a profound statement. And if it helps for that reason, I will vote on it. But I want to suggest that when any of my colleagues do this, or even if it's the judge, make sure that within the legal constraints of what's permitted, we get it a bit sooner. So you all made some good changes, and I thank you for that. But when I got it on Monday night, my staff may have got it about noon or 2 o'clock or so on Monday. But when it comes in that late, it leads to a lot of questions, some of which you all have made changes on. I think it's important that we're very careful about any references we make to abatements in any way, because what we do for one, we'll have to do for all. And just to give you a little quick rundown, Eli Lilly, that manufacturing operation, $6.5 billion that we know about. It may be larger. And then at Apple AI Server, 250,000 square foot advanced manufacturing plant slated to open this year. Neither of them got abatements, which is partially why my office, working with your offices, took the lead on coming up with an abatement policy, because everyone does ask. And I suggested to Eli Lilly in particular, look at creating a TERS to fund those things that you need, that you wanted, because I didn't think the abatement would really meet the guidelines if we thought about it, so they didn't. You got that BioHub 2 coming up. You got the a global facility out in North Houston, a number of big ones out in each of our precincts. But I want to stress that. So I think as collaborative as we can be. I know that we got expenses related to NRG for the World Cup. We were going after a state grant that didn't work out, so we got to figure out what we do there. But I just want to stress, as important as all of these economic development projects are, whatever we do for one, If we don't do it for another one, it doesn't work out. And there was a lot of criticism when the county gave a major abatement slightly outside my district. I think it was for the ExxonMobil facility, because the things that were committed that showed up in that economic development study didn't quite pan out. So just a plea for us to be more collaborative, because it's so important. We want to send the right signal. We want to bring people in, but knowing that we got the constraints of what we can do in terms of property taxes, because the state constraints and other rules the states put in place. And I also want to stress how important these TERS are. And if the state makes changes there, and we make a commitment today, and then that's changed, we have to figure out how we work around it. So it's my understanding we're not making any commitments to general fund here. There were some allusions to it, but that will come back. But I just want to make sure that that's clear. And I will vote for it and commend you for the work you've done.
Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Briones.
Thank you. I too want to applaud Commissioners Briones and Ramsey for their work on this. And I want to thank, the Texans and everyone involved for their respective partnership. Look, I was at the GHP luncheon when Mayor Lanier told Bud Adams that he can take a hike, and there was a huge gasp in the room. But the reality of it is, we need to have leadership that can sit down across from each other, work out these complicated deals. And I have all the confidence in the county engineer, ex officio engineer, and the ex officio legal counsel that we have at Commissioners Court. So I'm very, very, very excited. I'm anxious to vote on this. There's so much at stake. There is an incredible partnership with the Texans. They contribute to the community. They're demonstrating to be a serious and committed community partner. The economic impact that they bring to this county and this region in particular, the fact that that they're always thinking about how to collaborate with all of our respective partners, including the Houston Rodeo. I just am excited that we here at Harris County can work through these details and get it done. And I'm excited that it's on Commissioner's Court. So again, Commissioner Briones and Ramsey, thank you for your respective leadership. And I will be excited to second the item if I'm allowed.
Commissioner Briones.
Yes, thank you, colleagues. And again, Commissioner Ramsey, it was, I loved working together on this. We do bold things here in Harris County, and I'm just filled and energized. Just a few more quick thank yous, because folks worked tirelessly. John, Jesse, Paige, Daniel, thank you. And then again, all the Howard Hughes and Texans team members, but in particular, I see Juan Rodriguez from the Texans, and Mike Toman has been a phenomenal addition to our Texans team. I mean, talk about a bold leader. I love working with Mike Toman, and thank you to the McNair family as well. And of course, all the Howard Hughes team, and we have Alex Hancock, who was the key driver on the Howard Hughes side, and David O'Reilly, and I see many of our other Howard Hughes team members here. But with that, again, Harris County, we're keeping the Houston Texans here at home where they belong. And then the next stop will be the Super Bowl in future years. So siempre adelante. And this is a really exciting day for Harris County.
So before we take a vote, I just want to talk a little bit about why this matters and what it is exactly. And so our region obviously is growing so much. The Bridgeland area, for folks who have not been, is absolutely beautiful. I love spending time there. And as the population grows, we need jobs and we need attractive places for them to spend their leisure time. We have worked on economic development. I was very proud to bring an additional expansion to the Apple facility, Inventec facility, all of those jobs. But what about attractions? What about the times, as Commissioner Ramsey said, that these wonderful artists and talents skip us to go to Dallas? So here's some of the thoughts right now is first class spectator seating and customary concession operation. So that's just a piece of this MOU, but it's really the crux of it that's going to impact the community. Now, for the Texans, of course, I hope this will allow them to have even better training, even better results. I'm incredibly proud to have the Texans here. I would just echo what Commissioner Ellis has said. We've all worked to encourage these tax abatements, the economic development, continued discussions with the Texans, NRG, the rodeo to figure out how to better improve the NRG area. And so it's important that as we write down the contract, in other words, translate this rough draft into details, that there be a representative from each of our offices. So that would be my request, folks, because we are part of these conversations in other ways, and I think there's a lot that we need to add, and we need to be part of it more. But I'm also grateful to my team and all the work that they continue to do on writ large the NRG area and economic development. So we'll continue working on that. Agree, Commissioner Ellis. These economic incentives, and as I go on these trade missions and I talk to companies that would like to come here, their big ask is what kind of incentives do we have? And so if we have, if we're consistent with them, that is more attractive to them. So anyway, thank you to my team, everybody involved. I know there's a motion and a second. Commissioner Garcia, did you have additional comments?
Just
All right.
excited.
Commissioner Briones, I think, made the motion, and Garcia
Correct.
has the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, and I'd like to cover item 265, Commissioner Briones, if you wouldn't mind explaining this one.
Is it
So
259?
265 is what we just did.
259.
Thank you again, team. Amazing work. All right, so 259, safety is non-negotiable. Everybody's safety is non-negotiable here in this county administration building and in every building. So I could go through date by date by date, email, meeting time, notes, calls, visits, if you'd like. Suffice it to say, we have been working on this for months, and all that we are requesting is that my team have a second egress, which is the expert recommendation of former fire chief and now Chief Samuel Peña, who helps lead engineering, as well as our fire marshal, Chief Christensen. So all we want is a second door in case there is an active threat, whether that is a shooter, whether that is a fire. My office does not have a second exit in a separate area by which my team can leave. I have worked on this for months, thinking, who would object to a second door to make sure my team can get home to their families and not be shot? We do not have this second exit. It is expert opinion. I can go through, if you'd like, in writing. Suffice it to say, we have not gotten a yes. And so I've talked about this for months. We even had an executive session discussion months ago, and I was very optimistic and wanted to extend grace to folks, but we still haven't gotten the yes. And at the end of the day, my team's safety, the visitors of my office's safety is non-negotiable. So I brought this to court because I believe, at least the majority of my colleagues believe in safety. And so I need a second door for the safety of my team and our visitors. And it is expertly recommended.
Okay, thank you. So, just,
I'm in the queue.
yeah, so just to make clear, Commissioner Briones, I know in the past, the majority of the court refused to give me a security detail that I needed for my trade mission, and continue to take security lightly. So I think that some of us, I agree. Your team needs 2 egress doors. It's so important. I agree. Here's the issue. They don't need to come from my office. Let me tell you why. This is the simple context. Let me know, what is the mission of the Space Planning Committee? Why does it exist?
So, Jazz, my understanding is the space planning committee, county has needs for a space as the county is growing every year, every quarter. We expand our services. At the same time, as we had discussion last Commissioner's Court about, we have added 5 courtrooms, so we needed to find a space. So the space planning committee oftentimes work with recommendation. The committee includes members from each of your office of the county administration, the budget office at the same time. So the committee makes the best recommendation for space-related issues, office space, safety and security. The committee also has, we bring expert as we need it, but in this case, the fire marshal.
So just to get to the crux of it, we created this because we need more space for the elections office and the district clerk, and there's only so much space in Harris County. One of the first things my first chief of staff said is, guard your space because everybody tries to come for it. So basically the Space Planning Committee is a committee where these grievances come in and the committee votes as to what to do. Does that sound about right?
Judge, respectfully, I think it's not less grievance, more about coming up with a solution for the space needs. And so that we don't discuss every space need in this court and you have to stay until midnight. The idea is the committee makes recommendation. If there is consensus on issues, we don't have to discuss those items. So, and we make effective decision there, so only few things that gets discussed here in this room if we have a better solutions.
Right.
So in this particular case, Jazz, if you allow me.
So I wanna just ask some more questions. So to be clear, questions, discussions, however you want to call it, come to the Space Planning Committee, and the Space Planning Committee goes ahead with whatever they decide is appropriate when there's unanimous consent, and when it's not, they come up with a recommendation to avoid those kinds of discussions here at court. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So here's the other question. Have I had my office remodeled?
Not yet.
Okay, so from the very beginning when I took office, folks said, have your office remodeled. Have my colleagues had their offices remodeled?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. So here's the thing. My office was so bad that there was carpet in my restroom. Yes. So it wasn't until this year that I managed to get rid of the carpet in the restroom. And that's because we have so much work and we only have that office and we can't afford to displace people. Unlike my colleagues who have 10 community centers, I can only work out of here. So we have put our comfort aside because we can't operate while being displaced. Let me talk about my staff and the space that they have. My office is so limited in space that my policy team, 8 people, and my communications team, 5 people, are currently working out of a conference room because the floor they normally work on is being treated for asbestos. We have had people share offices. We have to think about space often because we don't have any. This recommendation would displace some of my communication staff. Okay, so it's 5 community engagement staff and 8 policy staff that are sharing a conference room because of asbestos, and they have a communication staff, obviously is important because of my role as a spokesperson for the county, that would be displaced if this plan goes through. So it's not feasible for me. Do I believe it's important for all of us to be safe? Absolutely, Commissioner Briones. I have never, unlike some of us here, voted against recommendations and requests for funding for safety and security. But then why are you complaining about this? Well, let me talk about this. Where there options presented, or was this the only option for an egress?
There's a couple of options. So when we are
Okay,
asked,
so here's the three options. Number one, install a door into the county judge's office. Number two, install a door into precinct 1. Number 3, create a safe room. Rejected by precinct 4. Okay, maybe precinct 4 needs to revisit the rejected option. Tearing down part of my office when I don't have room for my own staff and have kept my office somewhat in disrepair because they cannot work while being displaced is not the only option. Okay, sure, but this is what the Space Planning Committee decided. So I asked for the minutes. And so you look at the minutes of some of the discussions here from the Space Planning Committee, and this is the meeting, let me see what date it is. December 12th, 2025. So these are the minutes of the December 12th, 2025 meeting of the Space Planning Committee, the committee that decides disagreements, concerns, ideas about how to use the very limited space that we have in Harris County buildings. So, some items here, it says decision, right? This one, Annex 59 expansion, discussion, decision, no action. Feedback. If you look through the minutes or the past minutes of this, it says decision, no action.
If you're going to read the minutes, please
Here's
start
the item.
December 2024. There's been multiple.
Here's the item for the latest discussion on this. And please don't interrupt me, Commissioner Briones. So this says feedback. Nowhere does it say decision. Did the Space Planning Committee vote on this request, yes or no? Yes or no?
Judge, there was no
See-
need for a vote,
Okay, did
Because
they
there was
vote yes or no?
so there was no need for
See,
a
you're
vote.
being cute.
Okay, the answer
Was
is
there
no.
a vote?
No
Okay, the
vote.
answer's no. The
Point of
answer
order,
is
please
no.
don't disrespect staff.
The answer is no, Chief. So there was not a vote. And there are 3 options, one of them being infeasible for my office. I'm only in office for a few more months and I need to be able to do my work. And so if there are 3 options, then the committee that is supposed to decide this should vote on those options. If the committee decides to tear down my office and displace more of my staff, okay, let the public know whose representatives voted how. But there is no vote. So I agree, all of us deserve safety and security. Should not be, that whether to fund that should never be discussed at this court. It's something my colleagues here have done. I would never do that. I agree the commissioner needs another door, but the committee needs to vote on it. That's all there is. You serve at the pleasure of the commissioners. Of course you're going to be cute, but the point is there was no vote. Please send it back to the Space Planning Committee, take a vote, realizing there are 3 options, one of which my colleague's representative rejected. So if she gets to reject, I get to reject. He's the one making the request. That's all I have to say on this. And that's just the truth. And we have all kinds of precedent with some of the folks here twisting facts. For example, on the budget. So, well, we didn't cut the budget. Okay, well, if you keep the same amount on the budget with inflation, you're cutting the program. All kinds of, higher standards. Still, you're giving contracts without a process. So, these are the facts. People can read them on the minutes from the past, minutes from the future. This is the latest meeting discussing this. I agree there needs to be safety. Unlike colleagues, I've never voted against a safety request for somebody. My only request is that this go to the relevant committee and that a vote be taken. And my plea to the committee is I have very little space. I cannot work out of a community center because I don't have any. My staff is already squished in a conference room because they've already been displaced. I so don't want to be displaced that I had carpet in my bathroom for 7 of my 8 years in office. That's my plea. So I'm going to leave it there. I'm not going to be here for the rest of this conversation. My colleagues want to continue discussing. I'm going to take my lunch because I know how much they spin things, and I know that you serve at their pleasure. And so we're going to hear the spin, but I'm happy to provide the press with the minutes. They can come and see how my policy team and my community engagement team is all working out of a conference room, and how we have no office space, and how there are 3 options, including one rejected by the people that are making the request. So colleagues, if you'd like to put out your spin, go ahead. I'm going to present the facts. I'm going to start taking my lunch. Thank you.
Chair?
So I think Commissioner Garcia, you know.
Yes, thank you. Talk about spin. First of all, Chief, I apologize for the rudeness being displayed by the county judge. You should not be subject to that. You're just giving factual comments, so my apologies for that. To the county judge's staff, the reason you are in those conditions, I move to extend.
Second.
To the county judge's staff, the reason you have those conditions in your office is because your leader has failed to think about you. It was one of the first things I did coming into office was to think about the working conditions of my staff, and that's why I moved to have that remodeling. Also, there are options in this county for staff to be moved. My staff and myself worked in the basement of this building while the remodeling was going on. So there are options. We know what this item is all about. So I'm going to move on the item as presented, and I just want to thank Commissioner Briones for your patience and your professional demeanor in working through this. And I want to thank the county engineer and their staff for working through this as well. But it's not about it's not about space. It is solely about pettiness, and I am regretful that this has to be a conversation. If I could contribute to this space, I would, but Commissioner Briones, I just want to apologize to your staff and yourself for this having to be a conversation. So I'm going to move on this item as presented.
So I know you're trying to leave, Commissioner Garcia. If I might, Commissioner Briones, I just want to ask, as Precinct 1 came up, if I will offer going through my office. I think you have to go through a closet to go through it, and I'm told there's not access to an elevator. But if you want to take the option of going through it.
I appreciate your kindness, Commissioner Ellis, and you and your team have been wonderful. And thank you for your kind words, Commissioner Garcia. That's really disappointing. We have to have this conversation and take up the public's time. Thank you for offering, Commissioner Ellis. Yours would just go to the main elevator, whereas, and for purpose, not taking space, the door in her office would be through a storage closet. Facts are facts. And so I so appreciate your kindness, Commissioner Ellis, but this is the best route from a safety perspective. Chief Benia, Chief Christensen have confirmed that multiple times. These meetings, I mean, I could go December 2024, June 2025, May 2020. I mean, there's a litany of meetings and conversations, but the bottom line is, and to the safe room point, the safe room that was suggested is a bathroom that would fit a handful of folks when on a given court day, we can have over 45 people will not fit in a small, tiny bathroom. Moreover, the bathroom will not help when there's a fire. You need to be able to exit. So, and then while I feel for the multiple revolving door of staff from the county judge's office who have been a part of this space planning committee and the yes and the no, yes and no, I feel for them. And this will not interfere with their space. It goes through a storage closet. So in sum, safety is non-negotiable, and I appreciate my colleagues' support. With that, I have the exact motion language. Motion to direct the Office of the county engineer in coordination with the fire marshal's office to design and construct a second emergency egress for the Precinct 4 office suite at 1001 Preston to address security risks and to return to court with the design, scope, and cost for implementation.
And I will, I'm gonna make the motion, Commissioner, but it's motion as read.
By Garcia.
Yeah, and since the judge thinks you're taking space, do you want to take more space while we're at it? I'll be happy to.
My parents raised me to take the high road and turn the cheek, is what my faith teaches
Then I
me.
move
But
on
thank
the-
you, Commissioner.
I move on the item as read.
Motion's been made and second. Motion made by Garcia, second by Briones. How long should this take, by the way? A month?
Yes, sir. It'll take about a month and a half, once we determine the best location for the secondary
Look,
safety.
I'll offer some space in my office on days when we're not here. Either staff, if you need it, if that helps.
So, Commissioner, if you will, then I would say the motion should include that we work with the fire marshal's office to evaluate if
Oh,
that specific.
it said that. So OCE in coordination with the fire marshal's office, OCE and FMO.
You have it? You have a copy of the motion?
Do you want me to read it again? Motion to direct the Office of the County Engineer, in coordination with the Fire Marshal's Office, to design and construct a secondary emergency egress for the Precinct 4 office suite at 1001 Preston to address security risks and to return to court with design, scope, and cost for implementation.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, vote no. For ayes, no nays. Item passes. Next,
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you,
I'll be
Dr.
stepping
Rahman
away,
and Chief.
and I just want to, I have some items that I've pulled for discussion, if those can be held.
Yeah.
And then.
And
my
when you
vote-
come back,
and
we'll
my
show
vote
you
to be
voting
reflected.
for
Yes.
others when you come back. Okay, Commissioner Briones, I think the next one is item 3, language access template.
Yes, thank you. Before I make some brief comments and questions, may we please have an exciting update and kind of what the next steps are, just to level set, please?
Just say your name for the record. Just say your name for the record, by the way.
Sorry, new to this. My name is Sarah Imran. I'm the Language Access Analyst. I'm here with Dr. Annalyn Bustamante, who is the Language Access Manager of the Language Access Project, which we're here to talk to you guys about today. So I'm not sure if the presentation is going to be up and available, but
Looks like it's up there.
oh, there it is.
It's on screen.
Wonderful. Next slide, please. Just real briefly, this is the agenda that we'll be going through today. Next slide. So for some background, in February 2024, the Research and Analysis Division received a grant from the Houston Endowment to conduct a language access project in the Office of County Administration and its reporting departments over the course of 2 years. In the first year, Annalyn and I were tasked with conducting a needs assessment of the county, and that looked like collecting and analyzing data both internally and externally. Internally, we interviewed departments and collected available vendor data on language service usage. And externally, we were able to gather updated census data on limited English proficient populations and their interactions with the county and its departmental programs and services. And this was all to identify any gaps and challenges that both the county and constituents were facing when receiving language services. And in the year 2, which we're in currently rounding out now under the Justice and Innovation team, we were tasked to deliver a comprehensive language access plan to address these challenges, but more broadly to make recommendations for OCA departments to better serve the LEP residents. And more specifically, and to what we're doing here today, is to establish a strategy to implement these recommendations. And I'll pass it over to Annalyn.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Annalyn Bustamante, again, the manager of the project. Next slide, please. So some of our key achievements. We have benchmarked language access plans all over the country. We have met with 9 counties, and we have met with 3 major cities here in Texas, so 9 counties all over the country. And as well as Texas. We've analyzed several language access plans from around the country. We've also found 13 current job ads and analyzed those for duties and salaries. We have collected data from internal stakeholders, including the 16 OCA departments that were included in the grant, as well as 4 departments that actually reached out to us and wanted to participate in the interviews. We have gathered data from our language vendors. We held conversations with emergency management in the tax assessor's office to see how they reach these communities as their reach is far and wide. We have also visited a few of the public-facing offices just to see how the signage and the public interactions work. We have held discussions with 9 community organizations and conducted 2 focus groups with LEP participants, with the Vietnamese community and the Chinese community specifically. And we have released a language access resource guide and conducted a workshop that reached about 100 participants who were county employees. We have worked with 2 departments who had current ongoing internal language access plans, and we have created a Harris County language access dashboard. Next slide. So our key takeaways, per Title VI compliance, reasonable language access must be provided free of charge to the public, but that expense can be prohibitive. Departments sort of lack overall guidance to be on the same page, and which does create inefficiencies. Human Resources and Talent has completed the bilingual pay rollout to all departments, with about 1,400 employees receiving bilingual pay currently. We have access to the vendor data. The vendor data here is just to highlight that we are focusing on the OCA reporting departments, and the number that we have is close to $450,000 spent on translation interpretation services. But again, this does not include other departments in the county. Harris County has no centralized language access coordination, while most major counties actually do. Many LEP residents are unaware of the services that are offered by the county and are often intimidated by the language barrier to just walk into, say, a clinic or a library. And many often use assistance from friends or family, which is discouraged by federal guidance. And the best ways to communicate would be going and working with community-based organizations in person. And departments have requested guidance from the court before moving on to the next steps. And we have developed a language access template and the subheadings include personnel services, public communication, staff training, monitoring evaluation, and a budget worksheet. And Tanya, would you like to?
Sure. Tiffany, next slide, please. So next steps and rollouts. What we're recommending is a 2-year rollout implementation plan. What we want to be able to do is dig in and be boots on the ground with some of the departments and truly understand the needs for resources, what resources exist today, where there are gaps in those resources, and then what it would take to implement. We're asking to work with 5 departments this year. It is 311, Domestic Relations Office, Public Health and Public Libraries, and then OCA. The grant ends in July, so I will be submitting a budget request to keep Annalyn and Sarah on in 2027 and going forward to help us implement this. And then I believe that we will likely find some economies of scale as we work with the departments and understand what resources they have and what resources they need. We're going to find smaller departments that would benefit from a pool of resources rather than duplicating in many departments in silos. We think we can create some efficiencies and some economies of scale. The ask is that these 5 departments work with us. Again, we'll be boots on the ground with them, helping them navigate the template and the budget worksheet, and hopefully then submit in FY27. We will work with them to implement in FY27 and then work with the other departments. Our goal is a 2-year implementation and a robust countywide policy. This covers OCA reporting departments and county departments, but we hope to have courts and some of the other folks engage with us also so that we can see how we have a comprehensive countywide policy. And I will pause there for questions. That might be the fastest I have ever. Commissioner Ramsey agrees.
Yes.
I think Commissioner Brown.
So
I think
I
you're
have Briones, Ellis, and Ramsey.
Thank you, Director Mills and team, for this helpful update and for very clear next steps and wanting to double down on these key public-facing departments so that we're all aligned and can be as strategic and streamlined as possible. And I'm so thankful to the Houston Endowment for this investment of the $515,000 grant that they gave us to plan. So thank you, Houston Endowment. I'm really happy that we're making progress, and I really appreciate this update because living in one of the most linguistically diverse counties in the country, it is imperative that the government services that we're offering to this diverse community, that we are making sure it's accessible to the community we are charged with serving. So I wanted to say thank you, and then thank you. I know OCA has motions. I'm happy to read them after my colleagues' comments. But essentially, it's asking the departments to partner with us as we clearly define next steps so that we're all on the same page.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner Ramsey.
Just quickly, I've been told that in LA County, they're using AI as part of the solution. So will that be part of what we do here?
It is something that we would love to explore.
Okay, because they obviously have maybe 1 or 2 more languages than we have, but they are.
Actually, I believe so. Harris County has 145 different languages, and that might be the most in the country.
But I've been told by their county administrator, AI is going to be a big part of it. So
It is,
just
yes.
laying that out for part of it. Okay, thank you.
We actually met with public libraries yesterday who asked also that we look at some of those technology solutions that would not just help them, but I do think that that helps us leverage countywide. And we're working with Universal Services to make sure that we're using tools that are available to us on the website so that all the languages are accessible. Technology will be a big part of how we move forward.
It's somewhat impersonal, but as we adjust to it,
Yes, sir.
it works.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Again, here, Commissioner Ellis and I are thinking along the same lines. I mean, you go through a study, I can't imagine trying to set up anything practically for 140 languages. If you don't use AI, that ought to be the first thing you talk about. When people are traveling, I know how practical it can be, how easy it can be when I can't communicate with someone in another country.
Motion by Commissioner Ellis to keep moving. Second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
So I would think that would be the priority, the focus in moving forward. Anything else you do is going to be hodgepodge, and we'll have a few people here and a few people there, but you really won't get there in terms of when people show up at our community centers and they're speaking different languages, it's really hard to run and track down somebody and try to figure it out. And as thick a presentation, obviously a lot of effort, a lot of program went in there. I think you have, in engineering terms, you defined the problem. The solution, I think, is probably going to be more in the category of AI. The other thing I would say, having experienced English as a second language, that we ought to ramp that up. That ought to be a big part of it, that no matter where you come from, what 140 languages you speak, if we can get people to a common language, not that one is better than the other, but you get to a common language, there's no better tool that we have than a common language. So I would think our English as a second language would be a huge part. AI, English as a second language, to make this thing work. The financial side of this going forward, it's in the budget.
We're asking that these 5 departments submit after working with us and looking. And we want to try to find, again, some efficiencies in where we can leverage economies of scale, where we can leverage technology. But I think each of the departments have specific needs, particularly like, and public health is really far ahead. They're already working on some of this stuff, but there are times where, and I agree, technology should be used wherever we can, but with translating things like medical where counseling is being offered or legal documents, sometimes it's really necessary that you have somebody specializing in those things. We want to understand where we need human interaction and where we need technology and where we need signage, where we can leverage multiple solutions, but also find a way that it's not department by department, but where we can pull some of those resources where there might be infrequent use and not make those investments
So this was a grant to get us to this point.
for the plan. Yes, sir.
For the
Now,
plan and the recommendations,
The
yes.
go forward is that coming out of the general budget? Is that coming out of what?
It will be a request.
It's going to be a request during the budget process.
So we don't know what it is right now.
No, sir.
No, correct.
So that will come back to what we're, the action today is simply to approve, to move forward with answering the question of how much it's going to cost.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Some of the departments, particularly because there were going to be budget asks, wanted to have some court direction that this is a priority for the court and this is the way we want to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
And sir, to your English as a second language, we also spoke with libraries yesterday. I think Anna Lynn has some.
So Harris County Libraries have ESL classes for the public, and actually, Commissioner Ramsey, your precinct has, I believe, 11 public libraries, which I think is the most in the county. So I think that would be really beneficial to your constituents specifically.
And public libraries was very interested in continuing to expand on those. So it's
Judge,
great.
I
Yes,
just
Commissioner
wanted to mention playing with a little AI myself. Now, I went to a conference about 2 weeks ago. Only 5% of all of the information out there is in internet. You know that AI only has access to 5%. We hide the rest of it in corporate and government documents. But Queens County, sometimes we call it a borough, is widely recognized as the most linguistically diverse, with over 400 languages are spoken across New York City, with Queens serving as primary hub. Now, they could be counting tongues and everything else, but I'm just saying what I pulled up on AI.
I also do want to point out that sensitive documents like legal and medical documents should not be translated through AI unless it's extremely localized.
Are you done, Commissioner? So on this, it's very much an issue that I've dealt with for several years, Commissioner Ellis. Comes to mind, obviously, because I'm one of the ESL people, and I also worked as an interpreter. And so, the interpreter is a live translation, a translator is on a document. So we've talked about this before in terms of making sure that the interpreters that serve around the county are properly trained. So if you can, when you circle back on this, give us some sort of assurance. I don't remember talking to you guys about this. Let me know if I'm repeating myself with you two. But I remember I was called by the company we use to be an interpreter in the courts, but I was only trained to be a medical interpreter. I don't know the specific language in the courts. And several times we've had interpreters here at Commissioner's Court who clearly are not at the level of fluency they need to be. My request, and we may have made this report some years ago, this is something we worked on my first year in office, is that if the county needs to administer a test ourselves, don't just have people who say they speak Spanish, then they don't. They think they do, but they really don't speak proper Spanish. As far as and I don't know where we house the interpreters these days. Do you guys?
So
where are they coming?
We don't
which
have
department
internal.
oversees
We don't
this?
have internal interpreters and
Right, right.
translators. And as far as you made a couple of points, so as far as the courts go, there needs to be a court certified interpreter. I'm not sure when that was your experience, but yeah, there are no internal interpretation and translation unit, and that is something that we are looking to explore in OCA in terms of some sort of cost study.
Okay, because I can think of, we're talking about public health, libraries, 311, county administration, and domestic relations, but what about the Harris Center, mental health, and the tax office? People come and pay their taxes, they have questions. The courts, you can be certified. Like I was certified, but I was not qualified to do judicial interpretation. So that's why I'm saying, like, maybe there's a way. I don't know if maybe it's not our jurisdiction at all. But if we can stick our foot in there and figure out, here's how we can help you. Talk to the Houston Endowment. I'm sure they have best practices or so, or the county's commissioners recommended. And then in terms of here, I would encourage a sort of a cohort of interpreters rather than going out to hire. We'll get different people, and definitely looking at all these different all the different departments in your proposal. And if you have to make two proposals, one with all of them, with some, I'd encourage you to do that. But we've all seen people, certainly outside of these departments, try to fill out a form, try to have a conversation, and they simply can't. And whichever employee thinks they speak Spanish just confuses them.
Yeah, so that's definitely a good point. There have been several complaints around around the county for some of the interpreters that people have used, and that's something that we intend to follow up with some of our vendors on. And I'm sorry, you made another point, but it's escaped me.
So just going back to the vendors, though, I just don't want to make the same mistake twice. We've been here before. We've followed up with the vendors, and we still have the same problem. Like, could you explore an alternative or a way to test the people the vendors send before they send something?
Yeah.
Because it's been years that we've raised this issue.
There are several cities and counties that do have an internal translation interpretation unit, and that is something that we have an idea. We've bounced back and forth repeatedly. It's just a matter of doing the math on how much that would cost.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Fine. I'm just saying, if you're going to say vendors, make sure they're good. Figure out a way to make sure they're good.
And as far as the bilingual employees go, in order to receive that stipend, they go through. They take a Berlitz test, so they're tested and then they receive the stipend.
Oh, that's right. That's what we did. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. So just gut check. So the Berlitz is interpreter level.
So Berlitz, the Berlitz is a company. If you go to Barnes and Noble and look up, it's just a company. The stipend goes to lower intermediate, and upper intermediate. So those are the three. I'm not sure whose decision that was.
See, I don't think that's right. Like, I just don't. I almost want to bring, just so people can see it, I want to bring an employee who doesn't speak Spanish, and bring them a form and communication in Spanish, and have somebody who has lower intermediate English try to explain it to them. It's not good enough. It confuses people. I don't want to keep going.
I don't disagree with you.
But just work on that. We had talked about having the standards be appropriate.
I would happily.
All right. If you guys want to expand the discussion, I'm okay.
No, we already asked our questions, but we have motion language to make.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you again, team. Motion number 1, to direct the Office of County Administration to work with all departments to assess current internal language access procedures, resources, departmental service data, and interaction with the public to create and implement departmental language access plans that best serve Harris County's limited English proficient population. That's motion 1. And then motion 2 is to direct the Office of County Administration to work with the following departments and relevant stakeholders by April 6th to assess budget needs for fiscal year 2027, to implement language access plans and provide adequate language access to Harris County residents. These departments shall be prioritized in the first iteration of language access planning due to their high interactions with the public, size of department and service area, and/or connection to the judicial system. And these departments include 311, which is Universal Services, Harris County Public Health, Harris County Public Libraries, Office of County Administration, and Domestic Relations Office. And these motions were circulated to all offices.
Second.
Excuse me.
So I would make a friendly amendment to also have a proposal including all the public-facing departments and and making sure that anybody who is going to interpret is at a level where they can responsibly interpret. That would be my friendly amendment, colleagues, if that's okay.
So philosophically, I totally agree, and I know OCA drafted this as such for a purpose, so could you please respond? But yes, philosophically,
I think the thing we're wanting to make sure in year one, and we'll work with all other departments, but between now and April, we wanted to be able to work with the 5 key departments that are large and public facing, and we will learn a lot there on certifications and how they use. Do they use internal? Are they leaning on contractors? That'll help us develop some of these things. And then throughout the year and implementing in FY27, we'll be bringing back for all departments in 28 the things that we've learned and where we need to centralize. To your point, at some point, especially with the footprint of our legal system here, does it make sense to have pooled legal resources that are staff employees that we can test, we can vet, we know what we're getting, that they are certified, and we can set that criteria as we develop and implement the first tranche in 27.
So I don't think those are mutually exclusive. You know, you can start, we often will vote on something and then we'll have steps along the way.
Sure.
But I think saying, you know, if you guys want to bring an intermediate proposal, but we've had this problem long enough. I think we know, you know, they've received complaints. Come with me to watch some of the court. I mean, you go watch. Yeah. You don't need to study this again. Like, it's a problem, and it's been a problem. And just picture yourself in front of a judge. One of my staff members has a painting that says Piña de Muerte. Piña is a pineapple. De muerte, of death. Because the interpreter didn't know how to say death penalty. They said death pineapple. I know it's kind of funny, but like that's the kind of thing that happens. Okay? So yeah, sure, we can start with the 8 departments, but can we also please look at the other ones and consider having a standard for interpreters?
So
I agree.
Add courts in year one?
I mean, you all tell us what timeline works, but I agree 100% that it needs to be countywide, and I recognize the grant has a certain scope and timeline and budgets, and so I mean, yes, and is my answer, but
The
could
reason
you?
I'm supporting the motion today is somebody's going to come back with a number that we can vote on. And I'm only voting in support of it to understand what the number and the scope of what we're going to do is.
And
So, Judge, if I might, so I think we're all in agreement. Obviously, this is just a template to come back and ask for some money. So
correct.
can we vote on it?
And
My request is that the template, to ask for the money, the template include doing this countywide and having a standard. I mean, frankly, we might get sued over this one time. I don't think we can have lower intermediate people that pass a Berlitz test
So is that
interpret
a
in
problem
official
with that? Because
situations.
we'll know when it comes back as a
Right,
budget
can't y'all just bring both things? The reason, so this is not on you, Director Mills. I respect and love your work. It's just an issue that's been around for too long.
I understand. What we wanted to be very strategic in our approach and the things that we could implement between now and budget and bring you a comprehensive budget submission. We're a limited team. We lost some resources in the budget process. Our ability to reach everybody in the next 3 months is going to be limited, and especially with the level of detail that we think we need to have in working with these departments.
Can I try
That's why
this? Why don't we just prioritize what you put in there?
Okay.
And to the extent you can, look at the others.
We absolutely will.
Just,
We
and don't
will-
violate the
We
grant
will
part.
absolutely. A countywide proposal is at the crux of this. We want to see a robust countywide policy.
You can make projections or something. And to your point, part of the reason you don't have enough staff to do this is because investments were made not looking at this. So, y'all didn't fight that, but now we can't have this circular argument.
Sure.
And I really would encourage you, because it's hard to understand. Like, just, I don't know, maybe, are you multilingual?
No, ma'am.
See, it's really hard to understand when you're not, like, how messed up it is.
Sure.
Like, it's just, And because people do it a lot, like I remember after Harvey, I went to volunteer, whatever, I don't even remember what it was, but I got pulled into trying to interpret for people. And I could see the folks around me didn't know the words. They're just using Spanglish, which the immigrants don't understand. And we're 25% immigrants, and they have to interact with our system. They pay taxes, the whole nine. So that's just it. So maybe I would say I would like to put in the motion to look at the standards so we don't have the Berlitz thing, and to begin and to the extent possible project how much it would cost to do this countywide or with a unified force. The other good reason, if it makes sense after you evaluate, to have a team of interpreters is like if there's an emergency, we can send them all out, which has been a problem in the past as people try to apply for FEMA aid or tell us what they need or whatever.
Absolutely.
So just putting everything together, colleagues,
So I
can
think-
we make that
Yeah, so I
amendment?
think if we take that as a friendly amendment and you can assess it.
Yes, sir.
Come to me, I'll help you. I'll hit AI. I'll give you a number.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Did you catch the friendly amendment?
I would need clarification if you can repeat it like that. We also know which motion is it going to be added to.
Does it matter, Commissioner Briones, which motion?
No, I'm flexible. Director Mills, it seems to make more sense in motion 2 where you're discussing the departments. Would you agree, or I'm flexible, whatever?
Yeah, it does.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
what I love.
So my friendly amendment is that as they're doing this work, they also consider having a proper level of training for all the interpreters, and that they, to the extent possible, make a projection of how much it would cost to service all public-facing departments.
We will add that to motion 2.
Okay, so there is a motion by Commissioner Briones. I can't remember, Commissioner Ramsey made the second, right?
Ramsey made the
I'll pull the
second.
second. You can make the second.
I'll second it.
Okay, Commissioner Ellis made the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, so the motion passes 3-1. 3-1. Thank you, guys.
And then next one was rules of procedure, I think, Judge, item 4.
Yes, but Commissioner Garcia asked for this to be held until his return. So we can go to 5. Commissioner Ramsey, go ahead. You wanted to take 5, 285, and 286.
On the preliminary investment memo for jail infrastructure planning and governance, the amount listed here is $1,253,000. Commercial paper, 1.2. And I know this is in, we're going to look at 285 and 286. Could someone explain the RFQ process to get us to this point?
So, really quick on there's been some confusion around the investment memo, and it's at 1 million when the combined on the two projects are a little over 2. The carceral was submitted for CIP a number of courts ago, working with OMB and engineering. So that's the difference in the numbers. The RFQ process to this point, we worked closely with the JGAC to develop scopes of work, to bringing it to court. We've went through a RFQ process. We met with, on the carceral side, 6 submissions. On the non-carceral side, we had 1 qualifying submission. And then negotiated with the vendors on pricing. We were able to negotiate some of the pricing down in that process, and went through the rest of the procurement process, and we're here today to ask for the contracts to move forward so that we can kick off the project and begin the work.
Are you comfortable with the process?
Yes, sir.
I would probably agree with some speakers that were here earlier today when they spoke related to we've been talking about jail improvements and telling you, y'all doing a great job. You're collecting data. We know more now. But whether it's a sheriff dragging his feet, we had a report, we had a study, we had details submitted by AECOM. That was some years ago. I don't think we need another study. I think we need to make a decision. And if we don't have enough information to make a decision, that's kind of a sad commentary maybe on us, not you, but us being all of us. So I'm not supporting this because I agree. I don't think we need to quote unquote buy ourselves some more time. I don't know where we're headed, honestly. We talk about doing upgrades at the jail. We talk about out of compliance issue. We're using baling wire and duct tape to take care of things going on at the jail. People are still dying in the jail. We've still got people over in other areas. It is a real confusing problem that we have. What I would like is, rather than another study, specific recommendations on what we can do to start dealing with the issues. So I'll not be supporting any of these three items on the court. I'll not get into the questions related to the CGL. There were some pretty serious questions asked related to that. And I'm assuming that whatever that was referenced to, we have no issues with CGL. I mean, that was in open court. Someone referenced some pretty serious accusations. Now, have we heard those before, or are we just saying, well, that's rumor and not accurate, not true? It did create some doubt in my mind on whether we should move forward with that. So those are the concerns. Would be, I'm ready to do something. I'm not ready to do another study. And the accusations made related to CGL.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis.
So I had a good briefing from Director Mills on this, and I'm prepared to make a motion on items 5, 285, and 286, but I want to let you respond, if you'd like.
Do what, sir?
Would you like to respond?
So we were unaware of any accusations. I reached out to purchasing to see if we'd heard anything as I was listening to that. They can speak to that, but I'm unaware of any of that. What I can tell you is CGL emerged as the top candidate. They brought a team that understood, again, that I think we're trying to do something really special here, and I think when we are at the other side of this, we will have a model that other jurisdictions are going to look at, because it's not just how do we build the box. It's how do we understand where we could better serve some of the folks and offset some of these things, whether it's mental health into the community where their service needs are being met, and how that reduces the footprint that we need in the jail. I think the previous studies, and I wasn't here for some of them, but they will certainly be taken into consideration in all of this. None of the folks on the JGAC are interested in duplicating any additional work. We are looking for a vendor that brings a team together that is specializing in not just engineering and architecture, but medical mental health. They brought a team that had medical mental health professionals with proprietary projection models where we can look really specifically at specific targeted populations in our jail that are overpopulated, that are probably better served in the community. And then we take those inputs from what we're learning in the community, and they can be ingested, and we can learn that maybe we don't need 10,000 beds, maybe we need 8,000 beds. We want to learn all of those things together so that when we build, or when we bring recommendations to you all to build, y'all are able to look and say, are we making the best investment for our community? So I think in the end, we are going to have solid recommendations that are taking into consideration things that have been brought forward in other reports. And I do think that we will have a clear look at exactly what we need and not overbuild some of the most expensive things we can build.
So knowing what you know now, just give me a year. Is it 2042, 2035, 20? What year do you think we're going to have a specific recommendation? This is how we address the needs in the jail, and this is what we're going to do. What year do you think that'll be?
So once we get this project kicked off, both vendors have provided us 12 months. We know that we're probably going to run into an extension on that, particularly because we really wanted to we didn't want to confuse the market with the different objectives that we had between carceral and non-carceral. So we have two different studies running in parallel that are going to be very interdependent. We're going to have to manage these projects very, very closely to ensure that we're staying on track. But I would say we should have recommendations to the court in 12 to 18 months where we're looking at very specific detail on what we need to do in the community and what we need to do within the facilities to have safer, secure, and a footprint that we need so that we're not wasting space or building very, very expensive beds.
So that's ballpark 2028.
Recommendations probably end of 27.
But actionable recommendations.
Yes, sir.
Go do
Yes, sir.
capital costs, whatever.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I want to stress that although it's called a feasibility study, actually they get concrete recommendations, and this is in conjunction with MacArthur, as I understand it, with the work that MacArthur has been doing, MacArthur Foundation's doing with us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So at the appropriate time, I know Commissioner Briones is on the list, but I'll make a motion to move. I think it's all three. If Commissioner Garcia didn't sign up, that would be 5, item 5, 285, and 286.
Did Commissioner Briones already make comments? I have a few.
I have not, no.
Okay.
Purchasing Agent Williams, very briefly, could you summarize at a very high level the process and timeline of the review? And in the due diligence, were there any issues?
So I did want to address that, and good afternoon, I'm Kim Williams, purchasing agent. So you asked the question about what we were aware of. So in the process, in the solicitation, we do ask the vendors to identify if there has been any lawsuits or litigation or anything that we should be aware of. But it is 5 years out. So what we understand of the complaint that has been mentioned about CGL is that it falls outside of the 5-year window. However, we do have references that we received for CGL, and those are contacted to confirm the recommendations that they are referenced that they're offering. So as far as the process goes, it was a very active committee. I got involved as soon as I arrived, and so it was a very active and engaged committee. Asked a lot of questions, did a lot of evaluation and review of the vendors and of the process. So the process, in my belief, is sound. I think the work has been put in to move us in this direction, but happy to answer any other questions or concerns.
Thank you for confirming that. And from the county attorney's office, any response to that question?
No, we'll just defer to the purchasing agent.
Okay. Thank you, Purchasing Agent Williams. So from my perspective, thank you, Director Mills, for explaining how this differs and will complement. At the end of the day, I know all of us want a safe, humane jail that actually is focused on rehabilitation and better outcomes, and that is cost-effective and has the mental health, the physical health services, the programming. And so to be clear for anyone who's listening who may not have fully grasped this, these two items fund analysis and planning. On the one hand, infrastructure, on the other hand, programming, because inevitably the design of the jail, when you're focused on rehabilitation and diversion, will influence the engineering and infrastructure, correct? That's why these two parallel, just for purposes of abundance of clarity.
There may be necessary infrastructure in the community. We're not going to know that until we dig in, right? It's what gaps exist in the community that may lead to needing to perhaps there's programming that exists today that could be taken to scale. Perhaps there's an opportunity for us to collaborate with Harris Center or the state in a secure mental health facility in the community. Right, we're going to learn that as we do the study, but it does include potentially an infrastructure component, not just programming, but the programming will be looked at because that's sort of the avenue to move individuals from carceral to a non-carceral.
So to be crystal clear, the programming piece is a both and. Both the programming, services, treatment, education, recreation in the jail, and community-based investments that will help us reduce exposure, recidivism within the community. So it's a both and.
Yes, ma'am.
Just so we're crystal clear.
Yes, ma'am.
On the programming scope of work. Okay. And so for those reasons, because I want us to be as thoughtful and design something that will be best in class from a rehabilitation perspective. So Commissioner Ellis, I know you said you were wanting to make the motions. I will second them whenever our colleagues are finished. Thank you, Director Mills, and thank you, Purchasing Agent Williams.
Thank you. So just a couple quick questions. So to purchasing agent, thank you. So just a quick question, that you feel totally comfortable with us approving the company that the speakers were accusing?
Yes, Judge, we do. I mean, based on our reference checks and looking at the financials and the due diligence that we do in vendors working with the county, and particularly, this was a very active and engaged committee, asked a lot of questions, presented a lot of challenges. So I think they've been well vetted.
Okay, thank you. I think I don't know, it doesn't hurt to follow up, but I trust your process. I know you guys do very good work in terms of awarding contracts properly.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then for Director Mills, sort of echoing the question Commissioner Ramsey asked, which I find myself doing a lot these days. Where really are we? Because I do remember discussing this for a while, and sometimes the wires get crossed. So is this the same work stream that we started several years ago to say, we know this facility is subpar, we'd like to not have two, and then this is a continuation of that, or is this like a different effort?
So in some of the studies predate my time with Harris County. So some of the studies mentioned were prior to me getting here. But in March of 2024, which was very short after I got here, the Commissioners Court created the JGAC for us to look at how we could build differently, right? How we could take into consideration that a large majority, or a majority, or not a large majority, a portion of our population would be better served in the community.
Unanimous consent to continue.
Commissioner Ellis makes a motion, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And what we know is if we're going to offset some population that is currently in the jail today into the community, what we need to understand when we're looking at what size facility we need to build, we need to have a very sophisticated projection model looking at the types of inmates that are being diverted from jail into the community and how they're impacting the average daily jail population, which I know you guys get very tired of hearing me talk about jail bed days consumed and all of that stuff, but it's very, very important to understand when we're talking about, we're asking consultants to try to project out 30 years, which would be the useful life of a building. And it's easy if we just look at a straight line linear projection to say, and often is the way that we look at it, we say the population in Harris County is going to grow by X, so our jail should grow by X. And then we end up overbuilding. And to your point earlier, often when you build beds, they get filled. So what we're saying is we think that there is a better way to look at this holistically across our system, taking into consideration the policy and changes that we've made in this community with respect to reforms, how we could offset some of this population to be better served in the community with treatment, and then how that affects what we need in the jail. So this started in 2024. It was a painstaking process. Members from all of your offices serve on the JGAC, along with the sheriff and Office of County Administration. And it was very important that we get it right, that we hear from everybody, we take all of the things that individuals wanted from this project and then put it together. And it was a long process to get the RFQs or the statements of work built.
So what else, which other study or RFQ related to future carceral settings are happening besides this?
These are the two.
These are the two?
Yes.
Okay, and then I heard that not within 5 years in terms of, yeah, I mean, I think I hear what you're trying to say in terms of the community. I remember for the juvenile system, we'd visited New York where they have some of the young people in apartments depending on their safety requirements based on what they're accused of. You know, the benefit we have is land. And so that's why, you know, we created the Youth Village, which I think does fairly well. And so I'm imagining you mean something in terms of like taking advantage of the land while making sure it's still within the security level that those inmates require. When will we receive an update on these studies?
We expect to have final recommendations in 12 to 18 months. We should be at a point, I would say within 8 to 9 months, where we could provide an update and some preliminary recommendations.
Yeah, I think if it were possible to come back, 8 to 9 months, that would be good.
We'd be happy.
So we don't have like what happened with the pay equity issue, where we kind of didn't quite realize the changes needed to be made until the end. So yeah, I mean my notes are basically what I said before, so I'm not gonna repeat myself. As these processes go ahead, will our staffs be involved at all so we kind of see what's happening?
Absolutely. So I think the JGAC, we meet right now every other week as the study kicks off. I think we're going to be making great use of that time, evaluating data and helping shape this. So your staffs are involved every couple weeks with updates and where we're at.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Well, you know, just to close out on my piece is, you know, the community engagement. I don't know this nonprofit, but I made comments about how I don't think the community engagement that Harris Health did was the kind of community engagement we need. It was sort of hearing questions as opposed to really engaging. So hopefully these folks will do it better. And then as to the mental health piece, I hope whatever is studied is not sort of a tiny drop in the bucket. And then the point about I hope that we're not building another facility without first closing one. In other words, I don't want capacity to increase because we'll fill it. It's so expensive for the community. I think 1 day in the jail per person is how much? And per person with mental health needs, it's like $75 and $300.
It's about $100, $105 a day for a general population inmate, and for those with chronic and persistent mental illness that are higher needs, it can be upwards of $400, right?
Yeah, so that's, you know, for a year is a lot. Okay, well, that's what I have. I think I forgot who made the motion. Commissioner Briones?
Items 5, 285, and 286.
It was Ellis.
Ellis? Okay, and so you move all of those three items.
Yes.
Second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-1. All right, so let's move to the map next items.
Judge?
Yes.
It's 108.
Okay.
So a little off time, if we can take our
Lunch,
break.
please.
Okay, so when we get back, we're breaking at 1:08. We'll be back at 2:10. We'll start with map next, and then we'll move to Vision Zero, and then we'll go back to the top. At 2:30, actually. Okay.
You get that for me. Back on. So colleagues, it's 2:13, we're back in order, so we can take some of the non-controversial items, because I know we're going to lose a quorum sometime today. Where were we now, Jay? Help me out so I remember. What's the next one? Commissioner Garcia, we can go to yours.
Sure,
When
we would be on item 4, but I think that's the next one up.
Yes, item 6, county administration. That's from you, Commissioner Garcia. Is that the one?
No,
Request for approval of
no,
unified
item
review?
4, item 4.
Oh, item
Yeah.
4, there you go.
Yes,
Yeah.
item 4 on the rules.
Yeah.
And so on this particular item, what's been circulated is that my office has reached out to everyone about this change that would move all resolution presentations to business courts. Resolutions absolutely are important. I enjoy doing them. But there has been a valid concern about the time we spend on them and the time we have court offices waiting. I think this is a better solution, better approach. Under these changes, court members will pass the business court agenda. They are then free to leave, and any relevant county staff can leave at that point. When court members with resolutions may present their resolutions, take photos, etc. This makes an exception for regular court for resolutions that are a policy matter. For example, the court taking a position on an important policy matter or a resolution that has an operational impact. Court members can still pass honorary resolutions on regular court, just not speak on them. If, for example, you have a funeral to attend and wish to have a resolution to present, but there is no business court before the funeral, you can still get your resolution complete to present. So this is just to help us move faster on our court days, and so I move on the item as presented.
Any questions?
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Garcia, second by.
One item.
Okay.
You mentioned the resolution vote, so we can vote on these. We don't have to be here at the end, because some days like today, I'm not going to be here. And engineering contracts on business court, that's in the deal?
Yeah.
Just to be sure we can keep things moving.
So like we do them now.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Everything we can do now.
Just the
on business
resolutions have
court.
been added.
Well, some of the business court, we couldn't bring some engineering contracts, right?
That's right, Commissioner. That's one of the reasons why we
And
we
this
asked-
changes that.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, this does add that.
Commissioner, this might help. So the motion is to amend rules which have been with circulated language, rather, moving discussion and presentation of resolutions to business court. That's what we're trying to.
Yeah, so there'll be 2 motions on this item. Commissioner Garcia's is related specifically to the resolutions in business court.
Right.
And then there's a separate motion that we'll be dealing with the other changes, the ones that you've mentioned, additions to the business court. Nick,
So this is
correct me if
effective-
I'm wrong. Okay.
Okay.
And so the motion is read, but effective March the 4th.
So this is the first part.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So is there an objection to adoption
As presented.
as presented
first
of the
one.
resolution amendment, the first one? Hearing no objection,
And it's
By
Garcia
unanimous consent.
Briones 4-0.
yes.
Yes, thank you.
And on the second one,
It would just be a motion to approve the changes. Let's see. I think Tracy may have sent that language. Let me read it one sec.
okay. And while you're doing that, while you're pulling it up, any member, as I understand it, still has the right to pull anything off of the business court agenda. So if you want to discuss it, just pull it off automatically.
I'm trying to get I apologize. I think it'd just be a motion to approve the drafted, the changes to the business court rules as presented.
As presented, we saw it earlier. So the
I'm sorry,
motion
as
is-
amended.
as
My
amended.
apologies.
You
Yeah.
got that?
Yes, second.
So yes, I will go based on the motion that Jay just read as amended.
As presented. Motion was made by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones.
Yes.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, it's adopted unanimously. Okay, Commissioner Garcia, I think the next one was yours.
Yes, it's
too.
going to be item 6. Item 6, I brought a motion to court in November to reduce retainage and provide meaningful support to small vendors and contractors who work with the city, with the county, rather. Retainage serves a purpose, but when funds are held for extended periods, it can strain the cash flow for smaller businesses that rely on timely payment, which we don't always do, to meet payroll, purchase materials, and keep projects moving. Government Code Chapter 2252 sets clear parameters for contracts under $5 million. Retainage may not exceed 10% for contracts of $5 million or more. It may not, for contracts rather for $5 million or more, it may not exceed 5%. So my goal is to ensure that our practices align with state law while promoting fairness and consistency across departments. Reducing retainage where appropriate strikes the right balance between safeguarding county interests and ensuring our contractors can successfully complete the work our residents depend on. For these reasons, I strongly support these changes because they promote fairness, strengthen our local business community, and support the successful delivery of county projects while still maintaining the county's, protecting the county's position of liability. So I move on, so the motion I make is to establish a unified retainage policy by updating all general conditions for construction contracts as follows by no later than July 1st of this year.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Sure.
I thought you had a question, Commissioner Ramsey.
I do.
Okay.
I appreciate the spirit of this, having tried to close out numerous contracts through the years. The only way you can get people to do some things at the end is have retainage. I don't agree with zero retainage for contracts under 400,000.
There's none.
That,
There's none, right?
yeah, I don't agree that it's zero. What I'm saying, there should be.
Oh, okay.
You're not going to be able to close those contracts out.
Gotcha.
If there's not an incentive for a contractor to come out there and tend to the myriad of details on it, it's gonna be a problem.
Got you. Jay, I'm sorry, Commissioner Ramsey, I'm just trying to remember. I think we're restricted by what we can do, or Dr. Rahman?
Dr. Rahman is
Yeah.
out there. You want to come up?
Do you understand, I think there was some state law restriction on this, if I remember correct.
Commissioner, as far as law, I'll defer to Jay.
Okay.
Yeah, there are restrictions on how much we have.
0%?
No, not 0%. But as I understand the motion, where we can, this is really just going back to set a policy.
Correct.
We are allowed to set a policy.
Correct.
And it'll come back, and we'll make sure that, with everyone, with all of the offices, to make sure everyone's in compliance with that.
Good deal.
So we didn't have a policy. And this
That's
is
right.
simply saying, come back with a recommended policy.
Correct.
We read 0% on $400,000 and less. And I'm saying the hardest contracts you can have are the $400,000 and less. You need retainage, is what I'm saying.
I'll accept
Yeah,
that
I-
amendment if you got.
I think I agree it's a little unclear there, but I think what we're saying is we're going to come back and you can set a rate for under 400,000. It could be anything that court wishes.
Yeah, Commissioner, we have not reviewed your specific question, so we're going to review it. I think what we would recommend is just
What are we voting on? Vote on to come back with something?
essentially just to authorize the ability for the county administrator's office to go back and work with the various departments to develop a policy.
And Commissioner Ramsey, in this motion, I do have that contracts of at least 4,000 and more, that there should be a 5% retainage.
Yeah.
So that is going to be in this motion.
400,000.
400,000, I'm sorry, 400,000. Yeah, 400,000.
You want to read it again, or you got it?
That's what I was going to ask, just for it can be clear on the record, Commissioner.
So Commissioner Ramsey, I think I got your concern here. So the motion would read, to establish a unified retainage policy by updating all general conditions for construction contracts as follows by no later than July 1st of 2026. All qualifying projects with contract values greater than or equal to 400,000 should include a retainage of 5%. Second, retainage will be reduced by 3 percentage points from 5 to 2 when the contractor requests the reduction in writing and the relevant department has determined that the project has reached substantial completion provided that there is no bona fide dispute regarding the work and that retainage is not less than the value of the work that remains to be performed per the substantial completion punch list. Thirdly, in the event of certificate of partial substantial completion, the release retainage shall be only that of the work that is substantially completed. Fourth, to expedite payment to vendors, retainage reduced in accordance with this policy will not require intermediate Commissioners Court approval. Any potential retainage rate or release exceptions to this policy will require Commissioners Court approval. I think we capture your concern, Commissioner.
That makes it.
So,
Good deal.
Judge, we're on item 6, and Commissioner Ramsey had a question, or maybe you off the list, Commissioner.
Yes, I've got Ramsey and then Ellis.
I'm good.
I don't have anything.
Okay, so are you guys good with the motion that Commissioner Garcia read?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And Judge, we voted on one item while you were gone, item
Oh, okay.
2.
Court rules.
Thank you. Yes, so I
Item
would
4.
like to be added to that
It passed unanimously.
as voting in favor. Thank you. Okay, so then that is 6. So did we already go over 4?
Yes.
We did.
Okay, so that's the one that we voted on, it sounds like. So I'll just be added as a yes on that.
And what we did was move resolutions to the business court day, and members can leave before, if they need to leave. We don't have to, we can vote on them, but
I think that's a great idea. Okay, Commissioner Garcia requested that we take items 62 and 257 together, infrastructure improvements. That said, just a sec, I know that Commissioner Briones needed to take an item at 2:30. I don't believe we've taken MAP next yet, so I don't know, Commissioner, if you want to get started, or Commissioner Briones, if it's like exactly at 2:30.
This is a simple item here, Judge.
Okay.
So I'm just simply excited to announce 2 projects moving forward that reflect our Revive to Thrive commitment to safer, more connected neighborhoods. The Battleground Hike and Bike Trail in partnership with the City of Deer Park and the Barbara May Street Sidewalk Project in Cloverleaf. Through an interlocal agreement with the City of Deer Park, we're advancing to Phase 2 of the Battleground Hike and Bike Trail. This includes adding approximately 3,800 feet of new 8-foot wide wide trails, completing more than 1 mile of continuous trail improvements on the county's east side, or in the city's of Deer Park's east side. Precinct 2 and the City of Deer Park are each putting in $130,000 to get the project designed and ready, with construction funding to follow. This investment will reduce pedestrian exposure along busy roadways and provide families with a safe north and south route to walk, run, and bike. Secondly, I want to highlight that we're moving the Barbara May Street Sidewalk Project in Cloverleaf forward to bid. This project will add approximately 2.5 miles of 6-foot wide sidewalks and trails it directly reflects the needs identified by residents through the Cloverleaf Community Plan. During that process, residents shared that students are currently walking to school and waiting for the bus in the roadway or on roadside ditches. With an estimated total cost of approximately $5 million, this project will significantly improve safety, accessibility, and comfort for people who travel through Cloverleaf. The project is scheduled to go out for bid this month, with construction anticipated to be completed by the end of this year. Together, these projects exemplify Revive to Thrive, and I want to thank my entire engineering and public works crew for all of their incredible work on this, upgrading critical corridors and trail connections, strengthening partnerships with our cities, and investing in infrastructure that promotes health, safety, and economic opportunity across every neighborhood in Precinct 2. And I just want to thank Mayor Jerry Mouton for his collaboration and his partnership. I love working with him in the city, and so I move on these items as presented.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia on items 62 and 257. Second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That's amazing, Commissioner Garcia, and also appreciate Mayor Mouton. So Commissioner Briones, did you have something at 2:30?
We can wait.
Okay, we can wait. Okay, so let's start with item 75, which is about the Map Next project.
I'm sorry, real quick. I think 257 is a transmittal, Commissioner. So that one will be
Oh,
just
yes, I'm sorry.
accepted, and then
It-
the motion is only for 62.
For 62.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for catching that.
Okay, so 75, I don't know if Director Peterson, thank you.
So, good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I did put together a brief PowerPoint presentation because I think there's a lot of information that we want to make sure to communicate clearly. So, as I believe all of you know at this point, earlier, or I guess last week, FEMA did release draft floodplain maps. And so the good news is we have made progress since the last time I was here talking about this item. And I also want to make sure that we are communicating clearly about what is MapNext, what is the process, why is MapNext important, and what do community members need to know. Before I jump into the technical details, I did want to acknowledge the flood control team who has been working on this effort very, very hard. Atul Hanan is the planning director for the flood control district, and Atul and his team have been working night and day, weekends, evenings, holidays to engage with FEMA to help move this forward. So thank you, Atul, to you and your team. So if we could go to the next slide. I want to make sure to communicate very clearly what Map Next is. It is a FEMA-led effort that is supported by the Flood Control District. The purpose is very straightforward. It is to provide updated floodplain maps so that Harris County residents can understand the risk that they face with regard to flooding based on updated rainfall, topography, and new mapping technology. If we go to the next slide, please. I want to take a moment to walk us through the process and who is involved in this process specifically. So if we'll go to the next slide, we'll first start with roles. So in a county as large and complex as Harris County, it takes many different individuals to help move an effort like this forward. Obviously, FEMA is key. They are responsible for the National Flood Insurance Program, and so they have a regulatory process to update floodplain regulations. There are 34 floodplain administrators in Harris County. Their role is to represent their communities with FEMA. In Harris County, unincorporated Harris County is represented by Harris County Engineering and being led by Dr. Rahman. We also have Harris County residents. And while this process is very technical, it is also important that we make sure that our community knows what's going on and that they have the opportunity to provide perspectives on their lived experience through this process. And then finally, we have the Flood Control District. So candidly, we know that the process that FEMA uses is complicated, it's confusing. We know that the tools that they have provided were very technical because the audience was a technical audience. But that is what makes the Flood Control District's role important. So we are the cooperating technical partner with FEMA. So we are supporting them with technical work, and we are also making sure to provide local expertise and local insights on behalf of our community. So if we go to the next slide, we'll touch base briefly on the process. So again, this process is a regulatory process that is overseen by FEMA. At this point, up until this point, let me say, we have been working with FEMA as the Flood Control District. We have been preparing technical information to inform the flood mapping process. But we are entering a new phase of work where the draft maps have now been released, and the process is really shifting from work with the Flood Control District and FEMA to work with the floodplain administrators and FEMA. I want to be clear that there will be multiple opportunities for feedback and input along the way. And we also will be working on the policy side of this process as well as the technical. And there is time and opportunity to do that. The deadline for really resolving any issues is when we get to the point of the letter of final determination, and that is likely several years from now. So if we go to the next slide, I really want to spend a little bit of time talking about why all of this matters. And it really goes back to what happened between 2015 and 2017. In 2015, we had Memorial Day storm. 2016, tax day. 2017, Hurricane Harvey. During that period, we saw that floodplain maps didn't reflect the reality on the ground with regard to flood risk. And so, Commissioner Garcia, we've talked about this many times. Hurricane Harvey was unprecedented, but we saw 68% of the structures that were flooded in Harris County outside the floodplain. And so in 2018, there was a united multi-jurisdictional push across the county that recognized that the floodplain maps needed to be updated. And the first step in that process was adopting the 500-year storm level to be a proxy for the future 100-year map next flood levels. So why is this important? Well, we know that when we have access to better, more accurate information, we can have better decision-making on behalf of our community, on behalf of our local governments, and for emergency preparedness. So if we go to the next slide, I do want to talk a little bit about the work that the Flood Control District has been doing, because it's important to understand what is driving the maps and the changes that we're talking about. So the Flood Control District worked with FEMA to map over 1,600 miles of channel within Harris County, adding an additional 400 miles of channel that had not been mapped previously. The models also include updated Atlas 14 rainfall and current topography, so it is reflecting current development as well as our weather patterns. The models also show on the next slide the impact of projects that have been completed until roughly 2020, including the federal projects that were under construction at that time. Now, I was not with the Flood Control District when this process started, but I have to say that including these projects was a very good decision, because MapNext is focused on showing us risk, but FEMA's models are also showing us that the projects that we are working on and have done so far are making a difference. And I have to say it's really thanks to the leadership of Commissioners Court, keeping the bond program moving forward. It is thanks to the voters who in 2018 made sure that there was an unprecedented amount of investment in flood mitigation, as well as our partners who really stepped up, especially the GLO, because we know that there is more work to be done. But we also know that really thanks to the GLO, we have a tremendous number of projects that are moving out into construction in this next year. And so there will be more progress to come. So if we go to the next slide. So let's talk about where we are today. On the next slide, I want to stress a couple things. So we are very early in this process. At this stage, the models the maps that FEMA has put together, they are draft. They are not regulatory, and they are not part of a formal comment process. And we also know, again, that the tools that FEMA has put together aren't necessarily aimed at communicating with the public. And we recognize that this process is complicated, and the community is ready to engage. And that's where the Flood Control District has stepped up. We have launched a public-friendly tool. It is hosted on our website right now. There will be a more robust tool next week, but the information that FEMA has shared about the draft maps is available on the Flood Control District website as well. And I want to stress that we take our commitment to the community seriously. We will be holding webinars to help educate how to use the tools, talk about what this process is and really what it means and what is coming next. And I want to stress that there are multiple opportunities to engage in this process. And importantly, we also will continue to engage with industry. They have been part of the conversation all along, and we will continue to engage, including the engineering community, because this work really has a lot of important opportunities to work closer with our community in the engineering space. So 2 more slides, if we can go to the next one. Just really briefly, I just want to touch on the timeline. So looking ahead, we know that this is a multi-year regulated process that is dictated by FEMA, and we are still in the early stages. So the timeline that we're showing on this chart is really a best-case scenario. Given the unprecedented nature of this work, the fact that really a mapping exercise at this level of detail has never been done before, we do expect that there will be variations.
Second.
All right, motion to extend the time by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
So we do expect there will be variations in the timeline, but the Flood Control District is committed to continue to push and partner with FEMA to get this information out as quickly as possible. And so finally, the takeaways that I want to communicate for really the community and the residents of Harris County are on the next slide. Obviously, these maps are draft. There will be years of opportunity to review these maps, engage with the process before they are final. We are currently at an early stage, and we will have time for Harris County residents to engage and provide feedback, as well as the industry. And then we know that the flood risk reduction projects that were in the ground when the models were developed are making a difference. We have a lot more work to do, but it is really fulfilling to see that the FEMA maps are showing the progress that we all know is happening. So with that, I can conclude my remarks and happy to take questions.
Okay, Commissioner Ellis, then Garcia, then Ramsey, and Briones.
Thank you, Dr. Peters. We've been waiting on this for a long time. I think it was in the middle of 2022. Does that sound about right, when we were first told the maps would be released?
Well, I think that was the first initial estimate, yes, yes.
Give us some sense for the public on why it took so long.
Well, one of the real opportunities / challenges, right, that we have with this work is that it is something that FEMA had never done before. And so we had to work very closely with them through their process to make sure that everything we were doing, they could support and agree with. But we're using models that they have never run through their systems. And so as a result, it took longer than any of us wanted. But we're thankful that we're finally here. The maps are out. We're able to share this information with the public and the community.
And we're sharing everything we have.
Yes, we are sharing everything that FEMA has posted on their website. We are sharing that on our website as well.
Do we have any other information that they have not posted?
So we have information that we have given to FEMA. But again, recall that this is a FEMA process. And so our focus right now is making sure that the information that needs to get to the public is getting to the public right now.
Is there any legal prohibition on us sharing the information we gave to FEMA? And not that they'd understand it, but when they've been waiting on it all this time and people have been calling, I just want to make sure.
I think, Commissioner, it's important to understand that the information that we are sharing is really the synthesis of all of the work that we have done.
But is there any legal prohibition on us sharing?
I'm not.
Well, we have to if somebody did open records request on it.
Well, it's still in draft until FEMA approves it. So from that perspective, there would likely have to be some coordination with FEMA. But I think really, again, the important point is the maps are out.
But just on this issue, because there's a lot of distrust out there, because it has taken so long. So if there's some reason why we couldn't release what we have, I get it. Look, I'm not an engineer. If I have it, I may not understand it anyway. But I just want to remove that cloud where people, when it's taken this long, if there's something we have, why don't, if there's not a problem, give it. I mean, I could just put a motion on the agenda and see what the votes are. But for me, I just want to be as transparent as possible so they don't think when it's taken so long that we are a party to.
Right.
Unless FEMA gives us some reason. If they say they don't want it out, then
Well,
they
again,
can take the heat.
Commissioner, I would offer, I think the information that the community has been anxious about and wanting to see is the maps that are out right now.
I hope you're right, but I'm
and-
just telling you.
and
I'll put it
Commissioner,
on
I
the
think we're-
agenda if somebody asks me. I just want to make sure if there's a reason. If FEMA says don't put it out, let them decide. But I just don't want the criticism that we hold in anything. Now look, on giving guidance to these floodplain administrators, did you say that's you or that's engineering?
That is not the flood control district. We are here to support FEMA, but we are not the floodplain administrator.
So what role will the engineering department play in this process?
Their role is to review the maps. I'm happy to let Dr. Rahman jump in if he would like, but their role is to review the maps and really engage with FEMA on behalf of unincorporated Harris County.
And the reason I'm asking is, I'm assuming this 30-day period is coming soon. I want to make sure we're giving our people here as much input, the benefit of whatever knowledge we have as they go through the comment period. And whether it's you doing it, Dr. Rahman doing it, I don't want to be the one who have to do it. Now, maybe Engineer Ramsey can do it. And I can say, I don't want him to call me and I got to say, call Commissioner Ramsey. That could be a little embarrassing for me.
I'll give him your home phone number.
Thank you. But Dr. Rahman?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Milton Rahman, County Engineer. Yes, we are the floodplain administrator for the unincorporated part of the Harris County. And there's also 33 other cities. They are their own floodplain administrator for City of Houston and whatnot. So the letter we received from FEMA that doesn't have no restriction that the preliminary data cannot be shared. We are allowed to share it if the court is willing to share it. All you have to do is authorize me to share it. And I do believe sharing the data would not hurt, considering the distrust question you have, whether it's not distrust with us. I think it's more with the FEMA, that when I'm going to get my map. As you heard, many of this data is, the survey and everything is done, 2020? So I don't see no challenge of sharing it, except for we're going to have to field a lot of calls that this is preliminary, it's not final, it's going to change. As long as we add those caveats as we share this data, I think I feel pretty good about it.
So I just would prefer to err on the side of sharing it and stressing the point is not final than someone thinking that we are not sharing it because we're trying to hide something.
Okay.
And the last point, I saw greens, I saw hunting, I didn't see halls. Just going back when this on your slides, maybe I missed it.
I think it is.
Was there?
It
Halls
is
or
there.
something?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Dr. Peterson, thank you for your work on this, and you and I have had a lot of conversations along the same lines that Commissioner Ellis has. These maps for the public's consumption do not reflect the incredible work that you and your team and engineering have done as it relates to flood mitigation. And so it's very disingenuous for them to release these maps and not include that data. But I do want to ask if you have heartburn releasing our maps, and if it can be thrown up on a dashboard in a way that and gives people a good visual of our map next. And that way, because I've been through this before, map next tends to cut people's property in half, and then there's work that hasn't been reflected and things of that nature. So I'm looking forward to some transparency, but also some accountability to FEMA for not including the work that the county has done. And so I just your thoughts and how we can work together on that.
So let me assure you, Commissioner, that we are committed fully to transparency, to the point that we have a dashboard on our website right now that shows
Good.
the maps, and it shows the information that FEMA has released.
Good.
So we are fully committed to that, and we are fully committed to continuing to work with FEMA. I do want to stress again that there are multiple points of opportunity to provide feedback along the way. We really haven't even entered a public comment process yet. But I know the community is very anxious to get this information and to start providing feedback. And so we're going to facilitate that process.
Good, good. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Dr. Peterson, thank you. Dr. Vermont, thank you for what you're about to get into. And obviously, we've been looking for these maps just as to define where we're coming from. When were the last maps issued?
The last robust process to issue floodplain maps started after Tropical Storm Allison.
Right.
And those maps,
2000?
well, the draft map for the TSAR process was released in 2004, and the final effective map was adopted in 2007.
So you got an idea there of what we're into.
Yes.
So today, if anybody's property is being considered for insurance or anything else, you're going to be operating under the TSAR map.
Yes.
Now, there's also when a design's being done.
Is there a motion to extend this until we're done? Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
So when people are trying to design something and use the map, appropriate map, do they look at the map issued in 2007? Do they look at the map issued, the draft map? We've been operating for how many years with the rule of thumb, the new 100 is the old 500?
Yes.
Is that what we've been operating for how long?
2018.
2018.
No, but we voted on the.
2018, and then there was an update to the guidelines in 2019 as well.
Yeah.
So there's that adopted rule of thumb that we've been operating under. This is more or less an affirmation, confirmation of it may be very close and it may not be. Well,
Yes.
at least what we have now is more clearly defined.
What I can tell you, Commissioner, is the proxy 500 for the Map Next 100 is a very good proxy.
Okay.
And that was a good decision and a good policy to implement.
So when, Dr. Rahman, when you're reviewing design criteria, are y'all taking a peek at the draft, even though it's not required? You have knowledge of it.
Absolutely, Commissioner. This map will definitely help us. As a matter of fact, I want to use this podium to tell that all of our developer and engineers to definitely look into the future development or the future maps as it's going to look like. Because if you are doing a development and that's going to be in the future floodplain, your residents are the folks that are going to have to pay insurance, higher insurance.
So they're operating under the assumption 500, the old 500 is new 100, but now they have real maps to back that up. Y'all are reinforcing that, as it were, by your review of plans and everything else. You're at least passing it through the lens of the new FEMA maps.
We are going to, yes, Commissioner. More importantly, yes, we'll not have regulatory teeth to regulate based on these new maps, but we'll definitely have recommended, guidelines that, hey, this is the new FEMA map look like, or draft map. Make sure you design.
But this
around
court
it.
needs to adopt some action like we did in 2018 related to the 500 and 100. Bring it back to the court if you get to that point and think that's appropriate.
Absolutely, Commissioner. At this point, we think this map is going to go through multiple revision. We're not there yet. I would still say we continue with the regulation we have with the 500 to 100 assumption. That's been a very good assumption, but at the appropriate time, we'll bring some recommendation.
And I promise this will be my only question. So these new maps take into account all the clomers. That's the letter of map revisions, the LOMers. So anytime an improvement's made in Harris County, you file the letter of map revision, which shows improvements that have been made. At what point have they drawn the line on, okay, at this point, we're not taking any more LOMers, or the LOMers continue to be a part of, because once you set that map, once a map is issued 2+ years from now, what's the relationship with the clomers? You just case-by-case basis?
Absolutely. So let me just add this for the general audience, Commissioner, as you mentioned. So the CLOMAR is a conditional letter of map revisions. So if a developer wants to do some improvement, whether they want to do some cut and fill as allowed per our regulations, to design a subdivision and whatnot, and it will impact the map change because of the development, or whether we do a large flood control project that reduces the flood map. So all those CLOMARs initially is just getting a permission that, hey, I'm going to do this, this will be the map. And then the next phase, they get approved from us, they come back as a letter of map revision, which is once the work is done, they do the survey, they submit the map, this should be the new map. Now, as far as this map release, what was the cutoff date for the last edition of a LOMAR? I would defer this to Flood District. I think it is a few years back. I don't think they're accepting any new LOMAR to that system, but those will be part of the, my last experience, Commissioner, we have seen that becomes the most comments during the appeals and protest period. Those are the ones that we get a lot of them. But I'll have the flood control to tell you what was the cutoff date.
That's fine. You can follow up outside here. That was kind of a curious question. Last question. The surrounding counties, they're not going through a new FEMA map. They're going to be operating on the old FEMA maps. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
I think that's important to know, because when we're adopting new maps or we're commenting on new maps, and you've got all our good neighbors, whether it's in Montgomery County or Waller County or Liberty County or Fort Bend County or Galveston County or Brazoria County, to know what they're operating under, it sounds like our maps are going to have a lot more clarity on the floodplain than their maps.
So this is true, Commissioner, but I will say we are aware that FEMA is coordinating with those surrounding counties, and I'd be happy to follow up with you and share at least what we understand is happening.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Briones.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. Thank you, Dr. Rahman. First of all, I'm happy we are here. I know we have all had immense frustration at the length of time. I know we've all heard from numerous constituents just about the length of time this has taken. So I'm happy we're here and now entering into this new chapter. Two, with regard to transparency and everything my colleagues have already said, I agree 100%. I want us to be as transparent, open book with all of the data and information we have. I appreciate that it's on the dashboard, and I would greatly appreciate it that you make it understandable and accessible for us non-engineers so that everybody across our county can fully understand the potential impacts as we continue down this process. I also truly appreciate that slide that you presented and the information that my team and I, we've had multiple conversations to know, we know that the work we're doing is working, and to have this depth of data, whether it's Project Brace, excuse me, or all the other projects that you mentioned, the investment the community has made with our taxpayer dollars, with our bond, as well as our maintenance investment, it is bearing fruit and it is delivering protection and progress for our county. And so that, to me, is critical that we highlight. And it's critical because for some, they're more protected, and for others, now they will be in a different zone and a different risk level, right? And so just maintaining that complete openness, transparency, and again, making it understandable will be key. Excuse me. So my next question, I know you mentioned that there will be now multiple months where the floodplain administrator and elected officials give feedback, and then multiple months where the community gives feedback. I know this court is committed to robust, authentic, deep, multifaceted, multilingual level engagement so that we really are going into the communities. And so my question to you, could you please speak to us? And I know it'll be in all 4 precincts, but could you please speak to us? Because I know the community's been waiting for years, and now that we're entering this new phase, what is it going to look like at a high level, this community engagement?
So I would say, Commissioner, first, thank you for your comments. As we think about the community engagement, First of all, we are focused on bringing the community along with us on this journey. We are, again, at the very beginning of this process. And so right now, our focus is really on education. What is the information that we are sharing? Why is it important? And what is the process that will be used to move these maps eventually into being effective? There is, and this is going to be engagement driven solely by the Flood Control District. Because remember, FEMA has a process, this is their process, but we are recognizing that there is a great desire from our community to be engaged right now, even though FEMA's process does not call for that. So we are starting now. We will be holding community webinars to make sure that our residents understand the information, but we will be entering after the draft maps, once we move into the preliminary map stage where FEMA will be starting their public engagement. We will continue to support FEMA in that process. So that will become a little bit more focused in terms of FEMA's role, but we will continue to engage throughout. And that is really the value that the Flood Control District can provide, is the fact that we have our 34 floodplain administrators across Harris County who are responsible for their individual community. And then the Flood Control District is really, number one, a technical resource for FEMA to represent the entirety of Harris County, as well as supporting our community and education. And the dashboard is on our website, and we will be gathering feedback and comments that we can provide to both our floodplain administrators as well as FEMA at this stage.
So let me just, go
I
ahead.
have one more question. Thank you for that. Please, again, as robust and deep as possible. So relatedly, I know that FEMA's in charge of this process of Map Next. I know that we meet often, and I know Commissioner Ramsey and others with the Army Corps of Engineers with regard to other large studies and projects that are under consideration. Can you talk to us about, I know there's multiple entities at play and they each have their own lane. And as someone who represents Western Harris County, and I have Addicks and Barker dams, and we all vividly remember what happened with those dams and Hurricane Harvey. Can you please speak to us, again, for the lay audience, myself included, how the interplay between these different, we have the bond projects, we have the maintenance, we have our Army Corps, we have our SAFER, we have and this map, how that kind of interplays with these different work streams, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question, because at the end of the day, I put all of those things that you just talked about, Commissioner Briones, into the bucket of partnership. And really, we work with partners across Harris County to get these projects done. So when we're working with the Corps, we are focused on locations where they have the authority to work. And we have been engaged with them to make sure that they're using the best and most accurate information possible when they're working on their projects. We know that the 3 federal projects, actually 4 with Upper Greens, those projects are some of the ones that are reflected in Map Next and have had tremendous impacts on our floodplain. And we are so thankful for that process. At the same time, the bond projects also have been able to be supported in these models, and we're seeing impacts there. And so really it all falls under that umbrella of partnership and the importance of working together with these different groups to make sure that we can deliver progress and accelerate progress for Harris County.
Excellent. Well, thank you for your leadership and for delivering this progress and protection, and to all of our partners, including our GLO and Commissioner Buckingham and team. But thank you. And we look forward to the deep engagement with the community.
So just brief here, before I hand it back to my colleagues and I run to my 3 o'clock commitment. You showed us a timeline, Dr. Peterson, that I thought was, I mean, all the visuals were really helpful. But the timeline that had kind of like the, like the kind of arrow and rounded thing, on first blush, it seemed to me like the comment period was only 30 days. And I know that's not the case. So I would just suggest that you guys take another look at it so that it's clear. And then the other piece was on, the map you have up is really impressive for, 24 hours. And I put my address on there and it worked just fine. So if there's a problem with it, I haven't found it. And then I would say, anywhere you have these maps to put just a real big explainer with the timeline and whatnot. The last question, 2 questions on this. Three. Commissioner Ramsey talked about Montgomery County, nearby counties. So do these projections include their development and how that will impact us?
When we had watersheds that extended outside of Harris County, we did include those portions of the streams in our hydrology modeling. So we did capture that.
Okay,
Yes.
and the watersheds for the most, because farther up, there's like no development that would be significant for the purposes of our flooding, right?
Well, certainly, I think we took a very rigorous approach, and so the focus on working outside of Harris County was really on the hydrology,
Yeah.
and so we were able to capture that information as part of this process.
Okay, we'll circle back. I know there's only so much you can do, and I know, Commissioner, you've been trying to work with our counterparts to try to look long-term, and, we'll continue to see if there's a solution there. The second question, I know this is going to take 2 to 3 years, and that's the best-case scenario. And you don't have to answer this now, but I wonder if you could go back and just put those your heads together and see if there's anything you can think of that we can do to speed this up. Because by the time they come out, they're outdated again.
So I will tell you, Judge, Atul and his team are literally doing that right now.
Okay.
So I assure you that we are looking for ways to expedite.
Yeah.
And we also have ways to make sure that whenever the maps come out, we will be able to capture any progress that has happened during this period.
Okay. Well, and I don't know if they got to start. Noah needs to start now for the one later. I imagine you're thinking about this, but other counties, whatever it is. The last bit, Dr. Rahman said something about FEMA, that a letter we have that we could release, and I didn't quite catch. So what is it that we have that we could release if we wanted to?
Just the letter that you received and I received as from FEMA directly that says it encourages the elected officials to share this map with stakeholders. So it doesn't have no restriction that we cannot share what we received.
I see. Okay. Right, because there was some kind of like it was leaked kind of thing, and it was like, well, we knew it existed. And then the 34 floodplain administrators, so where do they fit into all of this?
So like City of Houston is their own floodplain administrator. So we only can regulate, this board can only set policies for the unincorporated part of Harris County. For the incorporated cities, in terms of floodplain regulations and what they're gonna do, it depends on them.
Oh, is it because that's how many cities we have?
That's correct.
And so when we were trying to get them to adopt the detention standards, we went to the cities.
That's
Got it.
correct.
Well, don't sell us short. We did a lot of this in 2019.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So 2018, I was director. Come on, we worked so hard. Okay. Well, thank you, colleagues. I'll pass it back to Commissioner Ellis. Thank you so much, y'all, for the incredible work.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Rahman, I also failed to acknowledge your work earlier, so I appreciate the leadership that you're providing on this very important issue. I do want to ask Dr. Peterson, do you have any planned trips to DC to visit with FEMA?
So we're constantly working with our IGA folks, Director Narvaez and the county lobbyists to discuss when and how to engage with both elected officials as well as our partner agencies. I know that IGA is working right now to plan some trips, and we are in close conversation with them.
Wonderful. I would like to ask both of you, Dr. Peterson and Dr. Rahman, if you could, maybe we can carve some time out to visit. You know, when I was on city council, and we implemented an initiative known as Safe Clear. This is now countywide, and it proved to be immensely effective. I think we reduced secondary crashes by nearly 35%, if I remember correctly, but definitely above 20. And the one thing I kept saying to Mayor White was, how do we get this information to the insuring agencies to demonstrate some benefit to Houston drivers off of their auto insurance? I want to see if there's a way. I know we're at the highest level of our, I think, what's it called, CRS or something of that nature. I know we're at our highest level, but I want to see if there's any white paper that we can put together to present to the proper authorities, something that demonstrates that our residents should be getting some benefit off of their flood insurance by virtue of the work that the county is doing. It's not happening simply by the CRS rating level. So I want to see if there's another way for us to push that envelope and get people's attention on that.
We'd be happy to work with you on that.
Thank you.
Commissioner, if I may add to this, I think it would be incredibly important for us, while working with our IGA, to actually stress that, because now we have the best risk map. We will have the best risk map compared to surrounding counties and other people. So for an FIP, who basically, and the insurance agency, they decide on the insurance rate, our data has more credibility. So we should be able to lobby for getting some more discounts.
I'm just curious, will any of the new flood bond projects since 2020 be incorporated in these maps?
So right now, any of the work that is happening, and even Commissioner Ramsey, as you noted, there's kind of a pause in incorporating, because we can't be constantly updating, right? We have to take what we have, get it to final. But the tremendous thing that the Flood Control District has done is set up a process so that our maps can be updated regularly. It's called Model Map Management. It's very technical, but the bottom line is it allows us the opportunity to really reflect those projects that are happening right now.
So we'll include it even if the maps didn't. We'll make sure they know.
Well, once the maps become effective, we'll have an opportunity to do an update at that point.
And last point, I just want to make sure I thank both of you. You've been very helpful holding our hands through this process as people have been calling and complaining to us. So both of your teams, and we all appreciate it.
Well, thank you. And we are thankful that FEMA finally released these maps.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Commissioner, I'm sorry.
People are going to be buying homes tomorrow, and they won't know anything about these maps. I don't know if there's anything we can do to facilitate at least making the homeowner that's about to buy something, make his life or her life investment in a piece of property, that we've got more information on. I saw an article in the paper that said something about the real estate associations were posting something, then they pulled it down. I don't know at what level.
Probably meet with them. I was thinking, they should meet with the real estate associations.
Yeah, and anything that the court can do to help facilitate that.
Yep.
We appreciate that, Commissioner Ramsey. I think at this point, at least, our dashboard allows you to type in an address and you can see the flood risk, but your point is well taken. There is more needed, and I think that's where the industry engagement that we need to embark on.
Remember people that bought homes before Harvey.
Yeah.
And they knew it. It was on the map. No one told them they were in the 100-year floodplain, and they bought the house and they lost everything.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of an awareness. It gets back to your first point, Commissioner. We need to tell everybody what we know, communicate with them what we know. They've got to make their own adult decision on whether they choose to go look at a map or not.
Yep.
But I think there's all kinds of disclosure requirements that you have in selling real estate.
Yep.
This should be at the top of the list.
So I'm just thinking, Commissioner Briones, I know you're next, but if I might, on that point, back when I was on council, maybe when you were there, Adrian as well, sometimes we would put stuff in the water bill to just make sure, and in a way that they understand it. Now, I know they get on TikTok and all of that now, but, I know like health department's done a lot of advertising on issues. But, just on the tax bill, that's a thought, just to make sure that, that they do know, and if that's a role we can play, but just be creative on it.
Yeah, no, we will definitely engage with your offices and collaborate with our colleagues.
Yeah, Commissioner Briones?
That's pretty much exactly what I was going to say. The sectors, various sectors, but in particular, that article, we need to make sure that we are doing everything possible to give as much information in a clear, open, transparent, usable way. And as someone who lives right by White Oak Bayou, and my little girls literally get nervous every time it rains because our backyard, even during Beryl, still rose. This is, I know, so personal to every single person who lives in Harris County. And so I hope that in good faith, the entire sector, all partners lean in to transparency. And please know all of us are all in to go to Austin, DC, anything we can do to support you and more importantly, to support the community as we continue going down this path and do everything we can to mitigate risk. So thank you.
Yeah, no, we appreciate
Thank you. Thank you all. No action on this item, correct?
No.
Yeah. Okay, the next item is Universal Services, Commissioner Ramsey. That is item 88. Enterprise Resource. Did I skip one? Oh, is 86?
No, we have only 88.
Did you want to go back to 86? You can do both if it's, okay. Yeah, 88.
I know we pulled this for no action, right?
The purchasing item was pulled for no action, Commissioner. This one has not been no action yet, as far as I.
Okay.
Commissioner, a little background about
Go ahead,
this.
Director. Thank you.
If I may, good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item at the court today. This is an extremely critical project for the county as a whole. So I would like to give a little background about it. Enterprise Resource Planning, or ERP, is the backbone for Harris County's internal operations. By internal operations, I mean human capital management, finance, payroll, and accounting within the same system. In the future, as we look at today's ERP system is PeopleSoft. Oracle has announced a sunset of its tool, PeopleSoft. So we need to start thinking about what does the future of ERP look like for Harris County. We have also, Commissioners, through the guidance that you have given us and the directions that you have given us, you have also asked us to look at efficiencies that can be generated by consolidating the system. The future ERP is expected to have all of those. I say expected to have because it depends upon the stakeholder engagement, bringing people together to talk about the processes, bringing people together to build the priorities, and also getting the Commissioner's Court approval in order for us to move forward with those changes. It's a large-scale change. Because of the complexity of this project, a successful implementation requires a clear scope, clear priority, a strong governance, critical project management, and a very disciplined execution. That's what makes it successful. Industry data shows that 50 to 70% of ERP projects fail due to changing scope, priorities, stakeholder participation, and a lack of change management. And of course, project management as well, if the project management is weak. The lessons learned from our PeopleSoft implementation. I wasn't here during the PeopleSoft implementation. This is based upon the documentation that I have seen and also the discussions with various stakeholders. This includes the challenge with ownership of business processes, independent validation, and a lack of structured implementation. Those were the key top issues that caused challenges with our PeopleSoft implementation. PeopleSoft implementation took us 8 years. So Inherently, what I'm trying to say is that the implementation is complex. It requires a discipline. And this item on the code today is to request resources who will help us get onto this path of migrating from the existing ERP into the new. And the resources who are included in the request are a project manager and a business analyst. I also have included in the budget request for a future contract to bring in a subject matter expert who has the expertise, has done this multiple times, bringing all the stakeholders together and finalizing the scope as well as the priorities in the sequential manner.
Yeah, I thank you. And this, to be simply stated, item 88 is the funding of 288.
288 and 2 resources.
Right. So you had resources. So this is the funding portion of that. So you're asking for us to do today is to fund it. You're not going to ask us to take action on the particular consultant.
No, we are not asking for any actions on the consultant. I'm only asking for funding for these 2 resources and the future contract.
And my only comment, and I'm done, is I think if you look at that RFP and you look at the variances between some of the people that participated, would give you clue that the scope is not tight. There was confusion in what they were quoting. And we don't want to start out on the confusion
Totally agreed,
level. So
Commissioner.
I agree with you pulling it, but we're going to go back, I'm assuming, go back and tighten up that scope, get a better definition of what is to be required, because there should not be a 4X difference between what one person would submit and another person submit.
Agreed, Commissioner.
Thank you for your work.
Commissioner Briones, Commissioner Garcia, then Commissioner Briones.
Thank you. Director, thank you for your work. And, I have long been a voice of when. And so I just want to thank you and your team for moving on this. We can't get there soon enough. I know that this is an immensely complicated system and piece of work that you're going to be stepping into. But I appreciate the thought that you're giving, that we need to make sure to go back and reflect on past implementations, understand the opportunities and the challenges, and make sure we get it right so that we are really adding value added to our entire government and technology here. But also to make sure that the directors and department leaders, like the sheriff, one of the largest departments in the county, do have a place at the table to help you with the process. But again, thank you for the work you're doing, and I'm happy to support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Briones.
Director Menon, I know I've asked you about this so many times, so similar camp as Commissioner Garcia. This is so needed, and I'm happy we're moving forward at long last. And I know there's some open questions, and so there's things that we cannot. Yeah, our future county administrator. Soon to be. Come on in. So the bottom line is, my question is specifically geared to, one item is being pulled for no action, to Commissioner Ramsey's point. One is the funding for the item that has been pulled. My understanding is the funding asked, the 1.1, is for 2 PCNs, as well as to pay whichever future consultant is selected. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So can you speak to us, please, about the funding needs and the timing associated with such funding and why it impacts the project?
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. There are 2 resources that are being requested are to kick off this project and make sure that we are bringing in, to the point that Commissioner Garcia made, we are bringing in all the stakeholders to the table to talk about to kick it off, right? To kick the discussions off, to explain the roles and responsibilities. So that's one aspect of this, which is project manager and the business analyst. And it is highly recommended. I mean, the whole process is following what the best practice in the industry says from the folks who have implemented this successfully and the lessons learned from various, not just our organization, but from various organizations. So bringing in a project manager and a business analyst early in the stage will help us keep the stable flow of all the activities related to this project. The contract, purchasing has pulled that from the agenda from today's discussion. So that would be coming back to the court in order for us to engage a consultant who's going to start documenting the scope, the priorities as they hear from this team that has been put together, and also build the scope in such a manner that we can find the right tool and the implementation partner.
So thank you for that answer. Just to drill down more specifically, why do you need the money now if we're not selecting now? Can you be very clear on that?
Sure. Commissioner, the money for the contract can wait. However, the money for the PCNs, the two PCNs, I would request it today because we want to start the process from today onwards. I mean, as soon as we can recruit, we would like to recruit and bring the subject matter experts as our team to push the project forward. The team today, the ERP team that we have today, they don't have the bandwidth or the skill set to push this forward in the manner that we would like it.
So to be clear, those two PCNs, I believe, are 450,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's the need for today?
Yes, Commissioner.
450,000. Okay.
And Commissioner, if I might add, it's not uncommon for court to fund some of these longstanding projects, thinking about like the disparity study, which I believe was actually funded in fiscal year 24. So it allows them to get a head start. You know, court can take action to just fund the PCNs, which OMB is fully in support of, or it can fund the entire amount. We will segregate those dollars to ensure that they're only spent on ERP, the contracting, when that contract comes back to court.
Well, that's very helpful, Director Ramos. The bottom line is I'm incredibly excited for us to move forward on this ERP planning process, and then more importantly, the implementation, because right now, as a non-tech person, it is incredibly misaligned when different systems don't talk to each other. Motion to extend. And so I look forward to having this very clear, cohesive data management technology that will help our county get to the next level. So that's the end goal. And so I'm very supportive. So do not take any of my comments as not being supportive. I just want to I want to make sure, given what we've seen with other consultants, that these two PCNs are locked in managing with eagle eyes the excellence in terms of the execution of this project, given its complexity and given its importance. So in sum, what I'm hearing from you is you do need the $450,000 for those two PCNs. You can start the hiring process so that we're ready to go and fire on all cylinders when eventually whichever firm is selected.
Agreed, Commissioner.
Okay.
Just make Jay feel good. The motion was to continue discussion until we finish this item unanimously. There was no objection.
Who was the motion and second?
By Briones.
Briones Ellis?
Yeah. Since it was unanimous, you didn't need a second. But second by Ramsey if you want one.
Well, that's the Ellis rule. I'll go with that.
Yeah, that's the Senate rule. Has
I will
it
go with
changed around?
Briones Ramsey 4-0. Thank you.
Yeah. Is there a specific motion that someone has? Because it's not for the
So Commissioner,
1 point.
Just as presented, if you want.
Is that second?
so Commissioner, you want to do, Commissioner Garcia, the full 1.1 million, the full thing?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed
Aye.
vote no. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes. And did you say the other part was pulled? Was that the last one? 288? Or is that a part of this? Was 288 pulled?
I believe Commissioner just wanted to discuss.
It was pulled.
That's right. We got it. We discussed it.
So that was pulled.
And next one is 90. Oh, we had a guest walk in, Commissioner Jeff Trevelyan from Travis County. Always glad to see him here. Thank you for
Welcome.
joining us. And Gary
Welcome.
Bledsoe from statewide NAACP. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Next item is item 99. Commissioner Garcia, you pull that one. abate public nuisance.
Yes, I just want to take a moment to highlight how important it is for us to stay on top of abating these respective areas in the county and in our respective communities. And I want to applaud Director Barton and her team on working with my office on abating this particular nuisance that's in the Channelview area. In the coming days, Public Health will begin the abatement and demolition of a hotel along I-10 in Sheldon. This site has been a place of multiple fires, ongoing illegal activity, and significant structural deterioration. So in the past year, there have been 7 fires alone. This abatement is also significant because it is the first to be funded through the $500,000 earmarked for nuisance abatement efforts in Precinct 2 for this fiscal year. These resources allow Harris County to take action on dangerous properties that threaten the well-being of my respective communities. So this is about protecting neighborhoods, and it is about making sure every community in Precinct 2 is safe and treated with the urgency it deserves when it comes to these particular nuisances. So I look forward to the impact this abatement will have in Channelview and to continue working across the precinct as we build safer, cleaner, stronger neighborhoods for the people we serve. I'm proud to move on this item as presented.
A second. Motion by Garcia, second by Ellis. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, vote no. 4 ayes, no nays. Item 13.
This is great, Commissioner Garcia.
Ramsey. Thank
Let's vote. That's awesome.
105, Commissioner Ramsey.
105, we just need to vote. The public outreach on this was horrible. We just vote.
I'll move it. Is that second?
Second.
Commissioner Garcia seconds. That all those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
3 ayes, 1 nay. Item passes. Commissioner Ramsey votes no. Next is item 108, Commissioner Ramsey.
Same thing.
So move.
Moved by Garcia, second by Ellis. All those in favor, vote aye. 3 ayes and
Aye.
1 nay. Commissioner Ramsey votes no. Next is Commissioner Garcia, item 122.
Yes, sir. I just want to take time to acknowledge the sheriff's office, but in particularly, I want to just acknowledge the staff there that, and the sheriff, obviously, without a doubt, but I want to applaud the staff that has continued to sustain the Leadership Development Institute. I was proud to start this when I was in that role, but it's really the staff who have understood its value and have sustained it and continued to embrace it. This is the 13th year of the Leadership Development Institute, and this program was especially personal to me because the idea was just straightforward but intentional. Leadership doesn't happen by accident, and I felt strongly that you don't need stars, bars, or stripes to be considered a leader. So I wanted to make sure that we were doing all that we can to empower employees from all levels of the ranks of the sheriff's office. Because by doing so, we develop strong organizations and effective public service. In order to do that, we have to invest in developing leaders early, thoroughly, and from within. So over the past 13 years, that commitment has paid off with more than 360 leaders that have graduated from the Leadership Development Institute. 360 who are better equipped to lead teams, make sound decisions, and serve our community with integrity and accountability. So this is not just a number, but rather this is a legacy of leadership embedded throughout the organization. What this program proves is that leadership development is not a luxury, but an investment in people, in organizational stability, and in long-term success. When we build leadership capacity internally, we strengthen morale, improve performance, and ensure continuity for the future. In fact, I believe in this model so strongly that I have recently launched the Leadership Development Institute within my own precinct. We are applying the same philosophy, developing talent from within, preparing future leaders, and creating a culture of accountability and growth. And so I want to encourage other county departments to look at this institute as a model worth replicating. When we invest in leadership across the organization, we improve service delivery countywide and better serve the residents who depend on us, rather. And again, just congratulations to the sheriff for his continued commitment to leadership within the organization and for his continued support of LDI as we often call it. And, you know, the graduates is one thing, 360, but a cool part of this is that when you become an alumni of the LDI, there is a commitment to mentoring others. And so not those 360 aren't standing out there by themselves, but rather they're every day, they're touching other employees throughout the organization, whether they're carrying badges or guns, or whether they're answering calls, or whether they're at a terminal taking calls for service, whatever it may be, there's a continued, I guess I'll say in a positive way, contamination of leadership taking place in the Harris County Sheriff's Office. This program was implemented because, you know, when I took over the Sheriff's Office, we were having a lot of challenges. We had just settled the civil rights lawsuit, actually that Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee had a big hand in because she pushed the Department of Justice to look at the issues taking place. There was a lot of controversy in elections that were taking place at that time. And so I just felt that we had to do something beyond the norm of making sure that our employees knew that they were the true heartbeat and soul of the Sheriff's Office. And so we came up with this, and I want to put a shout out. I don't know whether Ben Richter is still involved with this, but if he is, I want to thank him because he just invested so much into this process. And we got to hear from every type of leader you can possibly think of, whether a faith leader, whether a business leader, whether a governmental leader, whether an elected official, whether a private sector CEO. I simply would invite people and tell them, and they would say, what do you want me to talk about? I said, talk about leadership. What does that mean to you? And then I would look into the institute and the attendees, and I would notice the first year there was nothing but, you know, stars and bars in the room, and I'm like, this ain't it, guys. You're not getting it. I want to make sure that we are bringing up the next generation, and I sincerely believe that when you invest in the frontline employees, it forces the rest of the leadership bureaucracy to stand up straighter and be better and think broader and be much more effective in our thought process. So again, 13 years of the LDI at the Sheriff's Office, and I'm so proud to see this continue on. I move on this, is this a transmittal?
It's approval.
No, Judge.
As presented.
No, Commissioner.
Oh, what's that?
It's not a transmittal.
Okay, I move on as presented.
Second.
Second, and thank you for your great work on it.
Thank you.
All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote no. 4 ayes, no nays. Congratulations, it passes, sir. Next, Commissioner Ramsey, 127, travel and training.
I make a motion to approve all items except for one.
I so move. Second, rather.
Motion made by Commissioner,
Sorry, which item? Line item? Line 27?
It's item 127, Commissioners.
I believe that's a travel.
Correct.
I think it's item one.
Item 1 for line 1 from 127?
Yes.
Okay.
You sure? You want to check?
HRT?
No, that's what they, right?
Okay, all right.
Okay.
A motion made by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote no. 4 ayes, no nays.
I move on
passes.
item 1 of 127.
And I'll second it. Commissioner Garcia moves on item line 1 be approved, and I'll second it.
And I am in favor.
All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed vote no.
No.
3 ayes, 1 nay. Commissioner Ramsey votes no. Next one is purchasing 176. Commissioner Ramsey and Commissioner Briones. This is a award on the basis of lowest bid.
Yeah.
Oh, the disparity study.
The disparity study, and I think it was in April of last year.
Mm-hmm.
We rejected proposals, and now we're coming back. So I guess all the issues that were there a year ago have gone away, and we're ready to move forward.
Good afternoon again, Kim Williams, purchasing agent. So this is actually another solicitation. So the solicitation was reopened and rebid. And so this is the results of this recent solicitation.
That was my question.
Okay, Commissioner Briones.
Thank you, Purchasing Agent Williams. I am very happy and very enthusiastically in support of this item. I thank my colleagues, Commissioner Ellis and Commissioner Garcia, for their leadership in 2020 to do our first disparity study. And when it found that only approximately 9% of county contracts went to women and minority-owned businesses in one of the most diverse places in the country. And now fast forward to where we are today, that number is at approximately 26% from 9. So have made progress, and we want to continue doubling down on that progress. And so thank you for making progress, and let's continue it. So with that, I would move 176 as presented.
I want to thank you, Commissioner Garcia. First date is really 2018, and the court may be paid for it out of the Precinct 1 budget, but I appreciate you and the judge reimbursing me.
Yeah.
And it is time to move forward. A motion made by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All
And then-
opposed, vote no for wise.
And then the money we put in, trying to encourage others to do it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, that's right. About 2 million
Yeah,
we put in.
That's right.
The next item is item 221. Am I right? I'm marking them off. Commissioner Briones. That one is
Yes.
interlocal agreement,
Yes, this is
mental health.
a partnership with University of Houston to conduct a mental health mapping project in Precinct 4. I'm thankful that U of H will be covering all costs and conducting this research, and it will result in this public, data-driven dashboard that will help us inform policy, that will help connect residents to care, and will really support targeted, strategic, continued mental health investments in the area. We know the need is tremendous. We know the need is widespread, and strategically, the more data we have, then we can really inject strategy where it's most needed. So I'm very thankful to the University of Houston, and I'm thankful to the advisory board. When I first took office, my team and I assembled advisory committees made up of community advocates, policy experts, frontline workers in a variety, justice and safety, health, infrastructure, and beyond. And so we got multiple recommendations from the experts in the committee asking us to embark on this mapping mental health project. And so I thank the committee, and I thank University of Houston and my team, as always. And with that, I proudly move 221 as presented and look forward to summer 2026. It's a fast-moving project, which is music to my ears.
Motion made by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, vote no. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes. Next is a transmittal on Vision Zero. You have a presentation, Dr. Rahman. And thank you for your work on it, Doctor.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, sir. It's up.
Good afternoon, members of the court. Milton Rahman, County Engineer. I'm happy to present the Vision Zero initiative that we have in Harris County. Along with me, we have Dr. Patrick Mandapaka, is the Director of our Planning and Transportation Planning Department. So with that, I'll start with the first slide. If you move, next slide, please. So Vision Zero initiatives, as many of you know, it's an international initiative to eliminate traffic-related fatalities and serious injuries while increasing safety, healthy, equitable transportation for all transportation users. So Harris County is the first county in Texas to adopt Vision Zero goal in 2020. Our goal was to have zero fatalities in our streets by 2030. With that said, there are a few other counties that followed the suit after Harris County. You know, I see our commissioner from Travis County down here. So they adopted it recently. Cameron County and Bexar County also adopted Vision Zero initiatives. But a lot of the counties have not yet adopted Vision Zero initiative in Texas. So with that said, let's move to the next slide, please. So what did we do after we adopted Vision Zero initiatives? The very first thing we did is we developed an action plan that what are we going to do? In part of that, we have identified a high injury network that has 33 corridors that we have with high fatalities. Now, the action plan includes goals, priorities, and strategies to improve traffic safety for all modes of transportation, vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians user on our roadway. As you heard some of the speakers earlier, we're not only focused on just for the vehicles traveled, also for the other users on the roadways. The initiatives include all 6 E's. We call it the 6 E's. Starts with education, enforcement, of course, engineering, encouragement, equity. Transportation equity is a key factor to that. We have some data in terms of what's happening. So if you move the next slide, please. You can see the trend. Now, this is the data Houston Galveston Metropolitan Planning Organization, they do the safety reports for 8 counties. As you can see, we have it, and we also have it for the unincorporated county. That the number of fatalities and serious injuries were lower in the 2019 and 2020. We observed it. Part of it, we believe, is because of not a lot of people who are driving because of the COVID. After COVID, the numbers picked up in terms, of in our region. But one thing that we did observe, and this data doesn't represent, which is where we have observed the fatalities and the serious injuries. One of the measures they use is per vehicles miles traveled. And since 2021, we did see a reduction of fatalities and serious injuries per vehicle miles traveled. In 2021, it was 1.43. And now it is 1.20 per 1,000 miles traveled. With that said, one of the things, again, there are many reasons to it. I know you'll have questions on this slide. One key reason is we have more people driving on our street. So we'll move to the next slide, please. These are some of the questions we discussed in a couple of quarters ago, that what are the top reasons that it's happening. So we took the TxDOT crash database where all the the incident report is stored. As you could see, the highest to lowest here, a few of them failed to yield at a stop at a signal, speeding, not wearing seatbelt. Those are the top 3 causes of fatal injuries at our roadways. And one thing I do want to point out, that whether the geometric design of our roadway plays an important factor in making our streets safe. A lot of these factors are tied to drivers' behavior, whether not stopping at signal, DWI, distracted driving. All these are behavioral issues. So when we talk about the 6 E's, education and public awareness plays a critical role in reducing our traffic-related injuries, along with definitely enforcement. So what can we do, and what are other folks doing in terms of reducing deaths? So let's move to the next slide, please. Now, we did look at some of the best practices that other entities are doing and what we can do. Of course, there are strict regulations and whatnot. In terms of failure to yield and stop, some folks are using backlights with retroactive borders. There are, distracted driving. There are some policy that some of the agencies looking into it. Passengers limit for younger drivers, training, having rumble strips, speeding. As we implement, many of you or other commissioners, y'all's precinct, we reduce the speed limit on some of the roadways where we see or where we can. And when we believe that the speeding is the major cause of safety, many agencies does that as well. Reduced lane width is some of the things. We are going to address many of these geometric criteria, part of our geometric design manual update. And of course, when it comes to impaired driving, a lot of them are policy-related, regulatory solutions down there. Next slide, please. So I wanted to give you all a quick update of our high injury network that we are developing. Our initial high injury network that we developed based on 2014 to 2018 data. As part of our update, we're continuously updating our network. What it does show which area of the town is becoming more problematic now. Now we see more development, more vehicles on our roadway. So the updated network that we have done, we have seen that the growing areas in the western portion of the county has some more roads that falls into our high injury network. We are this will be part of our Vision Zero action plan. But what I want to emphasize that the work that we have done in the previous high injury network and what it did. So I have another slide also, if you go to the next slide, where we kind of have some information on our HECTRA facility, as HECTRA is also one of our main partners in terms of Vision Zero and our in the transportation system. The data that we have on our HECTRA facility, it follows the same trend of what we have seen in this region as a whole. It's nothing different. So if we could move to the next slide. So I'm speeding up. Part of the reason is we wanted to focus on what we are doing here. So I want to thank this Commissioner's Court. This Commissioner's Court has dedicated $50 million dedicated funding for Vision Zero initiative in the 2022 infrastructure bond projects. And all the precincts have initiated many projects that reduces, that makes our roads safer. Mobility funds, those are some of the funding sources that we use for Vision Zero related improvements. We have had success of receiving significant amount of grant funding since 2022. We have received $226 million of federal, state, and regional grant funds that will be on our roadway improvements projects. And one thing I want to focus on, every projects that we do, every road projects that we do, we pass this through a lens of safety, how we can make it safer, whether it is adding a median or adding a turn lane, adding an intersection, or have wider sidewalks or divided multi-purpose pathway. We look at the opportunities within our right-of-way, and every project we do, we try to improve our safety. So next slide, please. And these are some of the improvements that we have done. And once again, thanks to all the precincts for focusing on this. We have completed 46 projects within our high injury network that we have identified in the past. And imagine this, to make our roads safer, we have installed 1,246 school zone flashers since we have adopted Vision Zero implementation. So I don't want to go through all of these, but we also have a lot of studies that we do. All the precincts initiate anytime you receive a complaint about safety. We do traffic studies. In a given year, we do more or less 400 traffic studies to identify what is the cause of the injury, how we could make those streets safer. So many of the projects, again, we have 60 traffic calming projects that we are doing, led by precinct, and this is neighborhood traffic calming. You can
agree.
So, and I just wanted to put some examples out there so for our residents, they can see. This is Anderson Road at Iram Clark Road, where we have done improved the traffic signal, pedestrian signal, and crosswalk improvement. And in the past, we had 3 fatal crash in this intersection. And after we have done the project so far, we have 0. Another example we have in North Eldridge Parkway and Fetlock Drive. This is another one where we did a traffic signal, pedestrian improvement, crosswalk. Along with this, we have seen no fatalities after the project has been done. Now, these are, like I said, all of our projects in all the precincts, we do a lot of improvements similar where our roads are safer today. So moving on. One of the key is policy and plan development, and that's what we're doing with the guidance of our code. We approved, or this code has approved guidelines for neighborhood traffic calming, which allows a lot of the traffic calming measures that was not allowed in the past. Speed hump is one of the examples that now we can do on our roadways. We have adopted a new traffic impact analysis guidelines. And the new guidelines, again, it allows us to hold the developer responsible as they're bringing this development. They're going to bringing more vehicles on our road. So now we can enforce and ask them to do the improvement that is needed to make the street safer, whether it's the turn lane, whether it's the signal, we can do that. Countywide, we have a countywide safe routes to school planning study that's ongoing. Our geometric design guidelines update that is ongoing, and we plan to finish both of this by end of this year. Greenway design guidelines and tollway landscaping intersection design guidelines that's led by Hectra. That's going to also make our roadway safer. So again, I discussed a few of them in terms of the next steps of policy and what we are working on. We continue to pursue grant funding as we see any grant opportunity on our roadways. And then we're designing and constructing safety projects for all of our projects. Next slide, please. Well, I would be remiss if I don't thank all of our partners. Last year, we have set up this Vision Zero steering committee, and the steering committee involves our precinct partner, all 4 precinct, county judge's office, county administration, toll road as well. Along with that, Office of the County Engineering is also partnering with all regional partners. As you know, that the traffic and the roadway safety is not, we can't just do it just Harris County Engineering Department. So we have a lot of our other partners, including our Sheriff's Office, City of Houston, Metro, Houston Galveston Council of Government, TxDOT. We're coordinating with all of them as we develop our Harris County Master Transportation Plan to see how we can make this region better. So again, we appreciate all the partnership and all the departments that are working together. I'll take any questions.
So we have questions from Commissioner Garcia, and then Ramsey, then Briones, and then Ellis.
Good deal. Thank you, Chair. Dr. Rahman, thank you for your continued work on this, and thank you for helping us in our respective offices continue to keep an eye on accomplishing Vision Zero to the extent possible and with the resources that we have. You know, having several of the high injury networks in my precinct, I can't appreciate this commitment and this work, you know, as much as I do. So thank you and your team. I do want to ask if there's, you know, I know it's money, and so I'm hopeful that with the changes in the investment policy, we'll have more resources to commit to this. So just continue to tell my staff at a minimum what more we can be doing, and how can we be better prepared to accelerate Vision Zero, you know, more so than we are already. So again, thank you for your work. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Commissioner. You and your staff has been a great partner in working on many of these projects.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Dr. Rahman, thank you. Important issue. Last year, I think, or a year before, we had 503 people die on the roads in Harris County. That's more than the homicides. So you identified some of the factors associated with that. I think almost any investment we make in roadway maintenance, roadway improvements, we talked about the last Commissioner's Court, signal maintenance. We know we're behind in terms of the number of signals that need to be addressed, but I think in terms of Vision Zero, keep the pedal down in terms of those deferred maintenance issues. Talking to TxDOT here recently, I know they've got a lot of issues with striping. If you've ridden the freeways in Harris County at night or in the rain, you can't even tell what lane you're in. So striping, those sorts of things, signals, signage, I think is important. So those sound little, but at least for those drivers that want to drive right, at least for those drivers that aren't out there going 100 miles an hour at 2 o'clock in the morning, but just somebody trying to go from point A to point B, the more we can do, I think, to bring in the dollars, focus, Commissioner Garcia's reference to any dollars we can free up to come into this area. I know in the bond issue, 2022 bonds, we had $50 million. I think my portion of that so far is 8. So I can do the math. I know how that works. So yeah, well, so we're open for business in Harris in Precinct 3, and if we can put a few more dollars toward that. You know, the problems we've got, 6,800 miles of road, 49% of the roads in unincorporated Harris counties in Precinct 3. So we see firsthand the problem with it. Look forward to working with your office and being sure that we really maximize. And maybe that's a conversation we need to have. Where's the most return on investment? What can we do that does the most good? And try to put our dollars there. Turning 2-lane to 4-lane, there's not enough money in whatever we're doing to do that. But to go fix our intersections, deal with striping and signage, those are real things that we can do and make a real difference. Thank you.
Commissioner, appreciate you, and you hit the point. It is so important when we talk about a lot of low-cost improvement that we can do that improves the safety significantly. Things like having, the pavement marking work we do, fixing the guardrails, many of the work, replacing the signs and signals. So that's been very important. And our office, we're doing an asset management. We collected all the roadway condition data. With this data, we also have data on our signs, our condition of our sign, condition of our ped ramp, and we'll work with your office to basically do some of the high-impact projects, low-cost, high-impact project that improves the safety.
Almost at least once a day I get a phone call. Can you please synchronize the signals so that I'm not sitting here for 20 minutes and there's nobody going the other way? So I think those kind of things too. I don't know what our routine updates on the synchronization, but
yes, sir.
Please add that to the list. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Briones.
Thank you, Dr. Ramond, for this update. For those who are listening and may not be aware what Vision Zero is, it is a goal to have 0 serious injuries and 0 fatalities on Harris County roads by 2030. So it is a very bold goal that we are working hard. And my question to you is, you said it, but I want to be 100% sure for the record. Because I've challenged my team, and the answer is yes for Precinct 4. But for all projects led by our county engineering department, is every project put through the rubric or lens of Vision Zero to maximize the positive safety impact of the investment, design, et cetera? Recognizing that you're finalizing the guidelines, but is this like a common standard of practice for every single investment?
Absolutely, Commissioner. So every project we do for any precinct, we look into the safety lens to say how we can make it better, how we can improve. Even when we do a drainage project, I'll give you an example. A project at Castle Wood, we had a lot of open ditches. We converted those to closed system. So those are some of the examples that, if the project even is not just a roadway improvement project, we still try to improve our safety. The answer is yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And I know we know this, but again, this to the point, like Harris County, 558 people died in 2024 alone. Like, this is life and death, mobility. Will I ever be able to walk again or not? And so this is more than just, wonderful deck. I love it. But make sure, and I just want to thank my team because, and I'll just read a few of the examples that I'm so grateful and proud of. They have built 50 miles of sidewalk in partnership with y'all, 50 miles of sidewalk so our kids don't have to walk to school on busy streets or in ditches. We're about to finish another 25 miles, so 75 miles in a little over a year, getting things done. Another example is crosswalks. So as a former teacher, driving by, seeing all these crosswalks that you can't see the paint anymore. So to your point, Commissioner Ramsey, like, what are these low-hanging fruit? And so our road and bridge, and I want to thank Walter Hambrick and Dr. Ray Guerra and team, they're out there and they've already done 25 high visibility crosswalks, and they're about to do another 25. So I'm just like aggressive, relentless action so that we can keep delivering safety. And I can go on and on. But the bottom line is I know all 4 of our precincts are working relentlessly on the 6,000 miles of road that we're in charge of to make it safer. And I know you're working on the policy, but again, I think we just need more fire and purpose to make sure that we are getting closer to this very bold goal. So in sum, thank you, and I just wanted to be sure. And then my last question was about the bond. So far we've tapped into zero, actually, because of the mechanics, and that's more of a finance budget issue. But my question to you is, of the 2022 bond dollars that have been able to be tapped into, which projects do you feel have been the most meaningful in working towards this Vision Zero goal?
Commissioner, let me understand your question a little better. So you're asking more of the projects we do. Definitely, all the roadway projects that has been initiated by each precinct has made a difference. We haven't started, I'll say, the fast pace construction yet on many of this project because as we are still in the design phase. So we may not see the impact yet, but as soon as we're done with the construction, I think the next couple of years is going to be a lot critical because we will see more construction from the bond program that has been approved in 2022. So a lot of the construction will happen in the next couple of years, and we'll see more impact. But now you see a lot more planning, design.
Okay. So again, purposeful, relentless, aggressive action. And just to be clear, we all have our allocations of the bond money, especially the Vision Zero, the allocations, but not all of us have been able to draw down. So I look forward, again, relentless action, and I appreciate your efforts. Please keep it going.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just briefly, look, I appreciate what everybody has doing and all we are doing. I appreciate my staff who asked me to put this item on the agenda. I'm glad we beat Travis County since Commissioner Trevelyan is back there. But I want to point out that fatalities have increased by 36% since 2019 when we put this item on the agenda. And I think part of the problem is that driver behavior is not the most significant factor. Behavior is a symptom of unsafe road design. And when we add lanes and people can go faster, speed kills. But when you look at the road, the street, and it's like a freeway, you think, let's zoom. So we got a lot more work to do. I hope you'll compare what we're doing to what the city is doing, other urban counties, and our peers, our colleagues around the state when you try to make the case for more funding in the next cycle. All right, thank you. This is a transmittable. Thank you for the work that you have done.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to thank the Vision Zero steering committee members from each of your office. They've been doing a phenomenal job supporting Dr. Amanda Paca. And we have to bring back the geometric design guidelines, which will address, Commissioner, some of those issues of how we can better design our roadways to ensure our roads are safer. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. If we can, colleagues, I'm going to jump to a few items we have to vote on because I'm going to have to tip out since Commissioner Trevelyan is here. So I might jump. Commissioner Ramsey, you had 268. That is purchase gift cards, an amount of $10,000. You pull that one. Moved by Commissioner Garcia, second by Ellis. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, vote no. 3 ayes, 1 nay. Commissioner Ramsey votes no. Next one, Commissioner Ramsey, is 277. That's to file a lawsuit on EPA. Moved by
Second.
Garcia, second by Briones. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
3 ayes and 1 nay. The item passes. Next one, Commissioner Ramsey, you pull that one. It's 282, Metals Mental Health Policy Institute for Early Childhood Initiatives. Commissioner
Second.
Garcia moves it. Commissioner Briones seconds it. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, vote no. 3 ayes, 1 nay. The item passes. I think those are all voting items. I skip any, Jay? Those are transmittals.
I think, let's see, yes, I think that's all those, the rest are transmittals.
Commissioner Garcia, if I might, just so I don't owe Trevelyan, that means in Travis County they don't go too long. He'll go to sleep on us, and then he'll be on the TV.
Oops. Okay, let's see, where were we at, Jay? 242, is that?
Did I give it to you?
Nope. There we go. Okay, we're right here. Okay. All right. The next item is 280, nope, not 285.
Jay, give me back my transmittals. I moved so quick. Where are we, Jay? That's why I got you in here.
We're on 242.
Yeah.
Okay, we're here on the transmittal for 242. That's an item that I pulled. This has to do with 311. Director Menon, I want to just say thank you to your team. This was actually one of the first things that I was excited to move on, I think in 2019. And so, and now we're moving this along into a new phase. So as of January 1st, the flood control district has implemented an ability to map out, different issues and things of that nature. And so this system is now going to be better able to respond to encampments, homeless encampments within the system. And so now residents can submit reports through a single standardized form with map pinning and photo upload opportunities. That means fewer gaps and clearer path to action when neighbors raise concerns. And is Jeremy Radcliffe still here? Where are you, Jeremy? You stand up, man. You come on down here. I love me some Jeremy. And if you were edible, man, careful. I take a big old chunk out of you. But I really, Dr. Peterson, I just really appreciate this man for the work he does and the way he responds to constituents. I really appreciate you. So the next phase is, you stay right there, don't you leave. The next phase is we'll align precinct response processes and create a centralized dashboard to strengthen oversight. At the end of the day, this is about public safety, making sure our residents know that their concerns lead to real actions, that their concerns are absolutely heard and reacted on. And so, Dr. Menon, I want to thank you and your team for your leadership. I do have a question, is how are we ensuring that vulnerable residents who may not use online tools still have equal access to report concerns, and how those reports are integrated into the same tracking system?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. If I may, I would also like to echo your thoughts about thanking flood control and Dr. Peterson as well as Mr. Radif for all the work that they have done along with our team. They've put in a lot of efforts to make this happen. So great thanks to the partnership we have. To answer your question, Commissioner, we want to ensure that the vulnerable residents have equitable access to our 311 center. Our live center, with the 24/7 live call center with residents, we have trained agents that the residents can speak with the trained agent. We also have an interpreter service that supports more than 290 language. The languages that we have supported our residents in includes Vietnamese, Farsi, Russian, Dari, Mandari, Swahili, Pashto, Arabic, Rohingya, Turkish, Japanese, and Hindi.
Wonderful.
Quite a few of them.
Man, talk about language access. Beautiful.
Yes, sir.
Beautiful.
Yes, sir. We are also, on the language access topic, I do want to say that we are also exploring agentic AI solutions so that we can add further capability into our 311 systems.
Wonderful.
And also partnering with public health.
Good deal.
I would give a shout out to Public Health Director.
Wonderful.
So this ensures that if individuals do not have reliable internet access to fill out the dedicated forms or prefer phone, there is a reliable option always available.
Wonderful. And I see my Public Works Director back there. Juan, you want to stand up, buddy? He and his team, and Jose Jimenez is not online here, but they were instrumental in the early days of the 311 development concept, and I just want to applaud them, as well as our respective team members who all provided some good insight and feedback to make that system as robust as it is. Jeremy, I think by virtue of your size, you're going to be the appetizer, and that guy is like 3 courses all by himself. But listen, but listen, I really do appreciate this is critical work, because I want folks to who take 311 for granted, especially in the unincorporated areas of the county, to understand the value of this thing. Because it used to be, if you happen to know the commissioner, if you happen to know you had a commissioner, if you happen to know who to call. I remember when I got here, we used to hand out a pamphlet with about 50 numbers on it, all for different things. all of that is in one place with 311 that the county now has. And I couldn't be more excited and more grateful because it really does serve our residents. And I do feel strongly that people don't have to know somebody to get something done. And this system is making that happen, but especially on the homeless side of things. That's an issue that does get a lot of attention, but I'm excited that the system now is being immensely responsive in many regards. So again, thank you, Director Jeremy. Really appreciate you, Dr. Peterson, and Three Course also appreciate you. All right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Is this a transmittal? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
All righty. Let's
Commissioner,
see.
Commissioner,
Yes, yes.
I think I made a slight mistake. There was one item that we need to take a vote on that we
Okay.
did not, which was, well, I don't know that we do. It depends. Commissioner Ramsey's item on 293, is there a discussion and possible action? It's on the Harris County Flood Control Maintenance Program.
293.
There's no action.
Okay, great.
All right. Are we good?
And then, other than that, it's just the remaining resolutions that they'll be
Yes,
discussed
the
later.
remaining resolutions are the only other item, but I think we have speakers on them, right?
One or two,
Yeah.
yes, I believe.
Okay. Are we good? All right. Next item is 243, which was pulled by Commissioner Briones.
Yes, thank you. And we will hear soon from Director Barden. But the reason that I just am so thankful is this is a countywide strategy to address food insecurity. Unfortunately, in Harris County, we have 3 times the national average of folks who are food insecure in one of the most prosperous areas in one of the most prosperous states in one of the most prosperous nations. And we need to be doing more about it. And this, of course, has been exacerbated, as we have seen, with changes to SNAP. And there is so much that each of our precincts are doing in terms of partnerships. I'm very thankful to numerous partners who do food distributions in Precinct 4, like Common Market, Second Servings, Feed the Fridge, Tejano Center with La Tiendita. And the other thing that I'm also thankful for is University of Houston. Yet again, we have a partnership with their social work team. And so the reason this came about, and I'm going to turn it over in just one second, is we had so many individuals in our community centers that needed referrals to different, whether it was housing, job training, SNAP benefits and other benefits. And so our team members were doing the best they could, but then we said, well, let's really grow a social work team within Precinct 4. And of course, augmenting that given limited government funds with U of H social work graduate students who basically do an internship at Precinct 4. So then, thanks to Director Barton and her amazing team, helping to get additional training for our teams, because there's so many resources out there, but navigating these complex government systems is a challenge. And so y'all provided invaluable information and tools to help our team be able to connect these individuals to the services that they are eligible for. So it's, yes, we always need more resources, but what we need in the immediate is for the folks to be able to access the resources we have. So I am very excited to hear there's so many great recommendations, but one of which, and she went to all the departments or the key departments that are forward facing, and there's such an appetite for more of these trainings across Harris County. So again, we can amplify what we're doing to connect people to services that they're eligible for. So with that, I just thank you for your Unlock My Benefits work. I thank you in advance for the continued training you will give. It was like over 77% of departments really want to help partner. So again, thank you to all of the Harris County team members for wanting to do more for the people we are serving. So with that, Director Barton, would you please update us on other recommendations to address food insecurity in Harris County?
Yes, I'm happy to. I'm Leah Barton, Director of Harris County Public Health, here with Brandon Maddox, who leads our planning and innovation team. And I appreciate the work of Brandon and his folks in pulling this report together. There's a much longer report that we transmitted. We're just sharing some of the highlights in these slides, as well as I appreciate the input from Dr. Jamie Hughes. But we know that, if we can go to the next slide, Tiffany, food and health are fundamentally linked, right? Food insecurity affects physical health, mental health, and people's ability to achieve their full potential. And we see significant correlation between people experiencing poor health and people experiencing food insecurity. So if we go to the next slide, as Commissioner Briones pointed out, 2 in 5 households in Houston and Harris County experience food insecurity, which might be lack of adequate food, or it might be lack of access to nutritious food. And this is both an income and an access challenge. You can see it right, some of our food deserts where people are both low income as well as lacking that access to those healthy food sources. And if we keep moving, Harris County has stepped up to make significant investments to combat food insecurity, principally through funding that was made available through the COVID-19 pandemic, where we not only provided healthy food, supported our food banks and networks of food pantries, helped people apply for public benefits, invested in food system infrastructure, as well as addressed some of the root causes of food insecurity through investments in affordable housing, workforce development, small business growth, et cetera. But through those investments, we were able to reach more than 500,000 households and deliver infrastructure that would be here for the long term. On an ongoing basis, our HCPH Connect program helps connect people to public benefits, and our WIC centers are on track for a record year. They expect to see over 80,000 visits this year across our 11 WIC centers. Next slide. However, things are getting harder. That COVID money that we just described, has come to an end, is coming to an end. We've seen federal funding cuts to food banks, to the SNAP-Ed program, to local food purchasing, as well as we're flying a little bit blind with the cancellation of the Household Food Security Survey. So we don't have as much data as we used to. But one of the principal supports that people access in our region, of course, is SNAP, right? Nearly 600,000 Harris County individuals benefit from SNAP, so that's almost 300,000 families. But we know that many people who are eligible are not enrolled, and it's becoming more difficult to enroll and stay enrolled. And a big part of that is changes to work requirements, where work requirements now apply to people between age 59 and 65, to people with kids in the home who are older than 14, and some of the previous exemptions for work requirements for veterans, people experiencing homelessness, people who have just aged out of foster care have also been removed. And then some people are no longer eligible at all who used to be. And so we really need to be educating the community about how to comply with those work requirements if they're newly applicable to them, or just what the changes are and how they can maintain their benefits in the face of these tightening requirements. We also expect to see very significant cost shift to the state of Texas in the coming years, and that's due to federal changes shifting administrative costs to the state and implementing a cost-sharing penalty for administrative errors. That's not fraud, it's just errors, but that could be over $700 million. I've heard over $800 million total in costs that are coming to the state. And so the legislature will have to make a choice as to whether they want to increase their own contribution to SNAP or find ways to, again, improve our error rate. But broadly, we see that state investment in SNAP may be challenged, and so that may have local impacts as well. And so if we go to the next slide. Commissioner Briones, you alluded to some of the things that we as a county are already doing. I'll ask Brandon to speak to those survey results, and then we'll talk about some of the priority investments we might be able to make.
Thanks, Leah, and good afternoon, commissioners. So when we were originally asked to develop the strategy, we had reached out to other county departments to understand whether they were currently screening for food insecurity, how they respond, and whether any additional supports are needed. And what we found is that county departments really seek improved referral mechanisms. Although the majority of them are already screening for food insecurity or they are interested in exploring screening, they're not using a formalized tool across the board, which offers some opportunities for standardization. And then when we do respond, when we do find someone who is experiencing food insecurity, our primary response is a community referral rather than a direct intervention. And that just gets into why county departments really desperately want those improved referral mechanisms, and especially around direct food distribution, so alleviating those immediate needs of hunger, as well as how to connect community members with public benefits. And if we go to the next slide. What we've provided here are a list of opportunities that we can use to help serve, shorten, and end the line of food insecurity. These are coined by our partners at the Houston Food Bank, but they allow us to see how different activities affect different outcomes. So to continue serving the line, we can, of course, continue that direct food distribution that we're already doing under ARPA. This is great, like I said, for alleviating that immediate need of hunger, but it is perhaps limited on those long-term outcomes. For the activities that can shorten the line, we can expand the Connect program and sustain the Helping Hands program after those ARPA funds expire. We can educate community members on those changing SNAP eligibility requirements. We can standardize screening and referral pathways for our community programs, and we can coordinate better food and nutrition education across our network of community partners. For activities that end the line, this is continued advocacy. We know that advocacy and policy is the best lever for addressing the root causes, as well as utilizing county land and economic incentives to address food deserts, as well as investments in some upstream programs that help people with financial self-sufficiency. I do want to note there are some activities here in blue that are very much in scope for Harris County Public Health, and other activities in black that are further out of our reach. And the final slide. What we have here is just some potential scoping options for future investment. These are largely similar to what we presented on the previous slide, but they represent our recommendations for continued investment that have the greatest impact and feasibility. And so our main recommendation includes sustained and expanded investments in programs that help people obtain and maintain public benefits, but we've included a range of options that we hope you'll consider for ARPA continuation funds or in the fiscal year 27 budget process.
Thank you very much for that report, Commissioner Briones. Thank you for pulling this item. I just want to also commend my team for their respective work on this issue. I want to thank Dr. Bowie and Mir Jamani back here and the rest of my operation. I mean, I'm proud of the fact that we've got our senior meal program, which is for homebound and congregate meals. We've established the Harvest Together program, achieved through our Grow Towers, where we distribute fresh produce and eggs to seniors, common market fresh food box delivery, supported Finca Tres Robles to launch their new urban farm, and supported the Little Red Box grocery store. As well as we supported the common market with $50,000 to increase the number of food boxes in all 9 community centers in response to the SNAP cuts, and actively working with Urban Farms Group to identify county land to convert to urban farms as a source of fresh food for the community. And then we're actively working to ramp up Grow Together. This program will support the windowsill gardens to grow fresh produce, herbs and spices and other things. Health Services received a grant funds to do nutrition education and cooking classes. Health Services also signed individuals up for SNAP, etc. And we also have an ongoing community pantry at our Leonel Castillo Community Center and Flukinger Community Center. And then we're also doing a food drive tomorrow with, move to extend time. All in favor, nobody opposed, motion passes. We will also be doing a food drive tomorrow with the East Harris County Empowerment Council and the Islamic Relief Fund USA at our new 10,000 square foot health facility. And I also want to thank the health department because we are screening within our respective services team what more we could be doing. And then Dr. Bowie reminded me that we are also partners with Brighter Bites to pass out 15 pounds of bags of fresh food and vegetables in the summer for school children. They may not appreciate the fresh vegetables, but they're getting it anyway. But all that to say, it's an issue. I noticed the map that a significant part of those spots that you identified are in Precinct 2. I've always mentioned this as one of the things that keeps me up at night, but wakes me up every day, ready to get to work to address. And so I can't thank the Health Department enough, and thank you, sir, for your respective work. But obviously, there's more to do. So, Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, Lee, thank you for your leadership on this. Appreciate the focus. I know one of the biggest opportunities, I think, is continued partnership with our nonprofits. They are in the neighborhood. They are right there in the middle of where the need is. So just a level of encouragement. It doesn't always have to be the money either. It has simply to be identify the need, work with them in terms of where they can go. They're doing an outstanding job. They have potential money resources that others don't have. So look forward to us continuing to do that. I noticed there's a lot of trucks running around called second servings. And that's interesting to see them parked in front of Kroger's or other places to be sure we don't waste a piece of bread in Harris County when it can be out there. So thank you for that networking.
Thank you.
Yes, one last quick thing. I couldn't agree more on the power of partnership and bringing all the ecosystem. There's so much great work making sure we're making it easier for folks to access. So thank you for this, and to all the kids' meals, Houston Food Bank. I mean, so many great partners. HEB, Kroger, you can go on. But my question to you is, and I know this is a transmittal, but would you please be willing to do a training webinar for all of the county departments that expressed interest on the Unlock My Benefits?
Yes, we'd be happy to.
Okay. Well, thank you so very much. And Director Maddox, you too. You all are wonderful. We appreciate you.
Wonderful. All right, we'll move on to, that was a transmittal, so we'll now move on to item 267, also pulled by Commissioner Ramsey and Briones. This is a compensation study.
Before I ask questions, would Chief People Officer Rowley, would you please provide a quick update on where we are?
Yes, of course. There is some backup, if we could please get that up. I'm just going to share 2 pages of it. And of course, entertain any of your questions. Let me just go ahead and explain. So we've got about 5 major categories of activity. Thank you. Let's move to the 3rd page, please. Thank you. About 5 major categories of activity here. The first and most important is the engagement with your teams and with the departments. So we continue that. What that looks like right now is that we're in the process, a lot of change management and communications, but also we're in the process of scheduling intense work sessions of 2 hours, or if they want more or less, we'll go along with whatever they want. But we're going to lean in with some of our own compensation resources, job evaluation, and comp benchmarking resources who typically support these departments, as well as the Gallagher consultants. And we'll be together, either myself or Amanda will be in each one of those meetings. So we're going to have 70 meetings over 6 weeks. And those ideally will be our finalization and alignment sessions. The second bullet here is regarding Gallagher. So they continue to work exhaustively to validate and to make sure they've incorporated all the feedback that we've had and that they're doing the appropriate market benchmarking. We've expanded the job classifications. I mentioned this to you all last time. So they're continuing to work to get those files in the best shape possible for when we re-engage with the departments. And those meetings start next week. So that's what's been happening since the last court. We're also engaging, of course, with Universal Services. We've done a lot of testing, and we will run a mock payroll. We're finally in a green zone on the testing that we've done. And as I mentioned last time also, we will do this mock payroll that we've never done before, because I know there are a lot of concerns about, will this work well? We have concerns too, but we continue to test. And then, of course, we continue to partner with OMB. We are looking at some of these files from the sense that some of these implementation files, validation implementation files, from the perspective of some of the spend that's recommended has really gone up significantly. That wasn't part of the initial budget. So we're going to have some tough conversations with departments about whether that's appropriate or not, because you'll remember there are kind of 4 key reasons we're doing this study, and they're not necessarily some of the things that we'd love to be able to do, which is bring people further into grade ranges and so forth. It's to get people to minimum, address compression issues, address any FLSA issues, and any pay equity issues. And finally, as I mentioned, we have a lot of communications and activity going on for employees, for department leaders, and really even some focus group sessions, some pulse surveys. So really seeking to support everyone through this process. Next page, please. So what's the timing looking like now? As y'all charged us with, we will be implementing effective February 7th. We will be actually conveying the increases effective May 2nd, and that will show up on May 22nd paychecks. So that will include the look back pay to February 7th. And we're working through that process right now. Expect to be able to pull that one off. So that's the current update. On the next slide shows some of the communications and engagement that we have going on. What questions do you have?
All right. Commissioner Riones?
Yes, thank you for your hard work and thank you for this progress. One question is, when there is a disagreement on a particular classification or pay adjustment, how is a final decision made?
So the plan is that we will reach alignment together, but if we're not able to, we're going to let the data rule. And so that's why we're including the internal compensation resources. So Gallagher has done their benchmarking, but now we're adding team members who typically work with the departments and the precincts so that they're able to help add that second set of eyes and maybe be a tiebreaker in a conversation. And I would think that if both Gallagher and the internal resources are suggesting something and a department feels differently, my proposal would be we move forward with one with the most weight and then put that questioned category, job, et cetera, into our go forward process of reviewing a third of our jobs annually and get that in that first set. So this first year, we'll make sure we'll go in and do a deep dive on it. That would be my proposal.
Thank you. Next quick question is, what is the % of responses as of today? And then within the responses, how much are agree versus not agree?
So we haven't, it's the same as what I shared with you last time because we haven't had those re-engagement sessions yet. So at that point, it was 60 agreed, 40 not agreed, but that wasn't even the whole set of all 70 departments. So to date, we don't have any new updated information because we haven't started those re-engagement sessions. But I can tell you that of the 70 departments that we're going to re-engage with, we have I think we have 30 scheduled already.
Wonderful. And then
I'm sorry, pardon.
Oh, no, pardon me. Go ahead.
We do have a new project manager internally on this, so we have a very aggressive project manager on who's going to help us get this done.
Excellent. And I just wanted to say thank you to you and your team and to the 70 departments. We please need your continuous partnership and y'all to be locked in because this is of just tremendous importance to us and we want to do right by people and we want it to be right and we need the departments locked in, leaning in to achieve that goal. So thank you for your efforts and I look forward to the next update and to market progress.
Good deal. Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey?
Yeah, thank you, Director. Thank you for taking what was a bit of a mess and I think you've made progress. Clearly, we've got some morale issues. I think 3 simple words we need to focus on: communication, communication, communication. So if we can be sure that the folks, I think there was some level of expectation created. Now we got to go back and clarify and have the conversations. I know that's what y'all are doing, but I can't emphasize that enough. I know this was done in order to address disparities. It was done in order to attract and recruit and retain, and in some cases it's doing just the opposite of that. So make a bad situation good, and I know I think the extended time will help as we sort through each one of the positions and issues. But keep up that work. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that. And I do want to reiterate that most employees will not see an increase with this. So the original number was about a third. So I think it's important that we communicate that.
Good deal. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate the work. All right. We're going to go on to item, is that it, Jay?
Just the resolutions
Oh,
now,
the resolution.
Commissioner?
Yes.
To Commissioner Ramsey's item,
Oh, Commissioner Ramsey's.
This may be the shortest conversation we've ever had on any issue,
Oh, here we go.
but
What item is this in reference?
293,
293.
The one that you said no action on, Commissioner?
no action.
Yeah, he just had discussion.
But simply stated, I just want to give a bit of a shout out to Director Peterson that yes, we do have an ongoing standing up of our maintenance program. If you remember 2 years ago, we voted $100 million a year to do maintenance on over 2,500 miles of facilities that we own and operate. You're making progress. I know last year was the first full year. This year, I guess is a bit of an update. What percent in general, I don't know how you measure, maybe simply state in a short few minutes, how do you measure where we are with the program?
That's a great question, Commissioner. So when the vote happened in 2024, our O&M budget increased by $100 million, and that money is being put into a dedicated fund for maintenance. And so we are really measuring our progress, well, on a lot of different metrics, but we're really looking at year-over-year progress in increasing the amount of service that we're providing the community at the most fundamental. Obviously, we're focusing on making sure that we are putting the dollars that we have to good use. But at the end of the day, we want those dollars to translate into progress and improved maintenance, because we know that it's important to maintain the infrastructure that we are constructing so that it can serve its purpose and protect our homeowners.
Well, thank you, appreciate, keep up the good work. I know all 4 precincts are glad we now have a maintenance resource, and we get calls every day that, at least in 3, that we need maintenance help and support, and you guys have done a good job of doing that.
Thank you for that feedback. Thank you.
Good deal. Judge, we are now at 297.
Thank you so much, Commissioner and colleagues. So 297 was a resolution. Did you mean 293? Oh,
And also 291.
got it. So what about, so we did 291 already?
No, not yet.
No.
Okay, so what I have for resolutions is 291, 297, 299, 300, and 302. And we have some limitations. Commissioner Ellis had to leave, and Commissioner Ramsey only has until 5. So let us see, maybe we start with Commissioner Ramsey's resolution. Do you have any, Commissioner?
I don't, mine was on consent.
Okay, so I guess let me just start from the beginning, and we will have a quorum. And if there's one you want to move to, Commissioner Ramsey, just let us know. And can I be marked as voting in favor of the items where my vote would not have made a difference? Thank you. All right. So item 291 is an item by Commissioner Ellis and me about Black History Month. And obviously it's apropos, as he said, the appointment that we made today, not because of Black History Month, but obviously it was a nice coincidence there. So let me just read this briefly. Do we have any speakers on this item, Tiffany?
I'm not sure if they're there or not, but Deborah Blacklock Sloan, Aljanita Scott Davis, and James Douglas.
All right, welcome. Okay, so whereas 2026 marks a century of Black history commemorations, a momentous milestone that underscores the indelible impact of Black history in the United States. Dr. Carter G. Woodson, who has received his doctoral degree from Harvard University and was the son of former slaves, established Negro History Week, a precursor to Black History Month, in February 1926, to recognize the contributions of not only well-known community leaders, but also the countless Black men and women to their own communities and society at large. Whereas Negro History Week quickly came to be celebrated in schools across the country, and Dr. Whitson's Association for the Study of African American Life and History worked to set a yearly theme and create study materials, including the plays, pictures, print materials, and a school curriculum to engage as many people as possible. President Gerald R. Ford became the first president to recognize Black History Month in February 1976 as a testament to the tremendous efforts of the Black community to remember its history and share its stories with the American public to highlight that Black history is American history. The Harris County Commissioners Court established the African American Cultural Heritage Commission in January 2020 to identify, preserve, and protect culturally and historically significant landmarks related to African American history in our county, and further educate the public on their importance. As we celebrate a century of Black history, we recognize and uplift the invaluable efforts of Black public servants, faith leaders, academics, civic leaders, business owners, activists, and everyday people who make our region and our country a better place for us to live. Harris County remains committed to take the values of resilience, courage, hope, and equality that Black history teaches us in order to seek justice and govern in such a manner that respects the rights of all people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Harris County hereby designates February 2026 as Black History Month in Harris County, Texas. I normally don't read every word of the resolution, but I thought this was so important. Black History Month, it's my birthday month, but it's so important because sometimes we forget our history, and a lot of people, as Commissioner says, get amnesia about where they've come from. So I'm really proud, Commissioner Ellis. I was told that you'd left for the day, otherwise I would have given you the opportunity to read it. But just the impacts have been incredible, and there's so much that people don't know about. There was that Kinsey collection at the Holocaust Museum last year, and it was showing so many contributions of Black Americans that were just never recognized, and we attribute to others. So I'm glad that we're working with our historical commission and that we're honoring this month. So Commissioner Ellis, please.
Judge, thank you for reading it. And a couple of my friends in the audience today, so they texted me to see if I was still in the building or not. So I want to let them know I am here, and I'm not history. But just thank you all for the work that you all do. And we got a series of events. If some of you all are free, we're going to open the old Houston Negro Hospital, Riverside Hospital, the last day of Black History Month. And so if you all are free, stop by. We'd love to honor you because you all were willing to make the investment to bring that institution back to life for our health department. But just thank you, and thank you for recognizing this month.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please go ahead and welcome.
Okay. Good afternoon, Judge Hidalgo, and to Commissioners Briones, Ellis, Garcia, and Ramsey in alphabetical order. I am honored to be here. For the record, my name is Deborah Blacklock Sloan. I am a native Houstonian, fifth-generation Texan, committed to documenting the African-American footprint in Texas for almost 25 years now. I am also vice chair of the Harris County African-American Cultural Heritage Commission, which Commissioner Ellis advocated vigorously for. And on behalf of our organization, I would like to thank all of you for acknowledging Black History Month. I am of the opinion that Dr. Carter G. Woodson's brainchild is one of the best things that could have happened for Negro, colored, Black, and African-American people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the work you do.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. I'm Aljanita Davis, and it's my privilege to be here to say thank you very much for the presentation of the resolution on Black History Month. And I just wanted to, because I was told I wasn't supposed to be sitting up here a long time, give you a couple of factoids, what I would call, on Harris County. When it comes to Black history. The very land, the 2 leagues of land on which we are now sitting, were conveyed to a man named John Austin in 1834 because of his established reputation for cultivation. That means, translation, he got production out of enslaved persons. John Austin decided where Houston Harris County would be. he was awarded the land at the convergence of the bayous. His widow later sold that land to a couple of brothers named Allen. John's decision caused this land to become the site of the port. The Port of Houston
Please continue.
became the largest cotton exporting nation in the world, in the nation, and we know who was picking the cotton. So the oil came later. So the powerful barons of Harris County and the surrounding counties, like the Monroe D. Anderson, became who they were because of the sweat and energies of hundreds of thousands of unnamed Black people. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight their contributions, the thousands of unnamed persons who really made Harris County what Harris County is, and where Harris County is where Harris County is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Judge Jessup, I just want to thank you personally, Eljanita, if I might, Eljanita Scott Davis. Step back up there for a second. Obviously, Deborah Blaylock Sloan gives me a lot of advice, but Eljanita is my early morning talking buddy, and she has me read books, and it's just fascinating.
I got
to
two
learn
more
so
for you
much
right
about
now.
Houston's history. But thank you, and I'm trying to do as much as I can to honor some of those people. Lulabelle White, who found human sweat, but just thank you to Curtis Gray's book. She's just a master. Pointed out to me, Deborah Blaylock Sloan, that Houston Negro Hospital was not the first, so I went and did my research. Union Hospital may have been the first
In Freemanstown.
hospital for blacks in Houston. But thank you for all that you all do.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Commissioner, please stay if you guys don't mind. My colleagues would like to make some comments. Commissioner Briones and Commissioner Briones, and then Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis, for bringing this important resolution and for making history for decades. I'm proud that this is Black History Month, but it should be all year, as we all know, for all of our communities. And Black history is American history. Black history is what has helped ignite justice and draw justice, whether it was Black leaders advocating for the Civil Rights Act of '64, Voting Rights Act, Fair Housing Act, and beyond. It was Black leaders who stepped up and championed justice and has made this country what it is and what it should be and what I hope it will continue to be. And then here in Harris County, whether it's Barbara Jordan, Mickey Leland, Sheila Jackson Lee, Simone Biles, our one and only Commissioner Ellis, Christian Menifee, Congressman Green, Beyonce, and beyond. And we just have like this, we can go, all three of you. And I want to thank you, Ms. Deborah, for serving as our Precinct 4 appointee, and thank you for your leadership on our commission. It is so important that we remember history, that we learn from history, and that we build on history. And so despite what may be happening at the national and state level here, we are proud today, this month, and always to honor Black history as American history. So thank you for your leadership, and my team and I invite all of you, February 17th, Church Without Walls. It'll be our 4th annual Precinct 4 Black History Month luncheon, so everyone is welcome. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramsey, and then Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, thank you for bringing up a little history there. Most people don't know why we are where we are, but it's those good stories that you tell. I grew up in Crockett, Texas. Mary Ellen College is in Crockett, established in 1886. It's about to totally deteriorate and be gone. And Mr. Ellis and I have talked about this before. I hate to see. I know where it is. It's on College Hill, highest hill in Crockett, and so we shouldn't just let that deteriorate, be gone, and forgot it, because that was one of the first colleges, seminaries in that part of the world. And so there's a reason why Prairie View is where Prairie View is. It's just a lot of what that needs to be talked about. But thank you for what you do to document the history of Texas and how we became what we are today.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you for your respective leadership. Good to see Dr. Bowie amongst the crowd. But there's a lot going on in this country these days, and some history's finding its way off of shelves and places where people can learn and understand and appreciate and reflect. And so thank you for doing what you're doing so that we can preserve as much as we can at the moment and make sure that we not only think about the individual accomplishments. I was just here when the name of Congresswoman Barbara Jordan was mentioned. I was reflecting that I had a dear friend, his name was Alvino Rodriguez, a World War II veteran, Purple Heart recipient, part of the invasion of Normandy. And he had a chair in his little kitchen. And the first time he ever invited me in, he said, "Hey, come on in, have some coffee with me." So I'm like, okay. So I started to grab this chair, and he goes, "No, not that one." And I said, "Oh, okay. What's up with that one?" I said, "Am I going to fall on it?" And he goes, "No." Barbara Jordan would sit right there and talk to me. And so I don't let nobody sit there. And then he looks around and he goes, "Maybe my wife, but nobody else." But, so it just reminds us that there were giants amongst us. And that is in itself history that must be protected. But then the contributions that were made that continue to be in our very fiber today, and we just may not know it or realize it. I remember being with Judge Vanessa Gilmore, yeah. And she was reflecting on Houston's experience with Brown versus the Board of Education, which I didn't realize at the moment. Of course, I was a kid. I was a part of that. I got the lawsuit started between Crawford Elementary and Sherman.
Yeah, Crawford.
Yeah. Well, I got transferred to Crawford because they said we need to integrate white kids. They sent me. And it was just there's a lot of history there. And a lot to remember, a lot to appreciate. So thank you for your work and your leadership. Dr. Bowie, appreciate you. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis.
Boy, sorry I didn't recognize you as well, but I want to tell my colleague I'm very proud of the work that he's doing in terms of recognizing Latino history in Texas. And I'm glad that Precinct 1 we were able to support you when you and I were having our dialogue. And I remember telling you, that was the first black president in America was not Barack Obama. He was the president of Mexico in 1829. Vicente Guerrero abolished slavery, which is an important factoid in why Texas ended up declaring independence. Yeah. And of course, I also point out that he didn't get his full term because after he did that, they put him before a firing squad. But that's a separate issue. But we have much in common, my friend, and thank you.
So, and Dr. Yam, I'm so sorry for not acknowledging you as well. So I hope this does not come across as performative. I mean it with sincerity. I think that if we wouldn't mind having just a moment of silence for all those unnamed people that brought us to where we are today. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping us remember all this history and challenging us to get to know more of it. And it's so wonderful to see my friends here. I can't wait to catch up with you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So next we have resolution item 297. So I'll be real quick with that one. So it's designating February 26th as Spay and Neuter Awareness Month. Take care, Commissioner. So the month of February is recognized nationally as Spay and Neuter Awareness Month. Harris County is home to more than 4.8 million human residents and more than 2 million animal residents. Spaying and neutering plays a key role in reducing the number of stray animals, thereby relieving the burden on pet shelters, the occurrence of traffic accidents, and mitigating the spread of diseases. Spaying and neutering has numerous health benefits for pets, including longer lifespans, reduced risk of cancer, and behavioral improvements. Harris County Pets and Public Health have played a pivotal role in educating the public on responsible pet ownership. Our Commissioners Court recognizes the importance of spay and neutering efforts in ensuring that pets in our community are part of loving homes and remains committed to supporting these and other innovative efforts. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Harris County hereby designates February 2026 as Spay and Neuter Awareness Month in Harris County, Texas. Hello.
Hi, I'm Dr. Boyle. I'm the Chief of Veterinary Operations for Harris County. I wanted to start by saying thank you for having us, and also thank you guys for your continued support for our spay neuter initiatives and for recognizing their impact on our community. Spay and neuter is one of the most effective public health preventative medicine tools that we have. Like Judge said, it helps to increase an animal's lifespan. It also helps to decrease life-threatening infections and certain cancers. Altered animals are less likely to roam and to fight, and this directly reduces bite incidences, traffic injuries, and rabies investigations, which improves our public health and safety. For our shelter system, fewer unwanted litters means that we have fewer animals coming to an already full facility, and that allows us to focus on our herd health, disease prevention, and responsible community care instead of a crisis response. Spay and neuter is preventative medicine. It protects the animals, improves our public safety, and represents sound fiscal responsibility. So again, thank you guys for supporting us and supporting the shelter and our initiatives for spay and neuter.
Thank you so much. And I know we have our director here as well, with a buddy.
Yes, hi everybody. I did bring Red today. He's our 5-month-old. We have him as a boxer mix. We call him a Harris County special. But he's been a really good dog. We've had him in the shelter since about October, and he's ready for a home. I made sure I brought a good one again. So anybody wants to adopt, you're more than welcome to.
Can I just say,
yeah,
last time Commissioner Ramsey adopted, oh my gosh, I remember
Noe.
her name.
Noelle.
Noelle.
Yep, Noelle.
And then I adopted a little kitten, and so the expectation is that somebody will adopt Red. And so just know you have found yourself in this situation. And so if you don't mind just telling us a little bit more about Red at the end of your remarks.
Sure.
And just show people how cute he is.
Yeah, I've been trying to walk him around a little bit while we're waiting, but he took a nap upstairs, so he's gonna be a little more rambunctious now. But yeah, really quickly, I wanted to point out again, like a lot what Dr. Boyle said, how important spay neutering is, and one of the common complaints that we always get is that it's too expensive to do. And what we've really tried to focus on this year is, yes, it can be expensive, but we want to make sure that there's low cost, accessible options throughout our community. Last year with Harris County Pets, just us alone did 75 low cost events where we did over 1,300 of those animals that were completed. But this year, our focus really is continuing that, but also working with our partners and collaborating continually, trying to make sure that the entire county is getting easy, low-cost options. So we've started those conversations up, and I'm really excited about what we're moving forward. And most recently, Department of State Health Services does have a $13 million set aside for spay neuter for the state of Texas. Those applications just now started opening, and they're open for shelters, 501c3s. So we have already started that application process, and it's looking positive for next year.
So in each sterilization is basically so many animals that will be saved from being in the streets. What are the numbers again?
Yeah, exact numbers. You got to think that an animal can have six to 10 per litter, and that can be twice a year. So if you think you stop those from being born, and then you got them having babies, it just accumulates. And I think Commissioner Ramsey had mentioned something last meeting as well about how much it saves in the end, and it was a lot.
It's like it's exponential.
It's exponential.
And
it just keeps
so just remind us about Red. And I did see Director Mills playing with him. So yeah. So how did you guys find him? You said he's how old?
Yeah, so he's about 5 months old. He was brought in October, and he was initially adopted, but it didn't work out with his family, so he did come back to us. He's been a great dog all day. We had actually quite a few that I had picked out to come today, but we had adoption holds put on them, which isn't a bad thing to have. But 5 months old, he was whining upstairs. I took him outside. He went to the bathroom, so I'm assuming starting potty training, which is always a bonus. But yeah, right now we have a special going on for Valentine's Day. It's $14 adoptions. That goes until Sunday, but we also have gift certificates as well because we don't want people buying pets and giving them out, but to have gift cards, that's a different story. So then those potential adopters can come in, and those are available now as well. If you buy one before Sunday, they'll be available, or it can be redeemed anytime this month or in March.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, we'll do.
And I
we'll
actually
promote
have a
that.
gift card here with me, so
Oh.
red would be free.
Yeah, it would
Just
actually
letting
be
you know.
free.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
and why do you think that his former family brought him back?
I think it's a lot of times when people bring puppies in, they may not be expecting how much responsibility it is.
Right.
And that's kind of that's what I think that this adopter
Yeah, they're
probably
really
went
they're
through.
really
it.
hyper.
It's a lifetime commitment when you
It's a
adopt.
sweet gift for anybody's Valentine.
I think the director needs a mascot.
Yeah. So anyway, I hope if you're thinking about adopting a puppy that you see this as a sign to go ahead and get the adoption, and it can be free. And just imagine this little guy and the animal shelter. As nice as it is, we've made a lot of investments in it. Just with the number of stray pets, you know, he's so much energy and he just is not able to move around as much as he needs to. So anyway, y'all are gonna keep seeing him, and yeah, I'm excited for someone to get him. So yeah, thank you.
Yep. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so those are my two items. Next is Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Our first item is one that comes with a heavy heart. It is to recognize the life and contributions of Corey Dwayne Gorka, and I know the family is here. I think Corey's wife, Jessica, Gianna Martinez, Summer Gutierrez, and Zion Gorka are here, and Gabriela will, if you can come on down, Gabriela, and Alexis, if you want to come on down as well. Corey was a phenomenal member of the Precinct 2 team. And I just want to say thank you to your family for sharing him with us, because it would be hard to have functioned without him. I want to go through some of the things that he was very, very instrumental in. And most importantly, as we were talking earlier about disasters and hurricanes and tornadoes and the like, Corey was a very, very instrumental piece of what would help the community find normal again. And he was our road and bridge foreman, and his day-to-day work was on the maintenance side of things. But he worked very closely at the Hardy Alden camp, and that's where he did a lot of work on flood mitigation efforts. And then he also trained and mentored an critical piece of our operation, which is our grade all operators. Our ditches around the county are the first line of defense to keep homes from flooding. And without well-trained grade all operators, we just can't do it. We just wouldn't be able to do it. And I'm so proud that Precinct 2 has accomplished in almost 6 years now over 5 million linear feet of drainage maintenance, thanks to Corey. And then he also contributed to our recovery efforts following the Derecho windstorm, Hurricane Beryl, and you know, just out there. I mean, as soon as stuff stops, our crews are out there, and Corey was just key in making sure that those trees got out of the way and that we could help the community just get back on their feet. And without Corey, we just wouldn't be able to do that. But I know Alexis is here. He's going to share a few words from his colleagues. But I just want to tell you that this information gets to my desk pretty quickly. And it's because there's an immense amount of respect and gratitude and brotherhood that Corey was a part of, and made sure that it existed in the teams that he worked with. And so I just want to say that that while he may not physically be with us, and my heart and prayers are out to you and your family, I just want you to know that his time here wasn't wasted. He was a no-nonsense kind of person, from what I understand, just was really wanting to, about, getting things done. And so I want you and your family to know that he was special. And I understand that he also had a lighter side to him, being an outdoors guy. Apparently, a legendary barbecue kind of guy. If you got any recipes, we'd like to try and maintain those as well. But hunting, fishing, and were amongst some of his favorite pastimes. And so we'd love to hear more about him from what the family was able to, just be blessed with. But again, Gabriela, to you and your family, please know that we are all saddened. Our team is a little weaker today because Corey is not amongst us. But just know that if there's a bar to try to achieve, Corey is the guy who set that bar, and it's pretty damn high. And so we hope to do him justice by trying to work to get there because of all that he was instrumental in. And so, Gabriela, if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time and thank you for your kind words. It truly means so much to our family to see how many people cared about him and respected him. We know he's amazing, but we're excited to see that others agree with us. So, to me, he wasn't just my stepdad. He was someone who chose to love and support our family, and that's something I'll always be grateful for. He showed up in the big ways and the small ways, whether it was giving advice, helping us fix something, or just being there when we needed him. So being around people that he's worked with is really special because his work is such a big part of his life. He took pride in what he did. He worked hard, and he believed in doing things the right way. He believed in responsibility and providing for the people he loved. I know this wasn't just a job to him. The people here that he worked with mattered. My dad was someone you can count on. He was the same person at home as I'm sure he was at work. Hardworking, honest, and loyal. He may not have asked to be recognized, but we're so absolutely grateful he is because he deserves it. On behalf of my family, I just want to say thank you for your kindness, for the stories, and for the support you've shown us. Hearing how he impacted others brings us comfort during such a difficult time. We miss him deeply, but we're also really proud of the life he lived and the work he did, and the example he set. His legacy lives on through us. Thank you for honoring him today.
Good deal.
Thank you.
Well, Gabriela, let me just say that you and I are part of a club that we don't want to be members of. And I miss my dad every single day. What has helped me over the years is to just remember the things that made him special. And, people tend to say, I've got a laugh that you can hear, throughout the building. Well, that's my dad's. And, my hair's getting a little thinner. Well, that's my dad. So just, I don't know if it's advice or just to tell you how I've managed. Keep them alive, keep them with us, keep them with you by finding that moment that say, that was my dad. You know, he used to do ta 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 ta, and I think that it always puts a lump in my throat, but it puts a smile on my face. So God bless you, Alexis.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to say thank you for honoring Corey. Like I said, I had the honor to work alongside him. He was a mentor, and I learned a lot from one of the big things that he took a lot of pride in is taking care of his colleagues. He always emphasized that, you know what, no matter what, get the job done, but do it safely. And there's times where I failed, and he's like, you know what, Alex? Don't worry about it. You fail, you get back up, and you keep on going.
There you go.
So with that note, like I said, I want to thank Corey for teaching me those things in life, and we'll remember him. All the coworkers at work will remember him from years on out.
Good deal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. And Gabriela, if look, he's listening. So if you want to embarrass him, go ahead. You know, this is a roast as much as it is a toast. So if there's anything you want to share with us, I think he'll be enjoying it.
Honestly, there's just nothing bad to say, nothing comical. He's just amazing. He's just an amazing person. And for someone who didn't have a father figure at that time, exactly what I needed.
Wonderful, wonderful. To the entire family, God bless you. But I'm honored that I could be here to help honor him. All right, thank you.
So sorry for your loss. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner.
All right.
Too young, if I'm reading his age properly on the resolution.
And very fast. Very fast.
Yeah, I'm really sorry, but I'm glad you had him. It sounds
yeah.
like you had him just at the right time.
Absolutely.
I wish I'd met him.
You love him and his cooking. So
Anyway, I'm so sorry for your loss, but I love hearing the stories.
thank you.
Yes, we're very sorry for your loss, and thank you for sharing him with Harris County. And thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner.
All right. We'll take pictures here in a minute. Okay.
Yeah, we'll take pictures. So we have 2 more resolutions, and then we'll take pictures and hang out with Red a little bit more. Commissioner Garcia, you have a second resolution?
Yes, ma'am. This one, thankfully, is a little lighter. This one is to recognize Carlos Lopez for his 30 years of service of working with Precinct 2. And his wife and Maria and his son Roberto are here. And so Carlos has worked as a food service driver at our Grayson Community Center. And he's done it since 1996. I think there's some people in this room that will say, I wasn't even born then. He shares that he proudly dedicated his days to ensuring that our senior citizens received a hot meal 5 days a week. He woke up each day with a purpose, knowing that hundreds of seniors were counting on him to help them. Carlos says that he is grateful to belong to a community-driven effort that touches countless lives and is helping one another truly make a difference. He would say, you cannot do a job as long as I have without loving what you do and having a deep passion for those you serve. Our seniors are the foundation of our past, Carlos says. Caring for them is not just a duty, it's an honor that paves the way for a greater future. He takes pride in supporting those who have shaped our world. And I really appreciate this point, Carlos, because, you know, when I talk about our seniors, I kind of struggle with it because seniors, yeah, obviously infers being old. But I've tried to use the word leaders because they got there before we did, right? And so I really appreciate that you recognize that they have really shaped our world, and they've gifted us the opportunities we enjoy today. That's right; they've opened a lot of doors for us. Carlos plans to visit his home country of El Salvador, and he plans on spending more time with his family especially his grandchildren. So, Carlos, come on down. Let us embarrass you. Yeah. And I really want to encourage Maria and Roberto. Let's embarrass this guy, man. Hey, come on, make him blush. Carlos, the mic is yours, man.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. And I want to say thank you, God, for letting me come over here this moment. And appreciate it for support me many, many, many years. I'm glad to stay to come over here for retirement this time. And thank you very much. And my son here with me, and my wife, all my family is there too. My supervisor, Mr. Marco, Delilah, Sharon.
Good deal.
Superb. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sharon.
Thank you. Roberto?
Yeah, sure. Hello, good afternoon, guys. Just wanted to do a little speech for my dad. Today isn't just about the end of a career. It's about celebrating a lifetime of hard work, sacrifice, and love that built the life our family gets to enjoy every single day. For as long as I can remember, you showed me early mornings, long days, tired nights, and somehow you still had time for us. You taught me the responsibility isn't just something about you talk about, it's something that you live. You never looked for recognition, but you earned respect everywhere you went because of your character, your work ethic, and the way you treated people. Your job may be retiring, but the lessons you gave us never will. Show up even when it's hard, take pride in what you do, and provide for your family. Never quit on the people who depend on you. Happy retirement, Dad.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very
Years of
much.
service. I love.
Maria, would you like to say anything? Lo que gustas.
En español.
Con gusto.
Bueno, gracias a Dios por estar acá este día celebrando el retiro de mi esposo. Estoy muy emocionada. Fueron 29 años. Y gracias a Dios y a todos sus amigos, manager, a todos los que lo apoyaron en las buenas y en las malas, en las altas y las bajas. Estamos aquí celebrando ahora la perseverancia de mi esposo en su trabajo, ¿verdad? Que fue una bendición de Dios. Y una oración para la señora Shirley, ¿verdad? Shirley fue la señora que lo... Darlene. Bueno,
María.
Gracias por todo, a todos sus managers, amigos y a mi familia y perseverar, ¿verdad? A él. Bueno.
I'm going to just translate real quick. So Maria said is so excited to be here for his retirement and so emotional. It's been 29 years. And I'm so grateful for the managers, for everyone that helped him during the good times and the bad times. We're here celebrating his perseverance at work, which was a blessing by God. Thank you for everything to all managers, friends, and my family.
Thank you. And I was about to say that I think we can tell by the tone of your voice that did not need any interpretation or translation. Malcolm, come on down, and Dr. Bowie, come on down. Any, come on, man. Any good stories on this guy?
So Carlos was here before I got here, and you know what? I'm gonna keep it really short. First of all, just thank you for all your hard work. And I know that you're going to spend many more evenings singing karaoke at your favorite place. We're going to come check you out.
All right. Welcome.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner, and this court. It is a blessing to be here. I started right a year before Carlos. And so I've been here as long as Carlos has been here. And Carlos set the bar at trio.
All right.
Carlos actually did go above and beyond. When he's supposed to pick up the food, he went back and got the food ready, but they were supposed to get it ready because they were too slow. And so just to let you know how dedicated and how proficient he has been with Harris County, we're going to miss you. These some shoes are going to be very, very hard to fill. And so we appreciate you, Carlos, for all of the hard work that you've done with Harris County.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you. Congratulations, Carlos, and we're gonna take some pictures in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Congratulations. Commissioner Briones.
I move on that item on my resolutions.
Um,
We've already approved them.
Yes,
We'll vote at the end, all of them.
thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So today's final item, I just have one resolution, and congratulations, Mr. Lopez, and thank you for your service to Harris County. Felicidades. So item 302. This month of February, as we celebrate Black History Month in February and throughout the year here in Harris County, my team and I wanted to be sure we were honoring the National Pan-Hellenic Council for its efforts to foster cooperation, to promote scholarship and advance community service and cultural enrichment. So we are very thrilled to be celebrating the National Pan-Hellenic Council, AKA the Divine Nine, a group of 9 historically Black fraternities and sororities. Members of the Divine Nine have shaped our nation in incredible ways. So in the civil rights movement, members were voting rights organizers, sit-in leaders, community educators, elected officials, helped drive the passage of the Civil Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, Fair Housing Act, key in the women's suffrage movement. Notable members, just to name a few, because there's so many: MLK, Proud Alpha Phi Alpha, Rosa Parks, Alpha Kappa Alpha, John Lewis, Phi Beta Sigma. And notable members from our Harris County include the late Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, I'm getting sick, Alpha Kappa Alpha, Jalen Hurts, Omega Psi Psi, who's a 2025 Super Bowl winning quarterback, Rod Page, Phi Beta Sigma, former U.S. Secretary of Education. I know I have various team members, but I especially want to recognize Brittany Mandarino from Zeta Phi Beta. Thank you, Brittany, for everything you do to advance opportunity and justice in Harris County. And so there's so many other elected officials, teachers, leaders, entrepreneurs, athletes, business owners, and the Divine Nine continues to shape the community, our county, and our country in a way that just really is deeply inspiring and moving. So thank you so much for your leadership and your service and for everything you do to make Harris County a better place and our country a better place. So with that, I know we have some phenomenal guests to speak, so welcome.
Thank you. It's truly an honor to be right here before you all and actually, accept this resolution on behalf of the Divine Nine for the community service. I share this recognition with the many dedicated people who work quietly and consistently to make our community stronger, kinder, more connected. Service has been about recognition for me, and it's about showing up, listening, and doing what we can with what we have. A lot of us here, nobody here gets paid for what we do. It's just truly a labor of love. So it's definitely just something that we've been continually inspired by: resilience, generosity, the spirit of the people around me. The community gives more than it takes, and I'm grateful to play a small part in that. Thank you.
All right. Thank y'all.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Ralph Ward, the president of the National Pan-Hellenic Council for North Houston.
Would anybody else like to make remarks?
Thank you so much, Mr. Ward.
Good evening. I'm LaShonda Johnson, and I stand before you as the 21st Past Southwestern Region Director of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated. And thank you to the commissioners, Briones, your staff, for recognizing the National Pan-Hellenic Council of Houston into your community, one of your community advocates, Michelle Holt, for the opportunity. For nearly a century, our member chapters have championed social justice and advocacy rights for others. And with today's recognition, it is my sincere hope that we can find avenues to partner with each of the commissioner's offices to continue to uplift the citizens of Harris County in the future through our national community programs. So again, thank you for recognizing the work of the National Panhellenic Council of Houston, our member organizations and chapters, for it is our honor to serve the community, which has given so much to us, so that we in turn continue
Go ahead.
that legacy of service in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Byron O'Neill. I'm the president of the Alpha Eta Lambda chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha. Today's resolution recognizes the National Panhellenic Council, affectionately known as the Divine Nine, not just for their history, but for their ongoing impact across Harris County. These organizations stand in the gap, serving communities when systems move too slowly or when partisan differences stall progress. Their work reflects the very principles I personally believe should guide public service, an acronym I call LAWS. Liberty and justice, because advocacy and voter engagement has always been their mission. Access to the democratic process, because they educate and mobilize communities so every voice is heard. Without bias or prejudice, because they were founded on the belief that equity must be pursued even when unpopular. And above all, service to citizens. Today's resolution is more than ceremonial. It honors the partnership and the vital bridge between government and the people it serves. Thank you, Commissioner Briones, for your efforts to validate the work of the Divine Nine, that the Divine Nine does for the communities that we have all accepted the responsibility of serving. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Any other speakers? If I may just wrap up, did anyone else want to speak? I want to, speaking of other rock stars from the Divine Nine, Michelle Holt, you were instrumental bringing everyone together. She's one of our rock stars who lead our community engagement efforts. Also, Patrick Johnson, thank you so much. And then our new county administrator, Erica Lee Carter. She's an Alpha Kappa.
Okay, Commissioner, I'm so sorry, but we lost quorum. So I think let's just take a quick break because we can't continue without quorum. So we'll continue in 5 minutes. Thank you. Sorry, you guys. We'll be right back. All right. If you don't mind, Commissioner. Oop. All right. It's 5:34, and we're bringing Commissioners Court back in session just to finish this resolution that Commissioner Briones has. So, Commissioner Briones, go ahead.
No, I'll very briefly conclude. So thank you to the Divine Nine for being here. There's various team members. Again, thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Michelle. I also, Patrick Johnson on my team and I'm just really thankful. And our Congressman Menifee, former County Attorney Menifee, Omega Sci-Fi as well. So anyway, there's so many Divine Nine leaders, past, present, and future, that have made this country what it is and what it will be. And to me, that's what gives me hope, is that together we will keep uniting to advance opportunity and justice in the way that all of our families deserve. So thank you for being here. Thank you. I know it's late. And so now that concludes. So I know we have to vote on all the resolutions, but thank you so much for joining us and for your partnership.
And let me just say, I know that the Divine Nine were born out of a tough time, but we continue to fight injustices. But man, am I glad you guys exist. I just wish I were a part of it. There's just such incredible unity and community and power behind each of these organizations. So anyway, thank you for the way you guys all advance our communities with that power that you have in unity. Commissioner Garcia, anything else to add before we vote and conclude the court? All right, so is there a motion on the resolutions that are left? Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Anything else, County Attorney, Clerk? All right, it is 5:36. We're about to take pictures. Commissioner's Court is now adjourned. Red is still up for adoption.